The story opens with Shantian, an apparently ordinary boy whose childhood took a strange turn when his father placed a necklace around his neck, a pendant with a deep blue crystal that once belonged to his mother. His father embraced him tightly and murmured that the crystal held great power, a power he would someday need when life turned against him. Shantian, wide-eyed and curious, stared at the shimmering gem and asked about his mother, but when he turned back to his father for an answer, the man had vanished, leaving behind nothing but silence and the faint chill of mystery. 10 years later, Shantian woke up in a hospital bed. Every inch of his body was bandaged except for one hand, which he lifted weakly, as if expecting it to explain what had happened. His mind was blank, no memory, no clue. Before he could panic, a nurse walked in holding a tablet, her expression brightening the moment she saw him awake. She was stunning. So stunning, in fact, that Shantian's reaction was less than heroic. He let out a startled scream, and to his utter humiliation, his nose began to bleed. A smooth recovery, really. Flustered and babbling nonsense, he tried to speak, but all that came out was a jumble of stammers. The nurse, now equally startled and slightly annoyed, scolded him for yelling like a maniac. Shantian scratched his head, unsure if this was all a dream or a particularly weird afterlife scenario. Eventually, she calmed down enough to tell him not to move, that it was a miracle he was even alive. He blinked, confused, and asked what had happened. Her surprise was genuine. He truly didn't remember, so she told him he'd been rescued. That single word, rescued, triggered something. The memory rushed back. The yellow car, the terrified girl, and the split second when he'd thrown himself in front of her. His first thought was for the girl. Was she all right? Before the nurse could answer, the door opened, and an elegant woman entered, radiating money, perfume, and a hint of danger. She smiled politely and said her daughter was fine, even grateful, and offered a massive bouquet of flowers as thanks.
Shantian barely processed her words. He was too distracted by her presence, and naturally, his nose started bleeding again. She approached the bed, placed the flowers down, and asked what on earth was wrong with him. Shantian sighed, confessing that since the accident, he'd been having strange visions, ones that felt a little too real. The woman's pleasant demeanor vanished. With a voice sharp enough to cut glass, she told him not to even think about blackmailing her just because he saved her daughter. She was prepared to pay him well for his trouble. The accusation hit him like a slap. Shantian, still half bandaged and wholly offended, demanded to know why she thought he'd want money for doing the right thing. The woman's eyes narrowed, clearly convinced she'd met yet another opportunist. He, meanwhile, realized that whatever strange destiny his father's crystal had promised, it was only just beginning to show its teeth. With a cold, calculating stare, the woman asked if $1 million would suffice. Shantian said nothing. He simply looked at her, jaw tight, eyes unreadable. She took his silence as consent and sat down gracefully, crossing her legs with an elegant smile that screamed arrogance. Her next offer came just as casually, $2 million. That did it. Shantian's patience snapped like a string. He shot upright on the bed, shouting that he hadn't risked his life for money. The nurse rushed in, panicking, telling him not to move or his stitches would tear. But at the doorway, the woman barely flinched. Her voice was cool as ice as she tossed out one last bid, $5 million if that's what it took to buy his conscience. Still fuming, Shantian glared at her and declared that a person's life has no price. The words hung in the air like a slap. For once, the woman's polished mask cracked. Shock, maybe even shame flickered across her face. Shantian didn't wait to see more. He stormed out of the room, fists clenched, muttering under his breath about people who thought everything could be bought.
Down the sterile hallway, he almost missed the small figure standing at the end, a girl in hospital pajamas, her smile shy and uncertain. She asked if he was the one who had saved her. Shantian didn't answer. She giggled softly and thanked him anyway, her energy like a ray of sunshine cutting through his gloom. He muttered that there was nothing to thank him for. Anyone would have done the same. The nurse, lingering nearby, overheard and couldn't help but smile. To her, he looked even more heroic than before. Shantian, caught by her gaze, scratched the back of his neck and in a half-joking tone called her the pretty nurse. Then, with mock seriousness, he asked for a favor. Her cheeks turned bright red as she stammered, asking what he wanted. With a sheepish grin, he held out his hand and asked to borrow money for the trip home. The nurse blinked in disbelief. The same guy who just refused $5 million was now begging for train fare. Still, after an awkward pause, she fished a single 100-yen coin from her wallet, barely pocket change, and handed it over. Shantian thanked her sincerely, promising he'd repay her somehow. She said it wasn't necessary, but he insisted he'd find another way to return the kindness. With that, he pocketed the coin, flashed a grin, and bolted down the hallway like a kid escaping detention. The nurse watched him go, a little dazed, a little charmed. The girl waved cheerfully as he disappeared around the corner. Sometime later, Shantian arrived at a tall building in the heart of the city. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time and pushed open the door to his apartment. A deep sigh escaped him. Finally, peace. The living room was silent, the TV dark, the air still. No one else was there. He headed toward his bedroom, the quiet suddenly interrupted by faint sounds coming from inside. When he opened the door and stopped at the threshold, his gaze landed on the half-open drawer, and whatever lay within made him freeze. At the bottom of the drawer, Shantian found a small velvet case, deep red, familiar, and unsettlingly out of place. The moment he saw it, a memory resurfaced, his father's voice, calm but serious, saying that whenever his body began to change, he would need to wear the crystal. He opened the case slowly. Inside, the blue gem pulsed with light, alive and humming like it remembered him too. Shantian stared at it, mesmerized, until something strange stirred in his vision. The room seemed to blur, and suddenly he could see through things. His eyes widened.
So this was the power his father had mentioned. He slipped the necklace around his neck and whispered, almost reverently, that the time his father spoke of had finally come. Then the light exploded. A surge of blue energy filled the room, so bright it forced him to shut his eyes. A swirling vortex of energy erupted from the pendant, and before he could even gasp, it pulled him in. When his sight returned, he was no longer in his room. Instead, he saw, quite unfortunately, a girl in the shower, seen from behind, surrounded by mist and tile. His brain stalled for a full 3 seconds before the vortex spat him back out, landing him flat on the floor of his apartment. For a moment, he lay there, blinking at the ceiling, trying to decide whether he'd just teleported or gone insane. The crystal now lay beside him, dim and lifeless. Whatever it had done, it had drained itself. Shantian picked it up, frowning, when another odd sensation hit him. His body felt different, stronger. He unwrapped a bandage from his arm, curiosity outweighing fear. What he found nearly made him drop the cloth. His skin was covered in dark, shifting marks, like his body was melting and reforming all at once. The bandages he peeled off were shredded and riddled with holes, as if his very cells were rewriting themselves. He stared at his hands, terrified yet unable to look away. Everything, the light, the vision, the pain, it all tied back to the crystal. But before he could think further, movement caught his eye. From the other side of the apartment, a girl stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a blue towel, humming softly, and completely unaware she wasn't alone. The moment she saw him, she froze mid-step. Shantian, equally stunned, blinked at her like a deer in headlights. The silence lasted half a breath before she let out a strangled squeak and demanded, with furious embarrassment, what he was doing in her house. Worse still, Shantian's new ability was still active. He saw her as if the towel weren't there. He yelped, trying to avert his eyes, which only made everything worse. Just as panic reached its peak, another girl burst into the room, shouting questions and swinging before anyone could explain.
Her slap cracked through the air, leaving a bright red mark on his cheek. Shantian didn't even fight back. He just stood there, eyes shut, accepting his fate. Then a third voice chimed in, calmer, sympathetic, urging the furious girl to stop, saying he'd clearly learned his lesson. The aggressor huffed, crossed her arms, and demanded to know where Shantian had been for the past 2 days, since he hadn't answered a single call. Shantian, still dazed and reeling from interdimensional whiplash, blinked at her and asked, utterly serious, what day it even was. The name Junia reached Shantian's ears, and everything clicked at once. The date, the confusion, the missing days. 2 days had passed since he'd vanished without a trace. The blonde girl standing nearby pointed it out sharply, accusing Junia of sneaking around to spy on her friend now that Shantian had suddenly reappeared. Shantian tried to improvise an excuse, but every word came out worse than the last. Junia, still wrapped tightly in her towel, flushed an even deeper shade of red. She knew he'd already seen her during that bizarre vision, and no amount of fabric could erase that awkward memory. The blonde, outraged, scolded him furiously, yelling that it was completely unacceptable to walk in on someone in the shower. When Shantian finally managed to leave the room, he muttered something under his breath about the house being full of weird relatives, which didn't help his case at all. The blonde, Inui, narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious of him, while Junia's embarrassment turned into nervous tears. Later, needing to clear his head, Shantian headed to an empty sports field near his apartment. The place was quiet, the air cool, and the middle bars glistened under the afternoon sun. He grabbed one of the bars and began to work out, trying to shake off the day's chaos. That's when he noticed something strange. His movements were lighter, smoother. His muscles responded with ease, as though his body had been rebuilt overnight. He felt stronger, faster, undeniably changed. The crystal's power was still flowing through him. From a short distance away, an older man sat atop a large stone barrel, watching him intently. He pretended not to notice, focusing on his training, but the man eventually stood and walked over.
His tone was calm, yet there was a sharpness in his gaze. He complimented Chantian's physique and asked if he'd been in the military. Caught off guard, Chantian laughed awkwardly and said he was only 19. The man smiled knowingly, then suggested a friendly sparring match. Chantian dropped from the bar, waving his hands in refusal. The last thing he wanted was to brawl with a man old enough to be his grandfather. But the stranger didn't seem the least bit concerned. With a sudden, effortless motion, he stepped onto the edge of the stone barrel and delivered a kick that sent the massive thing flying several meters away. The thud echoed through the empty field. Chantian stared, wide-eyed, completely stunned. The old man smiled and asked teasingly what he thought now. In that instant, Chantian understood this wasn't an ordinary man. He was a martial arts master. With newfound respect, Chantian bowed slightly and agreed to the challenge. Straightening up, he warned that he'd make the first move. Then, with renewed determination, he dashed forward, his left hand cutting through the air as he launched the opening strike, one that would test both his newfound power and his control. The old man smiled, calmly waiting for the right moment. When Chantian lunged, the man dodged with almost supernatural speed, grabbing the boy's arm and throwing him to the ground with no effort at all. The impact knocked the air out of Chantian's lungs, leaving him stunned by the man's strength. Kneeling on the ground, he realized that without the crystal's power, that single move could have seriously injured him. He looked up, and through the gem's faint energy, saw the old man's body glowing with a soft blue light. The master smiled and said it was his turn to attack. He began to move with deliberate grace, stepping across a circular mark on the ground, a yin-yang symbol surrounded by strange drawings, and showing flawless martial techniques. Chantian saw a brief opening and charged forward, hoping to surprise him, but the master blocked his strike effortlessly with an open palm. Still, Chantian seemed to know exactly where to aim. Each move targeted a weak point, something the master clearly noticed.
He defended carefully, yet grew intrigued by how this untrained boy fought with such uncanny precision, as if his eyes could see through him. With a sudden step forward, Chantian forced the old man to retreat, following up with a punch that passed so close to his chin it sent a chill down his spine. The master's composure cracked, irritation flickered in his eyes. Despite knowing Chantian had no formal training, the boy's blows kept landing where it mattered most. Realizing the match was slipping from his control, the master stepped back and raised his hand, signaling to stop. Breathing heavily, he rested his palms on his knees and asked for the boy's name. Chantian bowed respectfully, introduced himself, and thanked the master for the lesson. The old man nodded, clearly impressed. He told Chantian he was always welcome to visit his village, hidden in a nearby forest, and then pressed his fist into his open palm in a sign of respect. Chantian returned the gesture and thanked him again before leaving. The next day, Chantian went back to his private school near home. As he walked through the halls, he remembered that exams were just 12 days away and that he really needed to study. Lost in thought, he almost bumped into a dark-haired girl. To his surprise, it was Venjin.
someone he already knew. She blushed and tried to greet him, but Chantian walked past her with a proud, distant look. Worried, she called after him, reminding him that everyone had been anxious about his sudden disappearance over the past 2 days. Chantian sat down at his desk, a faint smirk crossing his face. People didn't need to worry. He wasn't the type to give up on life that easily. Venjin frowned slightly, watching him from a distance, torn between relief and frustration. Deep down, she just didn't want to admit how much she'd missed him. Venjin tried to keep her distance from Chantian, but deep down, she knew it wasn't that simple. In her world, wealth defined worth, and he didn't belong there. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open, and Saotsu came running in, carrying a large breakfast tray. With an embarrassed smile, she announced she'd brought croissants, sausages, and scrambled eggs. The girls brightened immediately and thanked her.
Jokingly, Saotsu remarked that she thought Chantian had done something drastic, like disappearing for good. Venjin frowned and told her not to say things like that. She added coldly that no girl in class liked Chantian anyway, so it was pointless for him to work so hard at his studies. That one stung. Before he could respond, another student, Chile, stepped forward to confront Saotsu, reminding her firmly that she was sitting in the wrong seat. The class, used to Chile's strict attitude, laughed and shrugged it off. A few even mocked her, saying that even with her 2 friends by her side, she wouldn't dare do anything about it. That's when Chantian spoke up, calling out Chile's name. To his surprise, she defended him, though she looked visibly annoyed about it. Grumbling, she said she hated getting into fights, but was helping only because they were classmates. Chantian, tired of the drama, shot back that this didn't give her the right to step on his foot. Chile froze for a moment, realizing he was right. Annoyed, she said she only wanted to protect him, but he calmly asked her to step back and lower her voice. Her face turned red with anger, and she threatened to end him right there. Her friends jumped in, equally irritated, saying they'd handle him themselves. Before things could spiral, the teacher entered the room, ordering everyone to sit down and announcing there'd be a mock test that day. Chile glared at Chantian from across the room, muttering that her bad mood was entirely his fault. Once the test began, 3 girls got up and walked out as if nothing was wrong. The teacher, clearly irritated, told them class had already started, but they ignored her completely. Chile, now serious, told her friends to stay put and warned that if they failed, they'd have to deal with the consequences themselves. The teacher, though clearly upset by their behavior, chose not to interfere. Chantian, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief. At least during the exam, no one would bother him. Moments later, the teacher placed a test paper on his desk, and to his surprise, the answers were already written there.
As Chantian stared at his test paper, glowing blue symbols began to appear before his eyes, as if the crystal itself were revealing the answers. He read each question carefully, his focus razor sharp, and within minutes, he had finished the entire exam. When he stood up to hand it in, the teacher frowned at his speed. "You can't possibly have answered everything properly," the teacher scolded. But Chantian calmly assured him that he had. Outside, Chill stood beneath the shade of a large tree, arms crossed, watching with her usual scowl. When class ended, her 2 friends ran to her, thrilled to announce they'd passed the mock test. Chill, however, didn't share their excitement. She glared at Chantian instead, demanding to know how he'd finished so fast. One of the girls joked that he must have just guessed every answer. Saotsu, always eager to stir trouble, walked over with 3 friends, mocking him for being lazy. One of the girls almost defended him until Chill cut in sharply, saying she'd only step in if he actually did something wrong. Laughing, Saotsu, her towering friend, sneered and told Chantian to forget about Venjin altogether. Then, with a flick of his finger, he signaled his buddies to attack, but Chantian was already prepared. He studied Saotsu's movements closely, recalling the martial arts techniques his master had taught him. At the perfect moment, he mirrored the exact stance and landed a solid strike to Saotsu's jaw. The blow was instant and decisive. Saotsu flew backward and collapsed to the ground, unconscious before he even knew what hit him. The room fell silent. Stunned, he pulled his hand back, insisting he didn't know any martial arts. But Chalet refused to give up. She grabbed his hand again,
eyes burning with determination. "Teach me," she demanded, voice shaking but firm. Shantian, visibly uneasy, asked her to let go, but she wouldn't. "I saw everything," she insisted. He took a nervous step back. He couldn't tell her the truth, that he had merely copied the moves of the old martial arts master he'd met before. Around them, a few students watched with envy, not just because Shantian had taken down an entire gang, but because he now had the attention of the most beautiful girl in school. Meanwhile, back in the village, the master who had once sparred with Shantian was about to have his meal when one of his aides entered, carrying a report. The master calmly asked for every detail. The assistant explained that he discovered Shantian's parents were dead and that the boy had inherited a pendant from them. He also mentioned that Shantian had refused a large sum of money after rescuing a girl. The master raised an eyebrow at that, then sighed and took a slow sip of tea. Apparently, the information about Shantian's parents was classified, guarded by some secret group, impossible to access. The master sat in silence for a while, realizing that this young man was far from ordinary. He then asked his assistant about the situation in the city's sand arena. The aide replied that they would still need someone to keep watch. The master stood and announced that he would be leaving the city for a while. He ordered his men to protect Shantian at all costs and to eliminate anyone who dared to harm him, but with caution, as the boy was sharp and might notice he was being watched. Even so, he made it clear they were to remain vigilant at all times. Elsewhere, in a hidden organization nested in one of the city's towers, a man known as Mr. Bat discussed Shantian's situation with his subordinates. One of them asked when they would begin the mission. The leader, composed and calculating, told them to keep observing for now. He wanted absolute certainty before taking any action. With his cold, glinting eyes, Mr. Bat commanded that Shantian be protected and that anyone attempting to harm him be swiftly erased. Moments later, he strode out of the building, his long cloak sweeping through the air before he vanished into the maze of city alleys. Completely unaware of the forces now circling around him, Shantian strolled leisurely through the city's commercial district.
That piece didn't last long. Chile appeared again, running after him, still begging him to teach her how to fight. Growing impatient, Chenthian said he only knew a few tricks, ones he planned to pass on someday to his wife and kids. Embarrassed, Chile blushed deeply and pleaded again to be accepted as his student. Chanthian, startled by her persistence, quickly clarified that he wasn't looking to adopt anyone. Her face turned even redder, and before she could stop herself, she blurted out that in that case, maybe she could just become his wife instead. Chanthian froze, his whole body trembling, eyes nearly popping out of his head in pure disbelief. Chanthian told her flat out that he'd never marry a girl like her, not someone who wasn't even pretty or had an interesting figure. Then he turned his back and walked away, leaving Chile standing there, offended but oddly resolute. Deep down, she caught herself wishing she could just be happy with who she was, but instead of backing down, she chased after him again, determination blazing in her eyes. He stayed firm, repeating that it would never happen. As they walked, they passed a small lottery stand. Chile's eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed a ticket, saying she wanted to test her luck. Chenthian, visibly annoyed, adjusted his shirt and snapped, asking what nonsense she was up to this time. He couldn't understand why a wealthy girl like her would even bother buying a lottery ticket. Child smiled and said it wasn't about the money, she just wanted to see how lucky she was. Before he could roll his eyes, she dashed to the counter. A man nearby was scraping the protective layer off his ticket when Child, excited, asked to buy a few as well. The man chuckled, saying kids like her knew nothing about lotteries and were just throwing money away. Child's face turned red. She pretended to roll up her sleeves, clearly ready to prove him wrong. Before things got ugly, Chanthian stepped between them and calmly told the man to let her buy whatever she wanted. With a smug grin, he showed off his winning ticket worth 50 and said the boy could try too, but luck wasn't for everyone. Chanthian picked one deliberately, studying the pile, and within seconds revealed a prize of 800.
Chile and the man both froze, mouths open. Chanthian quietly asked to exchange 700 for cash and use the rest to buy more tickets. Chile urged him to stop, but the vendor just laughed, saying plenty of fools spent their winnings hoping for another hit. Chantian only smiled, his calm confidence almost irritating. One by one, he scratched the new tickets, and every single one was a winner, including one worth $2,000. The three of them stood there, completely stunned. As they walked away, Chile, still giddy, declared she wanted to learn his art of winning. Chantian, glancing at the brand new phone he just bought, couldn't help but smirk, remembering how she'd also begged him to teach her martial arts. The girl, blushing, said both skills were equally important.
He ignored her teasing and called his cousin, saying this was his new number and asking where he should head that night. A yellow taxi rolled by, and Chantian raised his hand, flagging it down with a look that said he already knew his luck wasn't done yet. Chile, realizing what he was doing, looked puzzled and asked where he was going. Chantian climbed into the taxi and just before shutting the door, glanced back at her with a tired look. He told her to stop following him. Chile froze, speechless, watching as the car drove off and disappeared into the traffic. On the way, Chantian told the driver to take him to the old street, the one lined with antique shops and stone-paved sidewalks. When they arrived, he stepped out and began walking slowly, hands in his pockets, mind wandering. He remembered Junia's request. She'd asked him to take a photo with her boyfriend as a birthday gift. He rubbed his chin, realizing the party was that same day, and figured he'd better find a decent present. As he wandered through the market, a well-dressed man appeared, escorted by 4 bodyguards. Every antique vendor along the street rushed to greet him. The guy was a famous collector after all. He responded politely to each one, his presence drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Chantian was scanning a shelf, his eyes lighting up at the variety of old treasures. Something about the place made him feel oddly thrilled. Maybe it was the idea that somewhere in that clutter, something truly powerful could be hiding. With his heightened senses, he could easily tell real from fake, and that alone made him grin. Then he spotted it, a gleaming green stone in a merchant's hand. The moment his eyes caught its glow, he knew that was exactly what he needed.
He rushed toward the counter so fast he nearly bumped into the distinguished collector. The bodyguards instantly tensed up, ready to block him, but Chantian ignored their posturing and calmly asked the vendor for the price. The merchant held up the stone, claiming he'd sell it for $8,000, insisting he was giving the boy a fair deal based on trust. Chantian turned the jade disc between his fingers, studying every line and shimmer, and quietly admitted he was just a student without that kind of money. The collector, watching from a distance, noticed how carefully the boy examined the artifact and decided to stay silent, curious to see what would happen next. The merchant, realizing the master's eyes were on him, started to sweat nervously, fearing exposure. Leaning forward, Chantian whispered that he knew the piece was fake and worth no more than $2,000. The merchant pretended not to care, raising his voice and saying he wouldn't take less than $5,000. Wanting to end the exchange, Chantian coolly pointed at a few other worthless stones on the counter and said he'd take them all for $5,000 flat. The merchant, thrilled by the bargain, even offered a fancy box to wrap the jade. Beaming from his small victory, he handed it over proudly. The antique master, who had been quietly watching the whole exchange, couldn't help but sigh once the boy left. He muttered that the kid still had a lot to learn. He had spotted the fake, sure, but still overpaid for it. In truth, that precious stone was barely worth a few hundred. Experience, after all, couldn't be learned overnight. Outside, Chantian seemed unfazed. He gave a small, knowing smirk and flipped the jade disc into the air, catching it easily. Then, in one smooth motion, under everyone's startled gaze, he turned his wrist and let the green stone drop. It hit the ground with a sharp crack, shattering into countless fragments. Gasps echoed around. The master's face went pale. He hadn't expected the boy to actually destroy it, but Chantian stayed perfectly calm, as if he'd just tossed a pebble aside. Sue, the appraiser, found himself oddly impressed. The kid had read the scam perfectly and only paid what the fake
mistake deserved.
What truly intrigued Su was the way Shantian spoke earlier, confident but never arrogant. He realized then that the boy wasn't really after that piece of jade. Shantian's real interest was something else, a legendary yellow stone said to have surfaced after the death of a revered monk. Su recalled that most of his family's old treasures had been scattered or stolen long ago, all technically belonging now to his nephew. With a careful grin, he thought that perhaps this sharp-eyed young man could help him reclaim a few of those lost relics. He calmly asked Shantian to wait a moment. The boy stopped and turned, curious. Su proposed a small contest, a test of skill to determine who could better judge the true value of artifacts. Two nearby traders perked up immediately, whispering that this was turning into a real appraiser's duel. Shantian raised an eyebrow, amused, and made his own bold offer. If he won, he could buy whatever he wanted at his own price. But if he lost, he'd leave his life in the master's hands, his exact words. Su chuckled softly, impressed by the guts of this stranger, and asked whether the boy would agree to serve him should he lose. Shantian accepted the challenge without hesitation, his confidence practically radiating. Out in the street, a table was set up with an assortment of artifacts for the competition, and a curious crowd quickly gathered to watch. Su gestured toward Shantian, inviting him to choose a few items to appraise. The boy nodded coolly, declaring that if he got even one wrong, he would accept defeat without complaint. He picked out a Chinese vase, a necklace, a blue stone, and a small saucer, all while keeping that annoyingly calm composure. The audience murmured, half convinced the kid had lost his mind for challenging a master like Su so boldly. But Shantian wasn't bluffing. He was locked in and ready. His first choice was a small brown chest, delicately carved with floral patterns. He examined it for barely a moment before announcing that it was genuine. Su, intrigued, confirmed it, explaining that the chest once belonged to Empress Chi-Chi herself. Shantian smirked, then asked if he could
Prove the rest were fakes by, well, breaking them. A brief silence fell. Then Su, with a faint grin, agreed. He'd pay for any damage caused. Shantian liked that answer. Without hesitation, he tossed the first vase aside. It crashed to the ground, exploding into 1,000 shards. The crowd gasped, some clutching their chests as if they had just lost a fortune. Unbothered, Shantian crouched, picked up a surviving fragment, and held it up for everyone to see. On the underside, clear as day, was a red factory seal, the mark of a modern replica manufacturer. A wave of chatter rippled through the crowd. Even Su's fellow collectors were stunned, unable to fathom how the boy had spotted it so easily. Shantian just smiled, saying lightly that he had a knack for noticing the flaws others missed. Then he reached for the next piece, a supposedly ancient blue saucer. Also fake, he declared, before snapping it cleanly in two. Once again, Su had to admit defeat. There was no denying the evidence. Finally, Shantian picked up a jade bracelet. Su frowned. Of all the pieces, that one seemed the least valuable. Why waste his time on it? Shantian didn't answer. He studied it quietly, biting his fingertip as if lost in thought. Then, slipping the bracelet onto his wrist, he let a few drops of sweat fall on one of its beads. In an instant, the jade pulsed with a vivid red glow, a deep, living color that looked eerily like fresh blood, shining even brighter than sunlight. The crowd went silent, and for the first time, even Su's confident expression faltered. Something about that bracelet wasn't ordinary. Not at all. Everyone around was stunned by the phenomenon, whispering that the bracelet must be worth millions. A man stepped forward, eyes gleaming with greed, and offered 2 million on the spot.
Shantian simply smirked and replied with quiet pride that the bracelet wasn't for sale. Master Su stood there speechless, watching the young man with a mix of admiration and disbelief. After that moment, even the great appraiser himself could barely recognize the same boy walking briskly down the old street. Just as Shantian was about to disappear from view, Su's calm voice called out behind him, asking him to wait. Shantian turned, curious. The master approached with his bodyguards and, after a thoughtful pause, admitted that he was impressed by the boy's talent. He offered his friendship, a rare gesture coming from someone of his stature. Chantian immediately understood the weight of that offer. He smiled, nodded, and accepted it with a polite thank you. Su, intrigued, then asked for the young man's name. Chantian, he replied simply. Before the master could say more, a tall man dressed entirely in black stepped out of a sleek black Lexus, flanked by several bodyguards. He had a tattoo under his left eye and earrings glinting from his ear and nose. The kind of man who didn't need to announce trouble, he carried it with him. His name was Asan. He looked directly at Chantian and said coldly that the boy was the same one who'd been beaten up before, the one they'd rescued from a dangerous group called Saltsu and rushed to the hospital afterward. At first, Chantian had been furious at those who attacked him, but things had only gotten worse since then. The memory of that day flashed quickly. The boy trembling in the bathroom, his father nearby, while guards and Dr. Lei waited anxiously outside. When they'd asked about the medical tests, the doctor said the results weren't ready yet, but confirmed that there were no drugs in the boy's system. Saltsu's assistant mentioned that he'd already known about the incident at school and had sent Asan to find Chantian, but the boy wasn't intimidated. He met their eyes, calm and defiant.
When Asan ordered him to come along, Chantian's patience snapped. He demanded to know who this man thought he was to give him orders. Master Su quickly intervened, warning Asan to mind his tone. He explained that Asan was his personal bodyguard and promised no harm would come to Chantian as long as no one interfered. Chantian was surprised to learn that Asan was actually related to Master Su, whose real name was Antikar. The tension grew thick. Asan declared that no one would touch Chantian while he was there. In response, Su's 4 guards stepped forward to protect their master. But Asan only laughed, and in the next instant, a surge of crimson energy erupted around him, a force so violent it hurled all 4 men away like ragdolls. It was the Crimson Whirlwind. There was no point in fighting back. Master Su tried to stop Asan, but the man just sneered and ordered his guards to throw Chantian into the car. 2 of them stepped forward, but before they could even touch him, Chantian moved with startling speed, grabbing both by the shoulders and hurling them aside. He stood firm, refusing to give in. Asan blinked, surprised by the boy's strength, and even Master Su couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chantian, his eyes cold, asked if Asan really wanted to test his strength. The man smirked, stepping closer. "You fight well," he admitted, "but you lack experience." The sun glinted off the earring on his ear, a small detail that caught Chantian's attention right before Asan's expression darkened. "What are you connecting to, boy?" Asan growled. Chantian raised a hand dismissively. "Enough talk. If you want to fight, stop wasting time." Asan chuckled, brushing his hair back. "Don't blame me when this gets ugly," he warned. Chantian knew there was no escaping this one.
If he wanted to walk away alive, he'd have to fight. Before either of them could make a move, however, shadows began to appear. Figures dressed in gray suits and masks, each marked with a crimson flame insignia. A voice came from behind, dripping with disdain. The new arrivals were from the unstable sands. Their leader stepped forward, his tone sharp. "Leave now," he said coldly. "We came for Chantian." Asan frowned. "Funny," he said. "I got the same order." The leader shook his head. "Then you know it's not up for discussion." Asan exhaled, clearly annoyed. He knew better than to pick a fight with that group of assassins. "Fine," he muttered, whistling mockingly. "You can have him today." Rage flared in him nonetheless. He struck one of his own guards out of sheer frustration. Chantian, confused and tense, couldn't understand why these people were fighting for him. 3 masked men approached, fists clenched, their presence radiating danger. Looking around, Chantian realized this situation was far more complicated than he'd thought. He took a cautious step back and demanded to know who they were. The leader's voice was cold as steel. "We want something that belonged to your father. Hand over the relic." Chantian froze. This was the first time anyone had ever mentioned his father owning such a thing. The man clarified, "A scroll. Bring it to us within a week, or you'll regret it." The boy's brows furrowed. A scroll? His father had never mentioned any scroll. How could he hand over something he didn't even know existed?
The leader's tone turned icy as he warned Chantian that he didn't care how the boy would find the scroll, or he'd suffer dearly. Furious and desperate, Chantian shouted back, demanding how he was supposed to find something no one even knew existed. Master Su, worried by the tension, placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and gently asked what was going on, offering to help. Chantian forced a nervous laugh, brushing it off. "They've got the wrong guy," he said lightly, pretending nothing was wrong, but deep down, confusion and dread swirled in his chest. Meanwhile, across the city, laughter and the clinking of wine glasses filled a high-end restaurant where guests gathered for In-Sui's lavish birthday celebration. Music played, candles flickered, and the air buzzed with chatter. A young woman stood at the center, smiling brightly as she thanked everyone for coming. Just then, the room went silent. A man strode in, holding a massive bouquet of blue roses. People stepped aside instantly. Everyone knew who he was. Rich, powerful, and annoyingly proud of it. In-Sui tried to smile politely, though her mood darkened. Her cousin still hadn't arrived, and the man's presence only irritated her further. She brushed past him, and before anyone could react, a tall woman entered from the corridor, wearing a dark dress with gold embroidery. She apologized for being late, her gold earrings shimmering under the chandelier light. In her hands, she carried a brown chest, elegant, antique-looking. In-Sui's eyes widened, her breath catching as she realized it was a gift for her. The room filled with whispers. Everyone could tell it was something rare and expensive. Even Nan Lin, standing nearby, couldn't help but look impressed, though he comforted himself, thinking his gift would still outshine everyone else's. He stepped forward, asking the guests to accept his humble present. He offered the bouquet, within which sat a small ornate box. When In-Sui opened it, her heart dropped. Inside lay a gold ring. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the whispers turned to excited murmurs. Nan Lin's smirk deepened. The pressure from the crowd grew. People urged her to accept the romantic gesture. Her expression hardened. She had no intention of marrying such an arrogant man. Just as Nan Lin prepared to savor his victory, the restaurant doors swung open. Chantian entered, dressed simply, apologizing for being late.
Relief washed over In-Sui's face as she turned to him, her voice bright and full of joy. "You finally made it!" she exclaimed. Grasping the young man by the elbow, the birthday girl smiled brightly and introduced him to the guests as her boyfriend. Nan Lin's face twisted with outrage. How dare this disheveled nobody show up and steal the spotlight? He sneered, mocking Chantian's plain clothes and lack of a fancy car. "So that's your boyfriend. Doesn't look like he owns much of anything," he taunted. In-Sui turned toward him, calm but firm, replying that you didn't need wealth to be with someone you truly cared about. Her words silenced part of the room and made Nan Lin's smirk falter. Chantian, curious, asked how she could be fine with not receiving a proper gift on her special day. Then, with a faint grin, he lifted a red glowing jade bracelet high above his head and declared that he had brought something special for her. Gasps rippled through the guests. In-Sui's eyes widened in surprise. She knew treasures like that were nearly impossible to find. Chantian turned to Nan Lin, his tone sharp and unapologetic. "This isn't some trinket you pick up in a jewelry store," he said. Nan Lin's jaw tightened, rage flickering in his eyes. In-Sui, flustered, whispered under her breath, asking where he'd gotten so much money. Chantian simply smiled and told her to be patient. Then, addressing the crowd, he announced that the bracelet was only part of the gift. He invited In-Sui to follow him. Together, they walked toward the restaurant's grand double doors. In-Sui blinked in confusion, unsure what her cousin was planning. Chantian smiled knowingly and offered to open the doors for her himself. She hesitated, murmuring that her room was supposed to be behind that door, but when it swung open, her breath caught in her throat. A flurry of crimson rose petals drifted through the air, spiraling slowly downward. The entire ceiling of the tall hall glowed with the scattered red petals. A dozen men dressed in black stood inside, applauding loudly and offering their congratulations.
In-Sui froze, overwhelmed by the spectacle.
Chantian explained casually that he hadn't had enough space at home for a proper celebration, so he'd arranged everything right there in the building's grand hall. Then he gestured for her to look out the tall windows. Across the skyline, lights shimmered in perfect synchronicity, forming a glowing declaration of her name. Insui's cheeks flushed bright red as she realized what it meant. For a brief, dizzying moment, she wished his act of being her boyfriend wasn't just for show. She smiled shyly, trying to hide her face while her heart raced faster than she'd admit. But Chantian knew the entire spectacle had been orchestrated by his master, all to impress Insui. Meanwhile, Nan Lin was seething, trembling with barely contained rage. Right on schedule, a silver BMW pulled up to the restaurant to pick up Insui and a friend. The two young women climbed in and the car sped away. Insui turned to Master Su with a grateful smile, thanking him for the gift and admitting how stunned she was by the jade bracelet. The old man chuckled and explained that she probably didn't know much about antiques. That piece had been hidden among piles of worthless trinkets. She looked at the bracelet again, puzzled. Chantian had never claimed to be an expert in relics. He grinned and confessed that he'd actually found it by accident, tucked away in some alley. Just then, a gray minibus with tinted windows sped past them. Chantian's attention snapped toward it. The driver looked tense, almost paranoid. Activating his sharp vision, he saw something unsettling. A woman and a child locked in the cargo space, their silhouettes flickering under a strange X-ray scan. His gut twisted. Behind the van, another car followed stealthily. Someone was tailing them. Insui noticed his expression and asked what was going on. The girl sitting beside Chantian, his supposed girlfriend, stayed silent, eyes closed, almost as if meditating. Chantian quickly told the girls to get to safety and call the police. His voice was firm, urgent.
"That van's carrying Jen Ryu and her daughter," he said grimly. A flock of birds scattered overhead as the nervous driver swerved into an abandoned warehouse. The place was rusted and silent, the kind of spot bad things happened in movies. As the van's door swung open, several men shoved the woman and the child inside. Jen Ryu stumbled, fear flashing across her face. One of the thugs pushed her again, harder this time, making her crash to the floor and nearly crush her daughter beneath her. He barked out that he knew who was after them, that part of the company wanted the girl. The bald man in charge laughed, certain everything was under control. He grabbed the child by the wrist, trying to drag her away, while Jen Ryu screamed and clutched at her daughter's clothes. Another man yanked her back by the collar, and panic flooded her eyes. The little girl cried out for help, her voice echoing against the metal walls. Then, bathed in silver moonlight, Chantian appeared in the doorway of the warehouse, his silhouette sharp and unwavering. Chantian stepped forward, voice sharp and commanding, demanding they stop immediately. He warned them that the police were already on their way. The bald men turned, startled and angry, snapping at him to mind his own business. 3 of them tried to bolt, but Chantian was faster, his movements fluid, precise. He blocked their escape and countered each attack with almost insulting ease. Their leader, red with fury, pulled out a gun and snarled, "You won't leave here alive. This whole operation failed because of you." Then, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence. Jen Ryu froze, staring in horror as the young man's shirt darkened with blood. Chantian stumbled backward, clutching his stomach before collapsing to the ground. The woman burst into tears, shaken by his bravery. Even at the hospital later, she still couldn't comprehend how someone that badly wounded had fought with such strength. When Chantian first fell, Jen Ryu had screamed, terrified that everything was lost. The bald man laughed cruelly, saying it was his own fault, that no one should meddle in things they didn't understand. He stalked closer, taunting her, telling her to keep talking to herself now that her hero was gone.
But Chantian wasn't finished. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he slowly pushed himself off the floor. The thug raised his gun again, but before he could shoot, Chantian lunged, slamming into his shoulder and sending him crashing to the ground. Zhenyu called out his name, panic breaking her voice, tears streaming down her face. Wounded but determined, Chantian pressed a hand to his stomach and urged her to run. "Get out, now," he said through clenched teeth. She tried to help him, insisting he needed an ambulance, but he refused. "No hospitals," he muttered, his voice strained. "They can't know about me. Come with me, to my place. It's safer."
Later, behind the crumbling brick wall that surrounded his modest home, Shantian stumbled inside. He peeled off his blood-soaked shirt and tossed it aside without a second thought. From the table, he grabbed a small first aid kit, scissors, bandages, antiseptic. With a grim expression, he began to extract the bullet himself. Zhenhu, who had followed him, rushed to his side, cleaning the wound and wrapping his chest carefully. She asked softly why he hadn't gone to the hospital. Shantian stared at the ceiling, his expression distant, almost haunted. He couldn't bring himself to admit it, that his body was changing, becoming something that couldn't be explained by any doctor. He shut his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. That's when Zhenhu noticed it. A strange light pulsing from inside his pocket, glowing brighter with every beat of his heart. While Shantian was distracted, Zhenhu quietly reached for the yellow stone glowing faintly in his hand. The moment her fingers brushed against it, the crystal flared, a blinding radiance pulsing through her palm. Heat seared her skin and she cried out, dropping it instinctively. The stone rolled across the floor and landed right on Shantian's wound. Instantly, a brilliant light flooded the room.
Zhenhu gasped as the bleeding stopped almost at once. She hurried to remove the bandage, only to freeze. The wound was gone. No scar, no trace of injury, nothing. Her hands trembled as she touched his skin, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Just then, a small voice came from behind her. A little girl, rubbing her eyes sleepily, asked how the young man was doing. Zhenfu Ryu gently stroked her daughter's hair, assuring her everything would be fine. A flash of intense light filled Shantian's vision. He jerked awake, startled, breath quick and uneven. Something inside him surged, a wild, uncontrollable energy that made every nerve burn. It was as if some hidden power had awakened, bursting through his veins. On the couch beside him, Zhenryu sat close, holding the yellow crystal carefully in her hands. The bullet wound was completely gone. Shantian stared at the glowing stone, bewildered, realizing this small relic had just rewritten the limits of his reality. Without a word, he stood, silent and heavy with thought, grabbing a white shirt from the chair. As he buttoned it, memories flooded back. The day he found the blue crystal, the day he met the two masters. That was when everything started. He touched the spot where the wound used to be. No pain, just the faint hum of strange energy beneath his skin. His shirt buttons shifted on their own, and irritation flickered across his face. He knew, whatever that stone had done, it had marked him. Then, the front door slammed open. The same three members of the Unstable Sands stepped inside, shadows stretching across the floor. Their leader's tone dripped with disdain. "You haven't even started searching for the relic. This is your last chance, Shantian," he continued coldly. "You have until tonight to bring us the scroll, or you die." Shantian rubbed the back of his neck, exasperated.
Scroll? I don't even know what you're talking about. The man's eyes narrowed. Then you're lying, or too stupid to understand what you're up against. He took a step forward, menace in his every word. "Defy us, and you stand against the entire organization." Outside, the branches rustled. Another figure crouched above, a man dressed in shimmering silver, eyes locked on Shantian from the shadows. The assassins didn't wait any longer. With a single nod from their leader, they lunged toward him, blades flashing, intent to kill. The leader of the group lunged to the side with deceptive speed, his right hand slicing through the air in a blur. But Shantian had already seen it coming. His X-ray vision flickered to life, tracing every movement before it happened. He tilted his head just enough for the blow to miss by a breath. He knew the man's next move, a flip and a vicious kick aimed straight for his skull. The moment the assassin twisted midair, Shantian raised his palm, calm and precise, catching the strike effortlessly. In one swift motion, he gripped the man's wrist and hurled him across the yard, the body crashing hard against a rusted fence. Kneeling, dazed, the assassin's eyes widened. He recognized the weapon the boy carried, and the way he moved. This wasn't just some random target. Shantian was trained, dangerous. The assassins tried to recover, preparing for another assault, but a heavy kitchen pot flew straight toward his head. He ducked, barely avoiding it. Shantian glanced back and saw Zhenhu standing in the doorway, gripping a metal rod like she meant business. Her voice trembled with anger and defiance. "Get out of here, now!" Shantian turned, his tone urgent. "This place isn't safe. You and your daughter need to leave, fast." But Zhenhu shook her head, flushed with determination. "You saved us. I'm not running and leaving you to die. He sighed, half annoyed, half impressed. I didn't like you much at first, but after that, guess you're stuck fighting beside me. The assassin's leader snarled, glaring at his subordinates. Enough of this. Move in and finish them. 3 of them charged forward, blades glinting. Just when it seemed Zhenhu would be overwhelmed, a shadow flashed between them. A tall figure with a sword that shimmered like liquid silver. The assassins froze. The newcomer moved lazily, almost bored, swinging his blade in a slow arc. 2 assassins collapsed before anyone could blink, their bodies hitting the ground with a dull thud. The leader's confidence shattered. His eyes widened. Yan Yuan? Without glancing back, the swordsman said coldly, "Clean up your dead. They've wasted enough breath." He stepped closer to Shantian, studying him.
So, your name's really Chantian? The young man nodded warily. Yan's gaze softened, a strange recognition flickering there. You fight like someone I used to know. Same resolve, same fire. Chantian frowned. You knew my father, didn't you? Yan Yuan smiled faintly, the kind of smile that carried both pain and memory, more than you think. The swordsman, Siana, struck the blue crystal hanging from Chantian's neck with a sharp, deliberate blow. The pendant shattered instantly, fragments scattering like shards of light. His voice came out tight with irritation. Why did your father create this thing? Yan's tone, in contrast, was calm, almost too calm. Because he forged it himself. The real relic was hidden inside all along. Chantian stared at the broken remains in disbelief. Inside? That's impossible. Then see for yourself, Yan said simply. The young man hesitated only a moment before gripping what was left to the pendant. With a faint crack, it crumbled completely in his hand. The swordsman, Siana, gasped, horrified to see the sacred pendant reduced to dust. But Yan's eyes gleamed. Look again, he murmured. Chantian slowly opened his hand. Nestled among the fragments was a small, aged scroll, brown and faintly glowing. The air shifted. Yan stepped closer, recognizing it immediately. The Phantom Sands, he whispered. He explained that Chantian's father had hidden the relic, pretending it was a keepsake from the boy's mother to keep it safe. The truth struck deep, stirring something raw inside the young man. My father, he didn't want to be part of this, did he? Chantian asked quietly. Yan nodded, his voice firm, but not unkind. He wanted you to live in peace. Chantian clenched his fists. Peace? In a world like this, can anyone truly have that? Yan's faint smile didn't reach his eyes. That's why I'm here, to prepare you for what's coming. The weight of his words hit hard, but Chantian's resolve only grew. He bowed deeply to his new master. Please, teach me. Yan placed a hand on his shoulder. Then start tomorrow. The entrance trials are close. You'll need every ounce of strength you can build. With that, the swordsman disappeared into the night. Zhenhu rushed over, helping Chantian to his feet. He felt the scroll's energy pulsing faintly in his pocket. Maybe with his vision and Yan's training, he could become something more. Someone who wouldn't be easily broken again. The next morning, school felt almost like a dream. Chantian tried to focus, but his mind drifted to relics, fights, and glowing stones. Hey, you're late for the race, shouted Chile, running toward him. Chantian barely registered the words. I'll pass. Train yourselves. Chile frowned. I promised I'd teach you, remember? Chantian covered his ears in mock annoyance. Not happening. The girls nearby giggled, whispering between themselves. Chile's face turned crimson. Your girls shouldn't dress like clowns, Chantian added flatly. Chile's jaw dropped. Laughter rippled through the courtyard as his friends tried to comfort him, but Chantian was already walking away, half amused, half impatient, with the world, with them, and maybe with himself. The way she dressed, Chile said, made her look like she was trying too hard, and that he only wanted to help her improve her image. The entire room froze.
No one dared to say a word. After classes ended, Chantian went to a cafe near the school where Insu had promised to wait for him. The warm smell of roasted beans filled the air as he stepped in. The cook waved cheerfully from behind the counter. Chantian smiled back and joined Insu at a corner table, both of them sipping beer like it was the most natural thing in the world. Moments later, Xiang Tian appeared, dragged a chair over, and sat right across from Insu. The girls around them exchanged curious glances. Junya whispered that she'd been scared of him yesterday, but the professor had stepped in and made everything less awkward. Shantian chuckled, saying Chantian should really call and thank the man.
After all, he was the one who removed the stake from the table. Chantian laughed. "I already talked to him," he said casually. Then, taking a sip from his straw, he added that the professor had even offered him a job. In his head, he was thinking that Master Su was an influential man, someone worth keeping close. At that moment, his girlfriend suddenly snatched the cup out of his hand and shouted, "That's my drink!" loud enough for the entire cafe to hear. He quickly apologized, while Insu tried not to die of embarrassment. Then, regaining her composure, she leaned closer and said softly, "I need a favor." Her cheeks turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, clearly nervous. She explained that the art department's hotel was opening today and that their basketball team was short one player. Chantian blinked at her, surprised. He'd never played basketball in his life. Before he could answer, several people walked into the cafe, clapping him on the shoulder like they knew him. One of them mentioned that Insu had been asking around for help. Another man rolled a basketball in his palm, smirking. "So, the art department couldn't even get Su to join, huh?" The jab hit hard. Insu clenched her jaw, too furious to reply. But Chantian didn't even hesitate. He smiled, stood up, and said cheerfully, "Then I'll play." The stranger's grin faltered, and he stormed out of the cafe. But his friends didn't take it well. They began shouting, trying to provoke Chantian.
Once things quieted down, Insu leaned back and, half teasing, told him not to bring those kinds of people onto their team unless he wanted to lose before the game even started. Chantian smirked, but before he could respond, she slammed her hand on the table and said sharply, "Fine, let's make it a bet. If you win," she added, crossing her arms, "the loser has to call my big sister at every meeting from now on." Her challenge hung in the air, and Chantian, wearing that confident, irritating grin of his, simply nodded. "Deal." She smiled slyly and said that Insu would be the one stuck with the call. The rivals locked eyes, sparks practically flying between them. Chantian took a small sip of his soda, wondering why these girls acted like boys whenever a bet was on the table. His fiancée, Su, blushed furiously when she realized he was getting dragged into another wager. Turning to the others, Chantian asked if he could bet on their teams too. The stranger raised an eyebrow and asked what exactly he wanted to bet. Chantian grinned, eyes glinting with mischief, and said, "Simple. If I win, she has to call me her wonderful husband at every meeting." The girl gasped, face burning red, and kicked toward him, though catching him off guard was wishful thinking. Chantian dodged smoothly and caught her leg by the ankle before stepping back with a teasing smirk. Insu's patience snapped. She slapped her cousin's cheek in frustration, but the girl just straightened up, fire in her eyes. "Fine," she shot back. "If he loses, he'll have to run naked across the entire school." Everyone went silent for a beat. Then the stranger laughed, strutted toward the exit, and told his friends it was time to leave.
As soon as they were gone, Insu lunged at Kuzan with her fists, shouting that the girl was her worst enemy. Chantian barely managed to protect his head from the furious blows. Later, when the tournament time finally arrived, all the participants gathered at the sports field. The crowd roared as the basketball teams took their places. Insu muttered that she'd only use one first-level player. Chantian, still following her along the stone path, asked in surprise what she meant. She told him to wait, and a few minutes later, two new players appeared. A cheerful guy in a white shirt waved at them. "Hey, we've got reinforcements from other departments, Upon and Yui." As the match time approached, the stands began to fill with fans. The girls screamed out their idol's name, Muzin, in perfect rhythm. Insu frowned, recognizing the name, and asked if that guy was really on the opposing team. If so, that was trouble. Then a tall blonde appeared, grinning like he owned the place. His reputation was as shiny as his hair. People joked that he looked like a pop star, not a basketball player. The team captain grabbed him by the ear and dragged him toward the court, calling him Narcissus for good measure. Watching the chaos unfold, Chantian sighed. "Figures," he muttered.
The crowd gasped. Sean blushed so hard she nearly got a nosebleed. Realizing the scene she was causing, the girl quickly tugged down her skirt, flustered. Meanwhile, the opposing players dashed toward the hoop with sharp focus. Yupan shouted at his teammates to steal only from the other side, his tone frantic. Chantian decided to stay quiet, for now. Seconds after the whistle blew, the crowd favorite leapt effortlessly and scored the first basket. Cheers exploded from the stands. Fans were jumping, screaming, completely electrified. Everyone could tell who was going to win. Chantian clenched his jaw. That opponent was no amateur. It was going to be a rough match. The game pushed on. When Yupan got possession, an opposing player immediately closed in on him. The rest of the art department team scrambled, trying to block, but they were clearly outmatched. Yupan froze, scanning desperately for someone to pass to. His teammates' signals were a mess. Chantian caught his eye and motioned that he was open. Fan Li, however, gave a subtle mental warning. Now wasn't the time. But hesitation is deadly in basketball. When Yupan finally decided to throw the ball, it was already too late. Fan Li intercepted it with ease, dribbled past him, and dunked on the other side before anyone could react. Yupan stood frozen, confused and humiliated, still gripping the air where the ball used to be. Chantian stared at him, equally stunned, wondering why he hadn't passed sooner. The first half ended brutally. By the time the whistle blew, the scoreboard showed a humiliating 40-point lead for the opposing team. Fuming, Yupan shouted that he was done working with amateurs. He and Ensu stood up and stormed off the court. The remaining students awkwardly tried to defend themselves, saying they were glad to help, even if they'd never actually touched the ball.
Upen just scoffed, saying they could play however they wanted. He was finished wasting time on a hopeless match. As he walked off, Chantian's girlfriend grabbed Insu by the elbow and asked what they were supposed to do now. They couldn't continue without players. Insu took a sip of water, then smiled faintly. Maybe, she said, if two pretty girls asked nicely, he'd change his mind. But Chantian wasn't about to beg. Instead, he strode to the bench and called out, "You two from the art department, up." Two timid guys slowly raised their hands, eyes wide with disbelief that he was serious. The young man smirked at Upen and said mockingly that he'd be the one to turn things around. Two professional players had already failed to handle the situation, which only made Upen angrier. He shouted that it was impossible, that he'd rather bark like a dog than believe their team could win. The whistle blew for the second half. 5 players took their positions, while Chantian strode onto the court, confidence radiating from him. "Watch and see," Upen muttered to his friend, still fuming. Yansu rolled his eyes, betting that the kid wouldn't last 5 minutes. The opposing captain ordered Fan Li to keep scoring and reassured the girls that the art department's little miracle wouldn't last long. Then Chantian grabbed the ball. Fan Li stayed glued to him, blocking every angle, determined not to let him pass. Chantian, unfazed, took a few steps forward, then leapt high, right in his own half of the court. The audience gasped. Was he seriously going to shoot from there? And yet, he did. The ball soared in a perfect arc across the entire court, the crowd's chatter fading into stunned silence as it sliced through the air. Swish! Straight through the hoop, without even brushing the rim. The stands erupted.
3 points. Just like that, Chantian raised one finger toward the sky, smirking. "That's only the beginning," he said. No one believed him, except maybe Inu and his girlfriend, who could barely process what they'd just seen. Chantian wasn't even supposed to play. He'd only been added to make up the numbers. But now, he was rewriting the entire match. He intercepted a pass, bounced the ball off his forehead with a cocky grin, and sprinted forward. Fan Li lunged, but Chantian was already gone, a blur of motion. Seconds later, he was under the opposing basket. The ball defender tried to block him, but Chantian moved faster than thought. He jumped, launched the ball midair, and scored clean. By the final whistle, the scoreboard told an unbelievable story. 111 points for Chantian's team. Fan Li hadn't scored a single one. The crowd went wild, chanting his name. Cameras flashed, fans screamed, the court shook with applause. Chantian had just given them a performance they never forget. Inu squeezed Ken's hand, eyes wide with admiration. Meanwhile, Upan stomped off, muttering that the guy just got lucky.
Yui crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. Whatever, she said coldly. Let's just go. Shantian overheard the whole thing and couldn't help but smirk. Someone, after all, had promised to bark like a dog if things didn't go their way. The defeated team's captain was fuming. He shouted that Shantian's victory didn't count, that it was pure luck. Still, he swore he'd honor the bet if he truly lost. Puffing out his chest, he marched straight toward Shantian, yelling that he wasn't afraid of him and would keep his word. Deep down though, the captain couldn't hide his admiration. If he could convince this kid to play for his team, they'd be unstoppable. Then he remembered the actual terms of the bet. If he lost, he'd have to call Shantian my wonderful husband. Just thinking about it made him clench his fists in rage. Nearby, Shantian and Luca exchanged an amused glance, into tease that the girl probably wouldn't keep her end of the deal, which only made the captain angrier. He shouted again that he would, and the young men instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the embarrassment to come. The girl yelled at Shantian, calling him crazy and saying that addressing him as her husband would be humiliating. Shantian, completely lost, could only stare in confusion. Later that day, he returned to his old house, a quiet, elegant place that made his girlfriend's apartment seem small by comparison. As soon as he entered, he felt a strange calm fill his mind. Then, out of nowhere, a gentle breeze brushed past his cheek. He turned, and there stood Yenon. Shantian immediately bowed, showing deep respect for the great master. Yenon smiled faintly and said that Shantian's father had never spoken about martial arts, but now that his son was walking that same path, he would have the chance to learn everything his father once knew. From that moment, Yenon declared, Shantian would study 2 advanced techniques, the cloud steps and the sharp fingers. The young man's eyes widened. He'd only ever heard of such techniques in movies and martial arts dramas. They were legendary. Yenon, sensing his awe, nodded. Your father mastered the sharp fingers to perfection, he said calmly. Shantian's heart skipped. Then you know him? He asked eagerly. The master paused, his face unreadable. Not yet, he said at last. Before you learn about him, you must first understand the inner art that drives both techniques. Shantian closed his eyes and focused, feeling every word sink deep into his mind. Yenon explained that both techniques relied on 8 foundational body forms, something that instantly sparked a memory. When he was a child, his father used to talk about those 8 forms all the time. Back then, Shantian thought it was just one of his father's eccentric ideas. Now he realized it had been training all along. Yenon praised Shantian for his knowledge and focus, saying the boy had remarkable potential, perhaps even enough to become a worthy successor to his father. After training, Inu decided to relax with some friends at a small cafe near school, glad that her class was in another room. The atmosphere was calm until 2 guys approached and started bothering her. One of them got pushy, gripping her wrist hard enough to make her flinch. She struggled to pull away, demanding that he let her go. When she spotted Shantian emerging from the corner of the street, she immediately called out to him for help. He stopped and assessed the scene, his expression unreadable. Inu, growing impatient, snapped at him to do something already, her cheeks flushed with anger. With an infuriating smirk, Shantian said he'd help, but only if she agreed to be his girlfriend. Her face went from red to scarlet. In your dreams, she shouted, wrenching her hand free just as the man with glasses stepped forward, ordering the thugs to back off. For a moment, Inu was safe, but then one of the troublemakers barked an order, telling everyone to stay exactly where they were. Shantian crossed his arms, amused. You think you can handle this alone? He said, tilting his head. You'll need a whole team to stop me. That only made Inu angrier. You'll never be my boyfriend, not in a million years, she yelled. He chuckled lightly. Then I'll just forget we had this chat, he said. But don't be surprised if I bring it up next time. Before she could fire back, a bald, hulking man appeared behind Shantian. His voice was calm, but carried an edge. He claimed he didn't even know the girl, then politely offered Inu a drink, introducing himself and his friends. The group's fake courtesy did little to hide the danger in their eyes. With a cold glare, the bald man warned them all to leave, unless they preferred not to walk out alive. Inu froze,
Was this seriously all happening because of her? Heart racing, she pulled out her phone and called her cousin, Chunchen. She wasn't even sure why she joined physical education classes in the first place, probably because that annoying swordsman insisted. When he picked up, she had barely time to explain before he hung up, muttering to himself, "Time to test the gear." Then, without another thought, he burst out of the house like a bullet. Using the cloud steps technique, his body moved so fast it blurred. He zipped past a silver car and overtook a yellow one with ease, leaving its driver staring wide-eyed at what looked like a ghost sprinting by. Moments later, Chunchen arrived at the cafe Inu had described, silent, focused, and ready for trouble. Chunchen stormed toward the cafe, fists clenched and fury burning behind his calm eyes. Inside, Tander and his partner were still trying to reason with the students, urging them to leave peacefully, until one thug barked for them to shut up and stay out of it. Barilla, maintaining her composure, tried to diffuse the tension, but it was too late. One thug tore off his glasses, another grabbed someone by the collar. Their leader chuckled darkly, noting that the cafe's private room was so well soundproofed that no one would hear them scream. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, freezing everyone in place. That's when Chunchen walked in, calmly, almost mockingly, holding 6 disassembled cameras in his hands. "Funny," he said with a smirk. "Looks like nobody's recording this little mess. Guess no one will see Barilla either."
The thugs turned, startled. Their boss, Xander, demanded to know how the kid had appeared out of nowhere. None of his men had even seen him approach. Then Shauna entered, her presence radiating a strange, fierce energy. Chantian's patience snapped. "Fine," he muttered. "Let's test the military gear right here." Xander sneered, motioning to his men, "Take him down." They rushed in, but Chantian didn't flinch. For a split second, he stood perfectly still, analyzing every angle. Then he struck. A single swing of his elbow dropped one opponent. A twist of his body floored another. By the time the rumble faded, the thugs were sprawled on the ground, groaning. His classmates stared in disbelief. He'd taken them all out before anyone could even blink. Xander's confidence crumbled. Trembling, he demanded to know who this guy was. When Chantian didn't answer, Xander lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar, a mocking grin on his face. Wrong move. Chantian glanced at the soundproof walls and said quietly, "No one's coming for you." Then he drove a brutal kick into Xander's chest. The man flew backward, crashed into the cafe door, and hit the floor with a strangled yell. Outside, the others could barely make out the muffled sounds of breaking furniture and something that might have been bones. The tension was suffocating. When the door finally creaked open, Chantian stepped out, steady but trembling, brushing dust from his shoulder. "Told you, I'm everywhere." The room behind him was wrecked. Tables overturned, chairs shattered, glass glinting on the floor. One thug lay there, bruised and bloodied beyond recognition. Moments later, the distant wail of sirens grew louder.
An ambulance pulled up, followed by police officers rushing inside. The crowd of students buzzed with shock, whispering whether those thugs were lucky to still be breathing. When they saw the officers detain Inu for questioning, Shantian stepped forward, telling them she'd been the victim, not part of the chaos. One officer, keeping his voice calm but firm, told the girl, "Please, miss, we just need your help to understand what happened." Shantian gave the nervous student a reassuring smile and said calmly that everything would be fine. The case would be treated as self-defense. Inu started to argue, but one glance at the chaos around her was enough to remind her that this wasn't the time. Her cousin was already on a stretcher, being loaded into the ambulance, while the injured man outside was screaming for a lawyer, shouting that no one understood how dangerous that boy really was. Panicked, Inu grabbed her phone and called her mother. Her voice trembled as she explained what had happened. On the other end, her mother, dressed immaculately and speaking with quiet authority, said she was already aware of the situation. Crossing one leg over the other, she assured her daughter she'd handle everything, then immediately called Lord Sway, instructing him not to let anyone leave unless it was absolutely urgent. When she mentioned the issue involved Eon's son, the tone on the other end shifted. The couple promised to act swiftly and take care of it personally. After hanging up, Mata gently set the phone down and turned to the concerned parents sitting nearby. With a faint, polite smile, she said everything was under control and encouraged them to continue their discussion as if nothing had happened. Barely
Barely 30 minutes later, Shantian found himself climbing the steps of the police station. The pace of events had been dizzying. He knew full well that the thugs he'd beaten would try to press charges. Moving slowly through the quiet streets, he was still sorting through his thoughts when his phone buzzed. It was Mata. Her voice was composed but urgent. She told him that a remarkable fighter would be appearing soon and that he should meet with her the following day. After hanging up, Shantian walked aimlessly for a while, wondering what reason his aunt might have for arranging such a meeting. By nightfall, neon lights bathed the city in color. As he strolled past a cafe, he caught sight of a girl whose beauty seemed to glow even brighter under the streetlights. Thinking the place looked inviting, he stepped inside and took a seat, idly flipping through the menu. Moments later, a girl in a red dress approached his table, calling out playfully, "Chantia?" He didn't respond right away, unsure if she meant him. Then her friend, a dark-haired girl in the tracksuit, joined her, smiling as she asked if they could sit with him. Chantian, amused and flattered, nodded with a soft grin, saying it would be an honor to share a meal with two such lovely ladies. Binbim, sitting beside him, rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You don't have to flirt, just say yes." His girlfriend gently placed a hand on his hip, trying to calm him down before he embarrassed himself further. Shantian felt slightly thrown off by the situation, but when he looked more closely at the girl in the tracksuit, his expression turned serious. With unsettling certainty, he told her she was gravely ill. Binbim slammed his hand on the table and warned him to calm down before someone accused him of harassment. Unbothered, Shantian calmly explained that the girl suffered from insomnia, mood swings, and, if nothing changed, probably wouldn't live past 30. The girl's face drained of color. "How do you know that?" she asked, stunned. Her friend lightly touched her elbow and muttered that it was more like 27. Then Bim blinked in confusion. 27? That was next year. The girl in the red dress snapped, calling the whole thing nonsense. She stood abruptly, saying she'd lost her appetite. Bim's girlfriend quickly tried to stop her, asking if there was any cure. With a faint smirk, Shantian said that if he revealed the treatment, Bim would just end up punching him for it. At that moment, another girl approached their table, glancing curiously between them and asking what was going on. When she overheard that the sick girl would have to become Shantian's wife, the brunette flinched in disbelief. Realizing the tension, Shantian picked the girl up in his arms playfully, laughing awkwardly and saying it was all just a joke to lighten the mood. Before leaving, the two attractive girls placed a golden card on the table with their numbers printed in elegant script, promising to contact Bim's girlfriend soon. Then, the girl in the red dress leaned in close to Shantian, brushed a soft kiss against his forehead, and whispered that they had an agreement. Without another word, she ran over to Bim, asking him to wait for her. The young man stood frozen, baffled by her strange behavior. She kissed his forehead too, and walked away without even asking his name. The next day, Shantian arrived at Madame's office for the scheduled meeting. The place occupied one of the two tallest towers in the city. He had been so swamped that he had completely forgotten about it, and had to sprint there at the last minute. Panting, he burst through the door, apologizing for his delay, only to freeze mid-sentence. Sitting on the sofa were Bim's parents, alongside a girl he recognized instantly. His expression turned to disbelief. Bim looked over, equally stunned. "Shantian?" he called. Even the older man turned his head toward the door, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The curious girl tilted her head and remarked that it seemed like both young men were already familiar with the office. Bim scoffed, crossing his arms with an air of disdain. Madame, narrowing her eyes, turned to her nephew and asked what exactly he'd done to the girl. Shantian blinked, taken aback, and quickly replied that he hadn't done anything. The woman smiled faintly.
"That's not the important part," she said, then turned to Bim and pointing straight at Shantian, announced that he was her fiancé. Both young men shouted in disbelief at the same time. Bim flushed bright red, while Shantian looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. The girl stood abruptly, glaring at her supposed fiancé. She pointed an accusing finger and snapped that he didn't have
any of the qualities she expected in a partner. Madame, raising a calming hand, clarified that it wasn't really her choice. The girl's family was simply going through a difficult time. Still confused, Shantian hesitated but ultimately agreed to his aunt's request. The girl's parents thanked Madame sincerely before leaving the office. Once outside the office, Shantian cornered his aunt, asking her to explain what that madness had been about. She simply waved it off, saying he just needed to pretend to be the girl's boyfriend for a while. The mayor's daughter had been stalking him again. Shantian frowned, saying he didn't know much about the mayor or his family. Madame gave a small, knowing smile. "Your mother is still alive," she revealed calmly. The words hit him like a thunderclap. Even Bim Bim's girlfriend, who'd overheard, looked stunned. Why had everyone hidden this from him? For years, Shantian had begged his aunt to tell him about his mother, but she always brushed him off, insisting it was better if he didn't know. Now, with a shadowed expression, Madame admitted that one day she might vanish, and when that happened, Insu would need someone to look after her. Shantian reached out in shock, asking what she meant by that, but Madame only shook her head and walked away, ending the conversation. The next day, he wandered through the streets of Angai, still replaying that cryptic talk in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Why had he agreed so easily to her schemes? He finally got into his car, and just as he was about to drive off, Madame called out, asking for a small favor.
He sighed and agreed without even thinking. That's when the commotion began. Behind him, someone shouted, "Catch that thief!" Shantian turned sharply and saw a man speeding away on an orange motorcycle, clutching a green bag ripped from a young woman's hands. The motorcyclist sped past Shantian, glancing back cautiously, but clearly not seeing him as a threat. Shantian clenched his fists, watching the man flee, thinking that he didn't look like a thief, more like someone venting his frustration on the world. Without hesitating, he took off after the bike, using his technique known as the Phantom Cloud Immortal Steps, which made him move so fast he could rival a sports car. The thief laughed as he rode, shouting that no one could possibly catch him. He was so sure of himself that he didn't even notice Shantian closing in. In the blink of an eye, the young man appeared beside the motorcycle. The thief's eyes went wide. How was this even possible? Before he could react, Shantian delivered a solid strike that sent him flying off the bike. The motorcycle skidded, lost control, and crashed spectacularly into the roadside. When the dust settled, it looked like a pile of twisted metal. The thief wasn't much better off, groaning on the ground several meters away after being thrown clear. Shantian retrieved the stolen green bag, muttering almost sarcastically that the man had really brought this on himself. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of movement to his left. Instinctively, he turned, just in time to block a high kick aimed straight at his face. He caught the attacker's ankle with lightning reflexes. The assailant froze, eyes blazing with anger, until recognition dawned. "You!" she exclaimed, shocked to see him there. It was Bim Bim, or rather, Lim Bim Bim, as she quickly corrected him with a scowl. Pulling out a shiny police badge, she declared in a loud, commanding voice that he was caught red-handed with stolen property.
Shantian blinked, realizing just how bad this looked. Awkwardly, he tried to explain that he wasn't the thief, but she wasn't having it. Just then, a woman came running toward them, Baiju, the owner of the stolen bag. Out of breath, she shouted that Shantian wasn't the culprit. She pointed at the injured man lying nearby and explained that he was the real thief. Shantian handed the bag back to Baiju, who thanked him profusely. Bim Bim hesitated, clearly trying to piece everything together as the situation flipped on its head. Still doubtful, she marched over to the fallen man, badge in hand, ready to confirm the truth for herself. Shantian handed the bag back to Baiju, who thanked him with a warm smile. He returned the gesture, but before walking away, he said calmly that he wasn't quite done yet. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a crisp red 100 yuan note and held it out to her. Baiju blinked, confused. "Why are you giving me money?" she asked, tilting her head. Shantian chuckled lightly and replied that he was simply returning the loan he'd taken from her back at the hospital a long time ago. The moment the words left his mouth, realization struck her. She gasped, recognizing him instantly. "It's you!" she exclaimed. He smiled, confirming it with a nod. Even the nurse standing nearby looked astonished, remembering the young man who had once turned down a 5 million yuan reward. Shantian gave her a look that said he vaguely remembered the money, but couldn't, for the life of him, recall her name. Baiju, still smiling, thanked him again and invited him to lunch as a way to repay his kindness, but Shantian declined politely, saying he had something urgent to take care of. With that, he dashed off,
leaving Bim Bim standing there, slightly dazed by everything that had just happened. The officer sighed, turning to the injured motorcyclist. She told him to stay put. She still needed to take the young man's statement, but when she turned back around, Shantian was already gone. Her jaw dropped. "That speed," she muttered under her breath. After handing the thief over to the local police, Bim Bim headed straight to the hotel where she had a scheduled meeting with Madame. She arrived slightly out of breath, apologized for the delay, and explained that she'd had to escort a criminal to the station. But when her eyes landed on the table, she froze. There sat Shantian, sipping orange juice through a straw like he owned the place. Fuming, she shouted across the room, demanding to know why he was there again, and why he always seemed to appear wherever she went. Shantian merely smirked, telling her she could at least try asking more politely. Madame stepped in before Bim Bim could explode. With a composed tone, she explained that they were both there for the same reason, to track down a level 3 assassin. Bim Bim's face flushed crimson. Stammering, she tried to excuse herself, claiming she was already on a mission with her fiancé, but Madame waved off the comment coolly, advising her not to pry into people or matters unrelated to the case. Then she handed a dossier to Shantian, reminding him that he had always wanted to learn more about his father's past. He opened the file, scanning the pages with sharp eyes, a mix of curiosity and unease settling over him. His aunt had been right all along. Ever since that cursed night when he lost his parents, he'd been obsessed with uncovering the truth. Later that evening, they wandered through the city, bathed in neon glow that made even the cracks on the pavement look dramatic. Bim Bim trailed right behind Shantian, her tone sharp as she warned him that failure wouldn't go unpunished.
He rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath that he was only there because someone had called him in. She snapped back, indignant, insisting she didn't need help from some clueless boy. But before her outrage could gain momentum, Chantian pointed toward a man loitering near the bar entrance and asked if she could guess which district he belonged to. The guy was tall, dressed far too well for a random night out. Bim Bim frowned, thinking maybe he worked at a bank or in some dull office job. Chantian chuckled softly and told her he looked more like a security guard. She almost laughed at the absurdity, since when did security guards wear tailored coats? But Chantian calmly explained that the man was a guard, just not stationed there. After all, he added, Bim Bim herself was dressed like a cop, even though she wasn't on duty. Right then, as if to prove him right, a man smoking nearby called to the well-dressed stranger and asked why he wasn't in uniform yet. The answer, he hadn't had time to change, hit her like a slap of irony. Bim Bim's jaw dropped. How on earth had Chantian guessed that? He shrugged it off, saying he'd merely paid attention to the man's posture and neatness. Trying to play it cool, she began scanning the parking lot. Details weren't really her thing, but she couldn't deny the guy had a point. Chantian, with a faint smirk, asked if she wanted to let go of his hand anytime soon. Flustered, she darted toward the club entrance, muttering something about how he might as well help her look for the target. They paused at the doorway, catching their breath before slipping inside. On stage, a local diva was belting out a hit tune, the crowd echoing every word like hypnotized parrots. Bim Bim stared at the sea of faces, overwhelmed, unsure where to even start. Chantian leaned closer and suggested they blend in. So, with no better plan, she mimicked a dancer, moving stiffly against his back. Chantian murmured that she should try looking less like a malfunctioning robot. He'd handle the rest. The girl awkwardly tried to follow his lead, though she was convinced it was pointless. She had no idea that Chantian's eyes could slice through shadows like blades, sharp enough to recognize faces even in pitch-black darkness.
After a few minutes of silent observation, he declared with absolute confidence that their man wasn't in the room. Bim Bim blinked in disbelief. That couldn't be right. The intel had come from the best agents on the force. Chantian only grinned, resting an arm casually over her shoulder as he suggested they wait a little longer. Maybe the info was good, but the suspect hadn't arrived yet. Her patience snapped. She smacked his arm and hissed for him to keep his hands to himself. Chantian raised both palms and mocked surrender while she crossed her arms, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. Then, his expression shifted. He pointed toward the corner and said he might have found their guy, the bartender. The man behind the counter was watching them with a mix of curiosity and caution. Chantian watched closely as the bartender lit a cigarette, the glow from the lighter briefly revealing his face. That split second was all Chantian needed. It was him. When the bartender brought the drink he'd ordered, Chantian thanked him politely, his eyes scanning every inch of the room. Bimbin risked a glance and had to admit, the man really did resemble their suspect's profile. Still baffled, she asked how Chantian could be so sure. He explained calmly that people can tweak their looks, change hair, beard, even posture, but the tiny details never lie. A scar, the eyes, the way someone moves, it all betrays them eventually. Then, lowering his voice, he told her not to look back. The suspect was right behind her. Her pulse spiked, but she fought to act natural, pretending to sip her drink as the man sat at the bar, now only inches away, chatting idly with the bartender.
Without warning, Chantian grabbed her by the waist and pulled her close. Before she could even gasp, his lips were on hers. Her mind froze, completely blank. What the hell was he doing? He whispered against her lips, barely moving them. If she reacted, they'd blow their cover. Stay still, stay calm, don't ruin the disguise. So there they were, kissing in the middle of the room while their target lingered just a few steps away, pretending not to notice. The girl, heart hammering, mumbled under her breath, asking what they should do next. Maybe it was time to call in the higher-ups before things got even more complicated. The boy explained calmly that every member of that place had a kill order to fulfill, and if they didn't move fast, someone would end up dead. The girl asked if he planned to arrest the target right then. He said they at least had to try. Then, as if it were the most natural request in the world, he told her to kiss him again. Her cheeks burned as she stammered that this was her first kiss. Meanwhile, the bartender slipped a small package to the man at the counter, murmuring that it was for him. In exchange, the man ordered 2 special drinks for the couple seated just behind him. Chantian noticed Bim Bim drifting off in thought and told her sharply to cut the act. If she didn't, the target would notice something was off. She asked, still flustered, why he was so insistent about the kissing. But before he could answer, she suddenly marched toward the suspect with surprising determination. Realizing danger was about to explode, Chantian moved fast. He lunged forward, pulling her behind him as he knocked down anyone who tried to block their way. People hit the floor like dominoes at a drunken party. The girl could hardly believe her eyes, but the boy muttered that it was normal. After all, the man they were chasing belonged to a dangerous group known as Shifting Sand. Catching him wouldn't be easy.
Fuming, she demanded to know why he was talking to her like that and why he'd taken so long to act. He simply shrugged, saying he'd gone back to grab the phone he'd forgotten at the bar. Her frustration boiled over. What now? He told her not to worry, she'd see soon enough. Curious and still skeptical, she slipped on her glasses only to freeze as her surroundings lit up in a strange green glow. Night vision. She flushed, realizing her aunt must have prepared the gadget beforehand. The boy raised an eyebrow, asking how she planned to continue the chase looking like that. She'd already blown her cover once with her awkward behavior, and now those flashy glasses made her even more conspicuous. That's when a woman in a short skirt and a cigarette dangling from her lips blocked their path. Chantian wasted no time. He offered to buy her wig and clothes, tossing $500 on the table like it was pocket change. The woman scoffed, clutching her hair and saying it was real. The boy smirked and said she didn't have to pretend. He was a man and he knew the difference. The woman's face twisted in indignation as the girl, utterly mortified, demanded to know what he thought he was talking about. Chantian replied dryly that fine, he'd only pay $100 for both the outfit and the hair. The boy didn't back down. He asked the woman if she wanted to sell or if he should just call the police. Terrified, she caved instantly, agreeing to sell everything at a discount. With the deal done, Chantian handed the bundle of clothes and the wig to Bim Bim, explaining that with this disguise, she could keep the surveillance going. She groaned that it was too expensive and absolutely humiliating, but he reminded her of her grand dream, to join the Special Operations Unit someday. That hit home. Eventually, with a mix of pride
pride and irritation, she changed into the outfit. When she stepped out, Chantian couldn't hold back a laugh, declaring that she finally looked mission ready. Everyone else around seems equally amused.
He added, half serious, that if the mission failed, at least she'd have learned something valuable about humility. A moment later, he mentioned that the suspect had moved to a karaoke bar and they'd have to follow. She snapped, demanding how he could possibly know that. She was the only one with night vision dust. He smirked and said it was just professional instinct. He'd simply noticed where the suspect's eyes had drifted before leaving. In truth, he couldn't tell her the real reason. He didn't need any gadget to see in the dark. Soon, they reached the karaoke lounge, where cheerful staff greeted them at the reception. Chantian couldn't quite see through walls, but through the glass door, his vision picked up details far sharper than any normal person could manage. He watched carefully until something caught his eye, a small but crucial clue. He turned his head just in time to notice a young woman drop a photograph. A man stooped to pick it up, and she asked him something, but Chantian's attention was already locked on the image. His stomach tightened. It was Zine. He asked to see the picture more closely, and when he did, everything clicked. The target of the assassination was her. A nearby employee approached, quietly pointing toward a door on the left. That was her room. Bim Bim frowned, still confused, saying her night vision powder barely worked in that dim place. How had he found her? Chantian just said he'd managed anyway and that he needed to stay. He was going to settle this himself. He told her to leave and report everything they'd uncovered. She shouldn't come back for a while. She understood immediately and slipped out, already composing her report. Inside the spacious, softly lit room, she began calling her superiors, her voice fading as she moved farther away. By then, Chantian had already left.
He walked calmly through the hallway until something above caught his eye, a security camera tucked halfway behind a wall. Pretending not to notice, he crouched down, as if to tie his sandal strap, then flicked a coin from his pocket with surgical precision. The coin flew straight into the camera's lens, shattering it with a clean crack. Just as he stood up, the girl came out of the room to thank him. She said she hoped they could work together again someday. He gave a faint smile, but before he could respond, a man stepped into view at the end of the hall. Chantian's tone turned wry as he greeted him. It seemed their paths crossed yet again. The man's face twisted with fury. He shouted, demanding to know who had let the boy inside. Chantian recognized him at once. One of the bartenders from the district's darker establishments, a man who definitely knew more than he pretended to. The bartender's hand twitched as he pulled out a gun, trying to conceal it under his coat. He stammered something about calling the police if Chantian didn't leave, but the boy didn't even flinch. Instead, he moved forward with deliberate calm, his steps so light they barely touched the floor, a technique known as the immortal steps of the wandering clouds. Before the man could react, Chantian's fingers struck his neck in 2 swift motions. Then in one smooth movement, he grabbed his head and sent him crashing down. As he held him there, Chantian couldn't help but think how much had changed. Not long ago, he'd been the one running from the lethal agents of shifting sand. But now, after everything his master had taught him, they were no longer a threat, just obstacles to be cleared. He noticed his necklaces glinting faintly under the hallway light. Inside, he found a hidden dagger, small, elegant, and wickedly sharp. The blade gleamed cold in his hand. A fine weapon, he thought, too fine to leave behind.
At that moment, Beam Beam came rushing toward him, breathless, saying her aunt was on her way and they needed to get out before she arrived. She thanked him again, promising that once she made it into the Special Operations Unit, she'd repay him properly. They stepped out into the street, the cool night air washing over them. The girl waved goodbye, her smile lingering just long enough before she turned and disappeared into the crowd. She waved and walked away, her figure fading into the glow of the streetlights. Chantian watched for a moment, then turned to leave as well. Not long after, one of his comrades picked up a phone and called Senru. He warned her to stay alert. They had just uncovered the identity of the assassin targeting her. Senru's voice, shaken but steady, came through the line. She wanted to know where he was, but the man said they'd speak again soon once things settled. Chantian agreed, assuring her there would be time for that later. As he continued down the street, a commotion caught his attention. Two thugs were beating a boy who had curled up on the ground, covering his head with trembling hands. Chantian frowned, muttering to himself about how some problems were simply impossible to ignore, especially when the odds were 2 against 1. One of the thugs noticed him and barked a warning to stay out of it. Chantian was about to move on when the smaller boy suddenly fought back, lunging at his attacker and biting down hard on his hand. Blood streamed between his teeth as the man screamed, calling the kid a little pest and trying to shake him off. The other thug joined in, kicking the boy's shoulder brutally, but the kid didn't crumble. He had grit, raw and unpolished, the kind that caught Chantian's attention. With a sigh, he stepped in. In 2 swift motions, he sent both bullies flying in opposite directions. They hit the ground hard, groaning.
Chantian dusted off his hands and told them coldly to remember this lesson. Being stronger didn't give them the right to prey on the weak. The boy stood up, panting, and stretched out his hand in gratitude. He introduced himself as Gal and said he thought Chantian looked incredibly cool. Then, without missing a beat, he asked if Chantian would take him on as a student. Chantian raised a brow and asked what had started the fight in the first place. Gal hesitated, then confessed that he'd actually hit them first. They'd stolen his girlfriend. Chantian's expression turned almost amused. He asked whether the girl had been forced or if she'd gone willingly. Gal muttered that she'd gone on her own.
Chantian offered a business card and a warning. Training with him would be dangerous, and if Gal truly wanted in, he should call the number and claim to be his student. If the man on the line recognized him, ask for Master Sui. Gal lit up with excitement, clutching the card like a promise. A red car rolled up and Senru called the boy over. She sounded weary but determined, saying the older men were vicious and might even want her dead. Chantian told her they'd been hired by Shifting Sand to kill her, and she insisted she wouldn't give in. She planned to bankrupt those enemies in 3 days. She asked him to wait and not do anything illegal. She would dismantle their financial power herself. As they approached a large mansion, Senru smiled and handed him a set of keys, telling him this would be his house one day.
She pressed the keys into his hand because it would be a problem if enemies arrived and he couldn't get inside. Before he could process the generosity, a little girl barreled into the room, threw herself at him, and proclaimed him Big Brother, demanding a hug with a sweetness that dissolved even his guarded expression. The little girl complained that she was bored without him around. Senru told the child, Bama, that there was no more work for the day and she could go home. Bama thanked her with a grin, pushed open the door, then returned to Chantian to announce that his room was already ready and he should go to bed early. Chantian glanced at Senru, a faint flush rising to his cheeks, and told her she should rest too. The girl hopped over, begging to sleep beside her big brother. Senru tried to reason that he was tired and needed quiet, but the child's eyes soon filled with tears, an unrelenting, loud plea for company that made any argument pointless. She sobbed his name, insisting she wanted to sleep with her brother, Tiantian. Senru sighed, admitting defeat. There was no stopping the little one once she fixed her mind on something. The girl then demanded that her mother join them as well. Senru blushed, but eventually relented. So the 3 tucked themselves into Chantian's bed, crowded close with the child in the middle like a warm, insistent anchor. Chantian had planned to use the night for training, silent practice while they slept, but the cramped arrangement ruined that idea entirely. He stared at the small, sleeping face beside him and then froze. A strange noise cut through the room. He stood up instantly. Senru roused too, asking what had happened. Chantian hushed her and fetched his dagger, blade glinting in his hand, ordering her to stay still while he investigated. He stepped into the corridor and followed the sound to Senru's own room.
For a moment, he thought that if he hadn't forced everyone to sleep together, the outcome could have been tragic. Approaching the door with careful stealth, he eased it open and peered inside, calling out that any intruder should stop hiding and come out. There was nowhere useful to hide from him. Behind a curtain, a man shifted into visibility, clutching a firearm in his left hand, wearing brown socks, and admitting with a stifled shame that he'd been unlucky to be discovered because he thought he'd hidden well enough. Chantian laughed softly, almost pitying the man's attempt. His vision was far too keen for such amateur concealment.
The intruder, however, recovered enough to lift the weapon and pointed at Chantian, proclaiming that Chantian himself was the next target. The man sneered and asked if the boy wanted to speak his name before dying. Calmly, Chantian tightened his grip on the dagger and closed his eyes, preparing to answer. The stranger hesitated, then squinted as if trying to place him. Was he the son of Eon? Chantian's curiosity flared. He asked whether the man actually knew his father. The man admitted he did. He'd read about him in the Shifting Sand records. He went on. When Chantian's father was 20, he was famous across China, obedient, exemplary, and utterly unlike his son. Chantian demanded more, promising that if the man told the whole truth, he would let him live. The man laughed and questioned the bargain. Would Chantian really spare him, even if he handed over his father's celestial scroll? Chantian said yes, and invited the man to speak if the scroll existed. The man sobered and began to speak. There were 4 great masters in China: Dom, Ben, Nan, and Bin. Chantian's father, Shanlon, had been the master known as Venan. The man's next claim, that Chantian's father was dead, left the boy confused. The stranger insisted he didn't know about that and demanded the celestial scroll. Chantian tightened his cloak, then threw the scroll to the man. He stepped forward and, magnanimous for the moment, told the man he might leave, this time. Looking the man squarely in the eye, Chantian asked whether he'd come only to kill Senru. The man confirmed his assignment. Senru was the target.
Chantian offered one last strange mercy. The man could convince him not to kill him, using only 3 sentences. The man's grin went crooked. He suspected a trap and asked how speech could save him if Chantian meant to slay him anyway. Chantian began the test. The first sentence the man offered wasn't what Chantian wanted to hear. Chantian told him to keep his hand on his own throat and squeeze a little as he spoke. Pressure, the boy said, helps separate truth from bluff. The man winced and tightened his grip, teeth clenched. He tried again, claiming there were 8 celestial scrolls in existence, but Chantian shook his head, still not the right sentence. The man faltered and fell into thought, hunting for the 3 lines that might buy his life. The man hesitated, realizing too late that fighting wasn't the brightest idea. Sometimes walking away was the wiser move. But before he could act, Chantian pressed a precise point on his neck. The intruder's eyes rolled back, and he dropped like a sack of bricks. Chantian sighed, calling him an idiot. All he had to do was say he'd release Senru and beg forgiveness, then he could have walked out alive. Moments later, a girl entered the room and asked Chantian to read something for her. With casual calm, he replied, asking if she really thought he'd lose to that pathetic man. How else could he protect her? Senru, visibly shaken, rushed into his arms, taking him by surprise. He held her close, gently telling her not to be afraid, and suggesting she dress like the other girls. She wiped her tears, nodding, and said she'd boil water to cook for the guests. Before leaving, she asked softly whether he would always protect her. Chantian looked her in the eye and promised he'd never let harm come to her or to her sister Henru. Touched, Senru smiled through her tears and walked out. After she left, Chantian pulled his phone from his pocket. It was time to call someone who could finish what had been started here. When he and the girl stepped outside, his friends were already waiting. Gao waved eagerly, calling out to his teacher, thrilled to see him safe.
Chantian greeted his brother Su and the little one, Faju, teasing that they'd gone too far this time. Senior Hell urged everyone to come inside and sit down. Baby Faju piped up saying Brother Su trusted Chantian completely, so he had to keep doing his best. An older man, clearly someone of importance, remarked that Chantian was shaping up to be an exceptional martial artist. Chantian led them to the unconscious assassin on the floor, explaining that he was from the Unta Sans organization. He asked that the man be delivered to the police along with a written statement. The elder promised to handle it and informed Chantian of an upcoming competition in Lulin Village, one that would determine ownership of key properties. Chantian assured him he could be trusted with it. After their farewells, Chantian lingered, his thoughts circling the 8 celestial scrolls and the storm that might come if they were ever brought together. Just then, Crew noticed something off and asked why Tian looked frightened. The girl murmured that he'd been sleeping so deeply he hadn't even noticed what had happened while he dreamed. Zhenhao confessed that having him there made her feel safe, something she hadn't felt in years. Loneliness had worn her down, but now, finally, she felt she had a home and someone she could trust. She thanked the boy once again for protecting her. Chantian pulled her closer, his hand gently lifting her chin. Her cheeks flushed pink as their embrace lingered.
and then deepened into a kiss. Even Senor Hell, watching from nearby, blushed faintly at the sight. When they stepped outside, a few young women whispered among themselves. "Look, that's Madame Zen," one said, eyes widening. "And who's that boy with her?" another asked, snickering. Judging by his clothes, probably her personal bodyguard, one concluded. Chantian, unaware of the gossip, was lost in his own thoughts. After that day, he had reached the second level of celestial awakening, a milestone he hadn't expected to come so soon.
Back at the office, the doors swung open, and the boardroom filled with tense silence. The employees were already seated when one of the senior men sneered, asking why Madame Zen had brought a child and a pale stranger to a critical company meeting. "This is unacceptable," he snapped. Zenhel's lips curved into a cool smile. If his skin were as white as snow, he'd hardly be able to touch his toes. The man bristled. "This is a serious meeting. Who's going to take responsibility if that outsider causes trouble?" She turned to him with measured calm. "He's mine," she said simply, "and if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible." The man called her shameless, muttering that she spoke too freely. Zenhel arched an eyebrow. "Shameless?" she echoed. "Is that what you call people who survive the car crashes, kidnappings, and murder attempts you all planned?" She lifted her hand and tossed a thick stack of papers onto the table. The documents scattered across the polished wood. "Go ahead," she said coldly. "Read them." One by one, the executives leaned in, their expressions tightening as they skimmed the evidence. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Zenhel crossed her arms, watching them squirm. "Those," she said sharply, "are the proofs you wanted." Murmurs spread like wildfire. One man tried to protest that the documents were fake, that she was fabricating everything to slander them. Another accused her of plotting to sell her shares at a discount to push them out of power. "You were not fit to be CEO anymore," one spat. Zenhel's smirk didn't fade. She had seen this coming.
"If that's how you want to play," she said, voice calm but cutting, "then I'll use these documents to have every one of you prosecuted. The company shares will go to those who actually deserve to hold them. Trustworthy professionals, not corrupt cowards." The employees exchanged uneasy glances, too stunned to speak. Chantian noticed how sharp Zenhel's mind was. Her decision was bold, but undeniably fair to everyone involved. Then suddenly, one of the men at the table stood up and jobbed a finger towards Chantian. "This is all his doing," he barked. "That pale-faced brat has been poisoning the Zen family's name." Zenhel's expression hardened. Her gaze sliced through him like glass. "That's none of your business," she said coolly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Chantian stepped forward, his voice calm but edged with something dangerous. "So, if we were to take down those 5 old men," he asked, "everything would be solved, right?" "Chantian," Senru warned sharply, "don't act on impulse." He looked back at her, unbothered. "You can afford to wait, but the assassins from the Table Sands won't." The man's eyes widened as Chantian's hand shot up. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded. A loud clack echoed through the room as Chantian's palm connected with his face. The man staggered back, clutching his cheek in disbelief. "Did you just hit me?" he sputtered. "What is this, some kind of joke? You want me to hit you back?" Chantian tilted his head, faintly amused. "Go ahead, if you think you can." Before the man could react, a voice called from the doorway. "Miss Sunru, the Vendente has arrived. You're needed to deliver the materials." Senru's eyes flickered with alarm. "The materials?" she murmured, glancing at Chantian. "Go."
"Bring them here." As Chantian turned to obey, the tension in the room thickened. The arrogant man from before shifted uneasily, his hand trembling. He looked at Chantian with an almost mocking smirk. "Do all your employees wear combat-grade leather boots?" he asked, his tone half joking, half afraid. Chantian didn't answer. His eyes narrowed as the man dropped the documents he'd been holding. The papers fluttered across the floor like scattered leaves. Then, with a swift, deliberate motion, the man pulled a gleaming knife from his belt. The room froze. The blade caught the light, cold, sharp, and deadly. The man lunged toward Madame Senru. She gasped and stumbled backward, eyes wide with fear, while Chantian's body tensed like a coiled spring. The attacker's knife slashed through the air, but Chantian was faster.
He struck the man's wrist with a sharp, precise blow, forcing the blade to clatter against the floor with a harsh metallic ring. Before anyone could blink, Chantian was behind the assailant, his movement so fluid it was almost inhuman. The man froze, realizing his opponent had vanished and reappeared near the wall in a heartbeat. "You're fast. But tell me, do you have a bullet that's faster?" Chantian raised his hand and showed him a palm full of cartridges. "You mean these?" he said casually, letting the bullets spill between his fingers and fall to the ground with a dry clink. The man's smirk faltered. He hadn't even felt the gun being emptied. Without breaking eye contact, Chantian stepped forward, his body flowing with eerie precision. The air around him shifted, an echo of his technique, the immortal cloud steps. His movements became weightless, unpredictable, like mist in motion. He stopped just inches from the man, two fingers poised at the base of his throat. The assassin tensed, every muscle locked, aware that one wrong move would end him. "Who sent you?" Chantian asked coldly. "And tell me, was it really worth going this far?" The man didn't answer. His eyes darted around, searching for a way out. "This is your last chance," Chantian warned. "Surrender, or I'll make sure you regret it." The employee screamed, scattering toward the corners of the room. Just then, the door burst open, and a police officer stepped inside, gun drawn. "Who called the police?" he demanded. "I did," one of the men shouted, pointing to the would-be assassin. "He's armed." The officer scanned the chaos, then approached the group of shaken youths. "Who's in charge here?" Madame Zen raised her hand, her voice steady despite the tension. "I am." "Then you'll have to come with me for questioning," the officer said, holstering his weapon. Chantian frowned. "And what about the assassin?" "Backup's on the way," the officer replied briskly. "No one leaves until the investigation's over." Yang Tian, always the pragmatic one, nodded slightly. It was the standard protocol. Senior Hell turned to another officer who had just arrived and quietly explained, "There's a hidden entrance leading to the executive office behind this wall." One officer gestured toward a parked car outside. "That one's mine. Follow me." Meanwhile, Chantian had already ordered several men to guard every exit. The sound of boots echoed as another police team entered the room, sealing it off completely. No one would be slipping away this time. The tension in the air thickened as the supposed police reinforcements arrived. One officer barked an order, but Chantian narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was off. When the man repeated himself, the young warrior tilted his head and asked dryly, "You again?" "Funny. I could have sworn I've seen you before." The officer blinked. "What do you mean, again?" Before Chantian could answer, Shannon stepped in smoothly, saying it was just to confirm what her colleague had said. But the girl beside Chantian wasn't convinced. She eyed the man sharply and asked, "What reinforcements? You said you were first on scene." The so-called officer's composure faltered for half a second before he forced a grin. "Exactly. We were the first to arrive." Chantian's gaze darkened. "Then who are you really?" The woman, Madame Zen, opened the trunk of the patrol car, hesitating. "Isn't this the type of car used to transport criminals?" she asked, her tone cautious. The officer's smile stiffened. "Just get in, cooperate, and it'll all go smoothly." She froze, stepping back a little. "I said I'd cooperate," she murmured, "but I'm not driving that thing." The man's hand twitched toward his holster. "Sit down now." That was all Chantian needed to hear. His instincts screamed danger. He grabbed Zen's wrist and pulled her away just as the officer lunged. In an instant, they were outside, the cool night air slicing through the chaos. "Miss Semru," Shannon's voice rang out from behind, panic in every syllable. He had realized, too, this was an ambush. Above them, a faint glint flashed from the rooftop. Chantian's eyes snapped upward. A sniper. "Down!" he barked, wrapping his arms around Zen and diving behind a nearby car as a shot cracked through the street. The bullet shattered the asphalt where they'd been standing moments before. Inside the building, one of the injured employees shouted, "Sniper! Everyone get to the shelter!" The supposed officers glanced around in confusion or pretended to. The real police, still arriving at the scene, exchanged bewildered looks. "What sniper? What's he talking about?" one of them muttered. Chantian didn't bother explaining. Still holding Zen close, he whispered, "The assassins from Tabel Sondis won't stop. They've sent 2 already. You're not safe yet." The girl trembled against him, but he tightened his hold. The danger hadn't passed. It had just gone underground. By morning, the world seemed deceptively calm. The sun stretched across a clear blue sky, the kind lied about the night before. In the schoolyard, laughter replaced the sound of gunfire. The boys were playing basketball. One sprinted toward the hoop, leapt, and nailed a perfect shot. From the sidelines, a few girls chatted, half watching, half daydreaming. "We've got a ton of work ahead," one said, sighing. Chantian sat apart, lost in thought. His mind wasn't on the game, it was on her. Protecting Zen meant crossing paths again with the assassins who wouldn't rest until their mission was done. He glanced toward the bleachers and spotted a figure in a black hoodie, sitting alone, head bowed. Something in his gut twisted. Maybe the knight's shadow wasn't gone after all.
The girl asked her friend who was playing on her team. The match wasn't over yet. The guy asked what was going on and realized he had actually broken his leg from jumping so much. Now he wanted to quit. The main character had already escaped to the bleachers and spotted the hooded guy running as well. With sharp reflexes, he jumped over the fence and sprinted after the enemy. The girls who watched him were stunned by how skilled he was. One of them jumped and asked why she had left so suddenly. The second girl said she had no idea. When she saw Zan, she warned him in her mind to stay cautious. The protagonist was already on the street, and through the thick greenery with bushes and trees, he started closing in on his enemy. He caught up quickly, and the man stopped turning back, asking if he really dared to follow him, and if he feared ambushes. Shantian answered that Sun Sans was a charity-type organization chasing Zien Ru. Even though his employers were in prison, the enemy asked, did he really think he was after Zien Ru? His real target is actually him. He was the son of that man. On the path to killing him, the enemy pulled out a sharp dagger and charged at the protagonist. Staying alert, Shantian drew his own blade, waiting for the strike. The enemy was ready. As he closed in, he was shocked to see a dagger shooting out from a green mist. The boy said it was him and that he was just like him. He told him to guess what happened to the last one, the one tied to the dagger. They ended up merging.
The enemy called him the same trouble his father was, saying both deserved to die. The protagonist asked what he had to do with his father's death. The guy replied that he had been hiding it well. He thought he was just a normal kid, but never expected that once he reached the early stage of Huan Jinan level, things would change. He assumed martial arts were split by ranks. The enemy shouted that, with time, this would turn into a real issue and had to end now. Shantian noticed sharp objects flying toward him, realized how bad things were, and quickly thought of a way to dodge the incoming blades. The boy tried to dodge, and as if the flashes suddenly snapped back, the discs shot off in different directions and sliced through the trees, cutting them clean in half. Zantian was shocked by the strength of a second-level assassin. The enemy replied that he should only be in the early stage of the Huan phase. How did he manage to avoid the attack? The protagonist asked his father, who had told him how, and that's how he survived. But the enemy shouted that this wasn't the early stage of the Huan phase. Terrified, Zan Huan tried to escape when the main character reached him. The guy asked how he could reach the final stage of Huan. The boy stood over his opponent, already subdued and lying in a pool of blood, his own blood. Zan Tian, looking down at him, said that none of them actually cared about his father, but that it didn't matter. Sooner or later, he would uncover the whole truth. With that, he made his decision and headed back, approaching a large building where he spotted his gray-haired master. He asked his master if he was already leaving since he was drenched in sweat after fighting his opponent. The master said today was his last day training him. Tomorrow he would leave the city of Hangai. He told him to be careful with unstable sands. Shantian said he wanted to thank him for the lessons from these last days and that he would keep them in mind. He thought to himself he didn't know what to expect from him, but hoped that day would come soon. The boy disarmed his teacher and they said their goodbyes. A car sped down the road. A girl sitting in the passenger seat turned her head toward Shantian. She asked who he was chasing. This time, the boy answered that he had been mistaken. He thought it was his old friend, but then realized it wasn't. Suddenly, something warned him, and he glanced to the side. The main character heard the phone ring and instantly picked up.
The girl told the teacher that she had escaped. She wanted to learn martial arts from him, but her family wouldn't allow it, so she ran away. Xanon got annoyed and asked what she was even talking about. The girl driving the car asked who had called him. Shantian said it was nothing. The girl in the passenger seat told her sister Wen that Shantian was her cousin and that she was only pretending to be his girlfriend. Wen didn't get it at first. She answered that she thought he was some girl he flirted with whenever she saw him with a new girlfriend, and that he never respected her. Shantian replied that sometimes she felt just as annoying as the stalker, especially since she herself asked if they were related. Ben was furious and asked her to repeat what the student had said. The student who had called her teacher asked how she dared to throw the phone and heard short beeps. She had no idea what to do. She had already argued with her family and had nowhere to go.
The teacher didn't want to see her anymore, so why shouldn't she try to make money? She stopped by the side of the road and spotted a blue car ahead. She shouted that this was exactly who she needed and ran toward it. Ben told the boys in the car to be careful and hold on tight. She braked hard, and the boys barely managed to stay steady. The girl stepped out of the car and asked what was going on. Wen asked if everything was okay. The teacher student threw herself to the ground under the car and started crying, holding her aching arms and legs, but the protagonist realized she was being dramatic and said everything was fine. She wanted to leave, but called her teacher again so he would at least listen to her. Venger got angry, walked up to the girl, and tried to restrain her. Her sister called her a spoiled kid and asked how she planned to replace people. She promised she would trick people when they came back to deal with her. The protagonist said he couldn't believe it and shared Zenan's point of view. He told the girl everything was over and that Ho's sister had gone to do chores. The maid invited her to dinner and asked what she planned to do, and she invited him out. The girl answered that actually it had been his sister, Ben, who suggested the dinner. She said two girls wanted to see him after watching him play. Suddenly, he was called over and greeted by two girls. They walked up to the protagonist, and one of them said she saw him getting out of the car and decided to approach him. One of them shook his hand, and the basketball star called out, saying she was his fan. The protagonist asked seriously if she really said that and if she now had fans. The girl explained to the others that her sister had just stepped out. They came out and asked what had happened to Miss Ho. The fan said she heard he could guess what kind of underwear she wore.
He wanted to try guessing, said she was the one who asked him that. He thought that couldn't be real, and the girl near the protagonist asked Xanon what he was doing there. The boy thought he couldn't see anything through all those layers of clothing. It had to be a disguise. That must be why it was the first time, and who were they anyway? He even asked if she was wearing a mask. His partner told the guy not to bother, saying the girl was broke. He added she had done plastic surgery. Shantian said that wasn't plastic surgery at all. She said she wore camouflaging clothes. The girl explained it was because she thought she looked bad and didn't have a nice body, so she had to cover it. He was her idol, and she asked if he wanted to be her boyfriend, but the second girl cut in, telling Linner to stop immediately. Shantian said she was calling him ugly and asked why he should be her boyfriend. She insisted, saying it wasn't as easy as she made it sound. She explained she should at least match her cousin. The girl asked who told her she had an ugly body and why she didn't just take off her clothes and show it. The protagonist agreed and told her to take them off. The girl explained there were too many people around and said she'd take him somewhere else, but the protagonist's partner grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. He asked why they were leaving. His partner said that girl was simply too much. Shantian asked them not to touch his head, so they decided to eat together since they were free. The girl explained they were almost home and suggested they eat there.
A boy walked up and, staring at Sinie, shouted that she had finally come back and that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Sinie asked why he was chasing her again and reminded him she had a boyfriend. The man replied that the other guy was nothing. He still had a chance. Before she married or not, the guy pointed at a red car and told her he had bought that BMW for her. He handed her the keys, but she told him to leave and said she didn't want it. The guy responded that he never took back what he gave, but the girl kept insisting she didn't want it. The main character walked over to the boys and grabbed the keys, saying he wanted them. Then the man turned to Shantian and asked if he really wanted them. If he did, he'd give them to him on one condition, that he left Sinie. So the protagonist asked if those keys were really for him. The man agreed instantly and led him away. Suddenly, he stopped. Standing in front of an old man sitting on the ground with a wooden cane in his hands, he pulled the keys from his pocket and asked if he saw that red BMW. He told the old man that the car was his now. Everyone was shocked watching Sinie hand over the keys. She walked up to the protagonist and asked what he was doing. She told him not to make fun of people with disabilities. Zanzan asked her if she really thought he didn't want the keys and that he'd give them to someone else. But the old man said of course he wanted them and began walking toward the car. The man who had given him the keys asked him to wait and shouted that car was his, but the old man kept going. Immediately, the accelerator was hit and the car shot down the road at high speed. The man begged him again to stop, and the car crashed into the wall on the right.
The guy with the straight hair was devastated, and tears started running down his face. Crying, he sobbed over his BMW and regretted the accident. He wasn't the one driving, and since it hit the wall, the insurance wouldn't cover anything. The protagonist was enjoying a sunny day and, holding his head, started yawning. Suddenly, he snapped alert when he heard a car coming from behind. The girl in the passenger seat asked if he was still walking to school. She wanted a car so she could get there faster. The man driving said no. He told her not to let him sit there because he was carrying his own fertilizer and would dirty the car. The girl asked if he truly wouldn't sacrifice the car for him, but the man replied he would do anything for her. The boy told her to drive carefully because he had seen an accident yesterday, and if she drove poorly, her relatives would end up crying. Before the protagonist could mention that the accident involved his own car hitting a truck, the girl started yelling at Zentian. She shouted that she didn't know why she ever liked the protagonist. Soon he was already in the classroom, standing by his desk. All the boys gathered, getting ready for class. Each one crouched in his spot. They were told to head out after leaving the room. The girl shouted that he'd never find a girlfriend and that she broke up with him because he wasn't good enough for her. She asked who had called him a frog and a villain just because he wasn't good looking. That actually fit perfectly. Zentian agreed and said she didn't deserve him. And she did deserve exactly that. Fish go with fish, shrimp with shrimp, and frogs with frogs.
Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. A voice from the hallway asked if there was a student named Zentian in that room. A girl opened the door and began asking about the protagonist. The boy instantly stood up from his chair and stared at her. The boys in the class started whispering, wondering who she was. They noticed she was really pretty, nothing like someone plain. They could tell the protagonist seemed to know her. He immediately ran toward the girl. The boy reached out his hand toward the horse and shouted that it was his. He grabbed a wooden horse from the girl and asked who she was and who had given her that toy. The girl answered that she knew. She told him who she was and asked him to go with her while they waited for him. Zentian's expression changed completely and asked her to take him right away. No one knows who the frog is until he finally meets the swan. The boys were, according to that feeling, the street was bright and colorful that day, with huge skyscrapers rising as if reaching for the sky. The man standing on the street had already been waiting for the boy and called out his name. Zentian recognized Brother Ma in that man and ran toward him, hugging him tightly. Brother Ma said that 10 years had passed and that he looked more and more like his father. The boy replied he couldn't believe it was really him. Of course he missed him. He gave him that wooden horse. When he left, Zentian placed a hand on his head and greeted his daughter. Brother Ma explained she was his daughter, Inlabai. He added that she used to be so little and always chased after him.
Shantian answered that of course she did. He was 7 years older. The boy asked how his godfather was doing and how his health was. The boys were already seated at the table when Brother Ma began talking about the godfather. He explained that if his godmother hadn't saved him, he would have died. He wanted to return the favor someday, but he had been forced to forget the road home forever and said he would not return. Shantian added that his father was always like that, which is why he never had friends who could visit him. Brother Ma said he had no one left at home, so he could move away and let the child take care of him. He told her not to worry, now she had a place to stay. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was his brother, and he answered right away. Shantian said he was already coming. He explained that Shantian's father had gout and couldn't leave the house, so he needed to run an errand for him. His brother asked him to go with him. He had a lot to tell him. Antian agreed and asked who he was. Shantian asked why he should follow his instructions.
His brother replied that he worked with construction materials and had many connections with people above him in the hierarchy, which is why he was considered his sponsor. Antian wasn't exactly reliable. He was the kind of guy who could be swayed with money, so he'd help with pretty much anything. Suddenly, when the main character spotted the old man, he asked the others not to touch him and rushed over carefully using his inner energy. The men were shocked and kept asking what was going on and who that person even was. Ma started to worry too and questioned his brother about what he thought he was doing. The men repeated their questions to Shantian, confused by his behavior. They couldn't understand why he was carrying the old man on his shoulder.
They ordered him to stop right away and let the man go. They called the teacher crazy and told Shantian to release him immediately and deal with that guy later. The protagonist suddenly turned his head upside down. After that, the man who had been crouched on the sofa said he felt much better and thanked the boy for saving his life. The main character stepped closer to the teacher and asked what he had eaten. The man answered that he had eaten a hot soup made from a snow frog, a tonic medicine sent by an old friend. Shannon asked if he could see it. Then the master's servant brought the soup and showed it to him. The boy took the bowl and began stirring it with a spoon. When the ingredients floated up, he scooped them and brought them close to his mouth. He asked the teacher how much he hated that man. Shantian replied that he had known him for a long time. It was his own son who had delivered the soup. Snow frogs are naturally cold, and those herbs are supposed to counteract the icy poison, but even a healthy person would last no more than 3 months. The man told the elder not to worry, that he would stay out of the way and only needed a set of silver needles. The elder grabbed his hand and begged him to save his life. Then one of the men stepped in, telling him to wait a moment and asking whether he even had a license to practice medicine. If he didn't, how could he treat anyone? Shantian said he had no license, just the will to save lives. If they trusted him, he could heal the patient. If not, he would leave right away. The man explained that in that moment, he did believe in him. If it weren't for Shantian, he didn't think the boy would have survived at Dr. Go's hospital.
The boy was honestly shocked that this was his hospital and not a public one. The man, still on the phone, said the unlicensed doctor was going to get someone killed and that he'd call back later. He told him not to bother with him, that it wasn't too late yet and they needed to bring the patient there right away. Brother Ma, who had a set of needles, asked Cian if he actually knew how to heal people. The boy answered that he had learned a bit from his father, Shantao. He also mentioned that Brother Ma was basically the head of the household. He asked the master why they didn't call Sentao. His brother wasn't a real doctor, but when the needles arrived, the man insisted they use them. The protagonist opened the box and found Beyond's divine needles right in front of him. He was really surprised. The man explained that his younger brother had sharp eyes, but those weren't true divine needles. They were recreated by later generations based on notes left by Shanten's ancient masters. He exclaimed that the needles were a priceless treasure. With them, he could heal the patient in at most a month. The man was ready for the treatment, told the main character to trust him, and asked him to begin. He moved behind the patient and...
Meanwhile, everyone in the room was ordered to release the hostages at once and surrender. Several police units were already outside. He repeated to the people inside the room that they had to let the hostages go immediately and give themselves up. An officer asked the second team if they could locate the intruders holding the hostages. The man replied that they could only confirm someone was inside the room. They knew the house, but couldn't pinpoint the exact spot. The officer asked if he was sure the kidnappers and hostages were inside. The man confidently said they definitely should be there. The police drew their weapons and started heading up the stairs. Everyone armed themselves and rushed into the room, aiming their guns. The officers ordered everyone to stay still and raise their hands, but the boys stayed seated quietly on the couch. The officer explained that someone had called them saying the director's father had been taken. The man answered that they were mistaken, claiming he had been sitting there the whole time, talking. there had been no kidnapping or arrest of his client, but the man who slandered him told his colleague, the officer, while pointing at the protagonist, that this guy didn't have a medical license and was treating Mr. Sean illegally. Sean clarified that he spoke as if he were taking the patient. That doctor had just been fired by him, likely out of revenge. He called the police and filed a false report. When the man finished explaining, the police arrested the accuser. The slanderer tried to say it was all a misunderstanding and asked them to wait for the police to take him away. After that, the protagonist thanked Mr. Sean right away, but he replied that he thanked the gentleman and said the needle case wasn't of much use to him anymore, so he'd give it to him. Sean Chen tried to refuse since it was extremely valuable, but the man explained that such a treasure would only be meaningful in his hands. The main character was genuinely happy and smiling.
He thanked the man as he left. He also greeted the police officer's girlfriend. The girl asked him not to call her that. Then he turned to Bin and asked why she wanted to see him. The girl said he shouldn't talk to her like that. Of course he was there to ask for his help. She thought her aunt had already asked for his cooperation, so she told him to come. The boy asked where he was supposed to take her. The officer explained that he had been assigned to find a man named Bangan and figure out who was backing him. Now they needed to go to the casino and see what was going on there. The main character wondered, is she really going to the casino dressed like that? The girl asked what was wrong, so the boy took her hand and led her to the room. The officer started getting worried and asked the protagonist, where are you taking her? When the girl tried on other clothes, he asked, seriously? Zenon explained that she should dress like that. The more she pulls the shirt, the tougher she looks. It had nothing to do with him. The officer immediately told the guy to shut up, and they headed toward the building. Walking through the alleys, they suddenly saw 3 guys near the door. The group stood by the entrance like they were guarding someone. One of them asked who he was. The boy replied he was a friend of the old man. The man asked why he needed her. The protagonist pulled the girl closer and said she was his wife. Shantoya, staring at the gang, asked, really? Still not sure about that? When the boys didn't respond, he leaned in toward her mouth, getting close to the girl's lips. Bin grew a bit nervous and blushed in surprise. She looked straight into the protagonist's eyes, but the man told him not to push it too far, and the girl went into the room, telling Shantoya on the way that if he was going to do that, then he should go ahead. The boy thanked her immediately and asked what she said. The girl replied it was nothing, and they kept going. As they approached the entrance to the room, once the boy stepped into the casino, the protagonist told the girl not to be so tense and to loosen up a little. He placed her at a casino table and told her to sit. While she played, the officer asked what she was doing. Then the protagonist asked whether she liked it or not. The girl didn't understand what he meant. Then a casino staff member walked up to them and said the man asked if she had a bet, something like that. The main character held the girl by the shoulders and said his wife was betting small, so they started playing and 12 chips were less. The officer asked if that was Victoria Shantian. She answered that she just grabbed them and played with them first, and that he would search somewhere else. The girl began to feel more... The protagonist looked to the side at the guys and decided he needed info. For that, he had to find someone unlucky. The guy started observing the people at the casino. The main character approached one of them and asked if the man needed money. The man said he couldn't afford a loan. Zenon told him it wasn't a loan. If he gave the information he needed, she would give him the money. Then the guy sitting behind the counter asked what information he wanted. Once he understood everything, he went to the girl and asked how the game went. The officer answered that she had lost all the money he had given her. Shantian smiled, saying the progress she made was great. The girl was shocked and asked if that was true. The protagonist told her to kiss him and then he'd tell her, but when she blushed, he looked at her and said he was only joking. The type of man she was looking for usually walks around that place every Sunday and will come when it's time. The girl took his card and thanked the protagonist right away. He looked into her eyes and said the real issue wasn't the kiss. The main character grabbed his phone and waved at his cousin before he could walk away to talk because an officer kicked him from behind. Zenon was really surprised and had no idea what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, the streets were crowded and the university entrance exams had finally begun. Making noise, the main character walked toward Hangai High School. He was already near the gates. Shantian arrived
exhausted and decided to go somewhere. Why not find a place to grab a drink? The guy headed toward the nightclub and went in right away. He wanted to unwind a little since the day had been long and draining.
He went to the bar near the counter where a girl was standing and asked how he could talk her into drinking. The girl nodded in approval. A girl placed her finger on a glass a guy was holding. She took his cup and started drinking from it. Then she clung to his hand. Zanyan asked what was wrong with her. The girl said it was just a drink and asked him not to drink so much. 3 guys were behind her, and one of them told his brother that she was the one. The man asked the girl to return the wallet and let it go. The girl asked what wallet he was talking about and said she had no idea. The man was furious and called her pretty, asking her not to push him. The girl hid behind the protagonist and asked what he wanted. She explained that her boyfriend was right there and that, firmly, Zanin pulled something from his pocket and with a slight smile handed the notebook to her, asking if she wanted it. The girl thought he was planning to hide it for a while. Then the man asked her, calling her a brat, if the second one added that they had really messed with him. The protagonist turned his back on them and said he wasn't joking with men. The guys started running toward him, and one of them probably gave the order to attack him. They tried to take him down, but the main character was strong and bold, shaking his fists and sending all of them flying. The girl didn't even have time to process what had happened since everything was so quick. A guy leaned toward Miss Hani and asked if she had seen him. The girl asked not to be blamed. Zanyan told the stranger that he had drunk her glass of wine, so she shouldn't pay for it. The girl walked outside and asked where she lived. The girl searched her wallet, confused about where her wallet had gone, until the protagonist revealed he had already returned it to her and told her not to look for it. Her astonishment was immediate, calling him practically a professional at this.
The boy reassured him that everything was fine and that he had nothing to worry about. There would be a tournament in 3 days, and he couldn't afford to miss it. He reflected on how he wasn't as weak as before. He was finally strong enough to face a more serious opponent like San. Soon the protagonist was back with his companions, approaching the house where servants waited by the staircase. A man welcomed them and invited the elder inside immediately. He thanked him and asked the younger man when he had arrived. It was time to visit Lulin village. Xuan Tian felt a hint of sympathy for the group, thinking they would soon meet Mr. Fan, a man familiar to them. He asked the stranger whether his surname matched the protagonist's. The man confirmed it proudly and addressed him by name. Then the man questioned whether he was absolutely sure about today's meeting. The boy replied that if he weren't certain, he wouldn't have come at all. The man laughed and called him a true hero trapped in a child's body, then led him into the room. Inside, he informed Mr. Fan that they were running a little late. Mr. Fan brushed it off, saying it wasn't too late at all. Since everyone had arrived, he instructed them to prepare for the beginning. He started by proposing a discussion of the rules and claimed that if they won, Sui de Chuan should hand over his eyes and some useless fellow would have to forfeit a leg. The protagonist overheard the outrageous demand and simply asked whether the man had actually won before. The man explained that if he won, the past would be buried for good, and the boy's father would no longer bother with him nor cause him any harm. The son, however, insisted that he couldn't simply let his father walk away, and even declared that the man deserved to die. The father only grumbled back, admitting, almost disappointed, that he feared he hadn't yet had the chance to kill anyone. In Lulin village, the man dragged his son away, telling Mr. Fan that the child understood nothing about the world and begging him not to take the boy seriously. The protagonist cut through the tension, claiming none of that mattered. If his life was needed, then so be it. He was ready to wager it. The listener asked how he could dare put his own life against his, yet added that he would oppose it regardless and wouldn't let him believe he could be saved from the so-called unstable sands again. The mention of the unstable sands made the protagonist question whether the man was truly someone who came from that place. Xuan Tian stared at him surprised, then calmly denied it. The man nodded, saying that since that was the case, the duel could proceed regardless of the stakes, and that he himself would personally guarantee the decision. They were on the brink of battle when the man lunged forward to attack. Xuan Tian instantly blocked the strike, tightening his fists as he braced to counter.
The fight escalated quickly. He deflected each of the man's heavy blows one after another, completely fearless.
Mr. Fan watched in disbelief, surprised that the protagonist already understood that Tai Chi was the enemy from the very beginning, back at the yellow stage. In fact, Shantian had questioned him about it at the start, and now he declared he wouldn't hesitate any longer. He wanted to test whether he truly possessed the strength required. The man was already closing in, attacking with enough force to make his intentions obvious. He kicked the boy in the head and immediately recovered, moving with sharp cunning. Only then did the man realize he had severely underestimated him. The kid was far harder to handle than he'd assumed. The boy's growth was accelerating far too quickly, and if the man didn't act fast, he'd lose control of the fight. Off to the side, someone shouted that Shantian was getting serious and that the student would die at this rate. The student, worried for his teacher, urged him to be cautious. The enemy was already preparing another attack and steadily closing the distance. Shantian realized the man was absolutely ruthless, so he decided to shift his strategy, fully aware he couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. The moment the boy drove the needle into the enemy's leg, the man instantly began sweating and collapsed, clutching his leg in raw pain. He was overwhelmed with intense agony, groaning again and again. Shantian closed in quickly, extending 2 fingers before striking the man's leg again. The elder, feeling another sharp wave of pain, let out a cry, while the student nearby couldn't hide his excitement, celebrating his companion's success. Shantian calmly told his opponent that both his legs were done for, though he hadn't killed him. With all the enemies the man had made, he'd better handle his own debts. Mr. Fan then approached the protagonist, asking who Tai Sin had trained under. The man was surprised and questioned what Tai Sin had taught him. The boy explained that he had learned it by accident once, back in the park, when Mr. Fan himself had guided him and invited him to visit Lulin Village. The old man nodded, saying everything made perfect sense now. No wonder the moves felt so familiar. The elder then asked the boy if he could find a place to celebrate. Shantian replied that he couldn't since he was busy, and suggested another time.
After the boy left, a group of guys and a girl approached the same building, calling out his name. He was a police officer. She admitted she didn't think he would actually show up. Antian told her he was late, and she simply commented that this was just how he is. When asked why he looked that way, the girl, now fully dressed, said she didn't want anyone choosing her outfit for her, so she picked her own clothes. The officer hurried toward the protagonist to greet him, but suddenly her heel snapped. Shantian asked if she was used to wearing high heels and offered to help the girl behind her. Another girl stepped forward, laughing as she pointed out that they were meeting again. Binbin immediately asked the protagonist who she was. The boy explained that she was a thief. The moment the officer realized it, he rushed after her, ordering her to stop immediately. The girl, completely confused, took off running even faster. Shantian gave a small amused smile, stretched his arms out, and muttered that he probably shouldn't have said that. As he glanced at the sign on the building ahead, he thought he had just walked straight into a trap out of sheer fisherman's instinct. When the officer reached the building, she tried to arrest the so-called shameless thief, but a woman blocked her path, pressing herself forward and asking the girl to wait. Shantian stepped in and asked the officer not to do that. He reminded her that the girl had said she was a thief, not that she was actually stealing right now. Binmin asked if that didn't still make her a criminal. The boy replied that anyone who has committed a crime deserves a chance to turn things around. The thief wasn't lying. He had been chasing her, sure, but she hadn't stolen anything this time. The woman who had shielded the thief said it was all just a misunderstanding and invited everyone to sit and have a drink, insisting she'd pay for it. The officer refused, saying she couldn't drink because she was still on duty. Shantian simply sat her down and told her she must have runner's legs, since she clearly wasn't used to walking in heels. When the girl crouched down, her eyes shimmered with tears. She wasn't used to that kind of situation at all. A long-haired woman then asked the boy to fetch some bandages. After the first aid was taken care of, everyone sat around the table. The boy started drinking while the officer watched carefully. The girl approached cautiously as the group laughed and chatted. The protagonist supported the mood, and the officer eventually grabbed a glass herself. Shantian was stunned, wondering what she thought she was doing. Binbin downed her drink in one go, leaving Janan wide-eyed as he pointed out that this technically counted as an indirect kiss. The boys around the table smiled sweetly in her direction, while a long-haired woman, she told the protagonist she was jealous. When the boy asked who exactly she meant, Binbin kept drinking from her glass. Shantian asked if something was bothering her. She replied that his head definitely didn't have room for thoughts like that. The woman beside them called him a foolish boy, saying girls act that way. If he didn't believe it, he could just wait and see for himself. Binbin then grabbed his hand and invited him for a walk. Since they were on a job, Shantian asked, half amused, whether she really couldn't control herself and got drunk that fast.
The girl sighed. "A thief," she said. "What a shame you already have a girlfriend." The woman behind the bar asked them please not to steal anything from her place. With a microphone in hand, Binbin said this was the first time in her life she'd allowed herself to drink. Ignoring every restriction she'd ever had, she asked him if she could at least dream about him and about herself. Shantian replied that it would be a huge loss if she didn't get to debut as an idol. The girl told him her singing was nothing but a cover. She explained she was just following her target and asked if she had reached it. Shantian answered that he was already following along, so she didn't need to speak so loudly that he could barely hear anything else. The girl said she had rented the nicest room and that things should be more. The protagonist realized the target was right there, but this was definitely not the time. He didn't mind interrupting a pair of lovebirds, but delaying the officer's girlfriend's mission wasn't a great idea. The protagonist and the officer were already near the door when she looked him in the eyes and growled that the police needed to leave. Binbin couldn't understand what was happening because the music hadn't even finished. The protagonist explained to her that their target had just arrived.
Binbin couldn't believe he hadn't told her that Jaishi was already there. She asked, slightly sarcastic, if things weren't working out better now. Maybe the guy had more serious business to handle in that situation. The officer asked to go closer and listen to their conversation. Shantian explained there was no need. He could already figure out what they were saying from where they stood. The girl asked if he could really read lips. Shantian replied that the guy was a foreigner and in 3 days a relic would arrive in Hangai City. They hadn't said what it was, but they clearly planned to do something with it. The officer exclaimed that theft was a serious issue, but then, half teasing, she asked if he was cheating on her. The protagonist explained he wasn't joking. Binbin said she believed him anyway and that she'd try to win him over since she was already on a mission. The girls agreed, waiting eagerly for Shantian's return. A bright, starry night had already settled over the street. The sky looked clear and beautiful. The main girl who opened the door exclaimed he was finally back. When he stepped inside, he froze, completely shocked as the girls started congratulating him. One congratulated Shannon for becoming the top student in the entrance exam. The girls were dressed extremely provocatively, their charms practically glowing through their outfits. They asked him what was wrong and if he was surprised. The protagonist stood there stunned and speechless, asking what exactly was happening. His girlfriend exclaimed that it was something dangerous and probably too thrilling for him to handle. Shantian clenched his fists, desperately asking his own eyes not to open under any circumstances as the girls, they moved in way too close and he got flustered, begging them not to come any nearer. Meanwhile, morning had already broken and sunlight filled everything.
Xanon thought those two girls had nearly finished him off the night before while celebrating her birthday. With his excellent exam results, he smiled brightly and decided it had actually been a great celebration. He thought about it again, then shut his eyes, choosing to stop replaying it. Today, he would meet Cien's sister again, and the girl was already waiting for him. Sitting at the table with a bouquet of red roses in front of him, the protagonist headed to his room and greeted his sister. She looked at him and said he had arrived at the perfect moment. Asking him for a favor, Shantian glanced at the bouquet lying on the table in front of her and asked who had sent it. She read a note addressed to the dear young lady, saying the bouquet was extremely plain. The protagonist agreed that it really was too simple. The girl picked up the flowers and headed toward the trash, while Shantian asked what they should do now. She told him to open the bin and throw them in. The boy asked his sister, Seneru, what had happened. She explained it was all that woman's fault and that Zua was one of the 4 young knights of Hangai who constantly chased after her and bothered her. The protagonist thought for a moment and said he had heard a lot about the 4 young knights. The girl listed their names and said they were 4 wealthy, influential troublemakers from powerful families who claimed whatever they wanted openly. And Wenzhao, the second son of a dominant Jinin family. Shantian exclaimed that he knew that guy and that he had courted his cousin Xinu, advising him not to do that, to provoke him since Wenzhao was known as the #1 genius doctor in Hangai with influence across the entire city, and no one dared to challenge him. Xantian spread his arms and explained that he had already done that. The girl told him to forget what she had just said. The boy asked Senru if there was any light in this dark night. Shantian asked her what to do and if she wanted him to let the guy come in. She replied no. She wanted him to come in because of his personality. Everyone was terrified of him, and even his guards never dared to be strict with him. The boy replied that
if she didn't want to do anything, then she should just let him go. The girl asked what he planned to do, but the protagonist was already heading toward the door. He started opening it, and behind it stood a man holding a bouquet. When the man opened his eyes, he was stunned to see a boy in front of him. Zantian stepped back in fear and asked what kind of creature that was. The man got annoyed and asked what he was talking about and what creature he was referring to. The boy asked again if he wasn't some kind of beast.
The man told him to stop joking, then looked over the boy's shoulder and asked the girl why she wasn't answering his calls. Senu replied, telling him she had asked him not to call her Zia or Ruru. The man with the bouquet said she shouldn't be angry because he had bought her flowers again. The protagonist stepped closer and told him not to call her that. The man asked who she was to him, and she replied that it wouldn't work because this wasn't his concern. Zen explained to the man that he was now the special director of the Zen groups. The boy crossed his arms and said of course it was his concern. He asked if she had heard him and if he should leave until she threw the man out. The man laughed and told her to try expelling him, but the boy had already pinned him to the floor and asked if that was how she wanted him thrown out. The man said he had never heard such nonsense. Shantian grabbed him by the neck and demanded to know what he was doing. The man begged to be released and began shaking in fear. The boss lifted him into the air and dropped him inside a huge trash bin, explaining that garbage needed to be sorted properly. The man shouted that both of them would pay for this. Zenu asked what he had done with Wen Zhao. The boy replied that just as she had told him, he went to the bin and tossed the item inside. Shantian told the girl not to be afraid anymore, because when she was with him, she wouldn't have to fear anything. Nothing would happen to her. He was already there. The girl smiled. Looking at the boy, Shantian explained that he should introduce her to his brother. Senaro asked if he really have a brother. The protagonist clarified that he wasn't his actual brother, but he treated him like one. So the local guy decided he would introduce her. The girl said she would also love to meet his family. He believed he had no future with her, but slowly began seeing her as part of the family. Meanwhile, the man started calling for Biao and asking for help, wondering if the Zen groups hadn't already announced their new Snow Lotus water and asked someone to help him bring a whisper. The man decided since Zen didn't even look in his direction, he shouldn't blame him for Zen's cruelty. She asked the protagonist to look somewhere else.
Zanin was already tired of shopping since he didn't have enough clothes. The girl said that before visiting his brother's house, she needed to dress him properly. She didn't want him showing up like that. He explained that it was the opening of his new Snow Lotus shop and asked her to check how things were going. The girl noticed that there seemed to be a lot of buyers. Shantian said they weren't customers. The women were extremely upset and started talking about how the product had ruined their faces and how the lotus water was poisonous. They demanded compensation and reimbursement for medical expenses. Each one insisted she pay. The woman couldn't calm them down. She asked how the situation looked. He immediately grabbed his phone and said everything was going really wrong. Someone was live streaming from the scene, claiming the products were defective and that many victims had been harmed. The girl couldn't understand how that was possible, since she used lotus water too. Why did only some people have side effects? The boy told her not to panic and to call the police first, and that he would take care of the rest. Zanin's poop asked whether it was a quality issue and if it would spread further. Zantian told them not to worry because he already knew what was going on. The boy asked the girls not to cause a scene. When they explained the situation to him, the girls began asking who he was and why he seemed so concerned. The boy said it was Snow Lotus water, his product, and it definitely helped. Then the girl asked him to look at her face. He explained that this happened right after he took advantage of her products and told her how he could fix it. The boy grabbed her phone and the girl began wondering what he was doing, saying that stealing someone's phone and checking their photo album was illegal. Zantian replied by showing his own phone, proving that Snow Lotus water was a new product and that based on the photos, the guy had acne 6 months ago and the scar on his face was fake. And what if she was planning to strip it off or wait for it to fall off? A reporter from the morning newspaper suddenly appeared and asked how she thought it was appropriate to pressure a victim. Zantian answered that she should be calling this an exposure of a scammer, who was actually just a reporter from a morning paper, asked if he had a press badge.
From what he knew, only one person there was a real reporter, and the rest? The interns were simply tagging along for the event. The man shouted that he was just a liar and demanded to see proof. The second guy said he would sue him for defamation over those empty accusations. The protagonist told them not to worry, since they could explain everything to the police. The officer arrived and said they had received a report about the fraudulent group and asked everyone to cooperate with the investigation. Shantian asked if they thought they were the only ones who could post videos online, because now there were plenty of witnesses. And if the Snow Lotus water was fake, or if they were all scammers, the police thanked them for the help and said those people were professional swindlers. killers. In general, companies dealing with extortion never want to get involved or pay compensation. The girl thanked the boy. She was grateful that he had more faith in her brand than she did, and he wasn't wrong. The man shot a vicious glare at the protagonist and tightened his grip around his phone, grinding his teeth. These guys are losers.
Meanwhile, outside, it was getting dark and stars were starting to appear in the sky. Bright and full of energy, Santian headed to the nightclub building, and when he walked in, he greeted his sister, HN. The thief girl immediately waved back at him. He rushed toward their meeting and reached out his hand to her. The woman asked if he was doing all right. Recently, while they were having a glass of wine, Sister John had gotten irritated and asked the protagonist why he avoided being called bad. The boy replied that his skills had developed a lot and that she should stay alert. The woman noticed that they always argued whenever they saw each other. The boy sat at the table again, and the thief girl started drinking wine once more. The girl explained to Sister Hin that later on, some people would come bother her and challenge her to a duel right there. The woman answered that even though they didn't harm anyone, Santian said he'd keep his distance so he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. The thief girl told her not to worry, since her brother and sister would come with her, wanting to steal something, and that they would compete in tech, not in a physical fight. The protagonist was surprised and said that thieves were pretty common and even had their own competitions. The boy was in the back of the room when the girl walked in and asked Tao Xin if everything was ready. The girl said she was ready. Santian realized her name was Tao Xin. Her arm had a circular area visible to everyone. Santian activated his X-Vision. At first, the guy thought it was a glass bead or a diamond. It was amazing how the diamond had been polished to shine like that. But her blood was real, still flowing, and that made it a true treasure.
Tao Xin said she could steal it from herself and tuck it into her pocket, but the boy replied that she was cheating and wouldn't actually put it in her pocket. But the girl answered that without those abilities, she would never have become a successful thief. Meanwhile, the boy's friend, who had just arrived, hugged the thief girl by the shoulder. Suddenly, a bead slipped out of his pocket and fell straight onto the floor. His friend immediately crouched down and started picking the bead up from the ground. Taos asked what kind of trick that was and didn't feel her left hand. The girl replied that without that ability wasn't his sister's. Then the brother turned to them and said they'd agreed that if she lost, it would be on them and he would leave. It sounded like both of them had attacked him and that didn't count. The brother looked at his own hand, unable to understand where the bead had gone. The protagonist held a glass in his hands, lost in thought, with a soft, mischievous smile playing on his lips. The girl asked if he had dropped it on the floor. The boy replied he didn't know, and then they offered to go check. The brother asked his sister if she had dropped Taos. Shin said she had let it fall, so why did she say she did it on purpose? Her hands were still numb and she couldn't move them. The girl said she shouldn't have mentioned that and that in the end, she really was very talented. The brother told them to drop the subject and just say they had failed that time and would come back for her next time. Tao Xin begged the boy not to leave because she had lost her item and only wanted to go home. It was a treasure left by her master. How was she supposed to explain this to him? The boy said it was simple. She just needed to tell him directly that she had lost a bead. A girl with green eyes replied that it was Tao.
Shin asked how that was even possible. Then the protagonist apologized for the trouble and started walking toward the boys. He carried a glass with a drink in his hand. With a firm grip on his cup and a bold step, he approached the man and suddenly spilled the drink right onto him, pretending it was an accident. Shantian quickly snapped out of his drunken act, but the man's sweater was already soaked. The guy saw it as terrible luck and turned around, heading for the exit. The girl followed him, regretting leaving like that. From there, the protagonist ordered the boy to fall, and he went down the stairs. The girl asked if he was all right. The boy told her not to speak and that she needed to go to the hospital. She had no idea what had happened. Her legs had suddenly turned weak. Tao Xin looked into the boy's eyes and she had earned it. But what about the master's cord? It had probably been taken. Shantian told the girl to go back and check on her. Maybe she hadn't expected that at all. She grabbed her head, wondering how that girl could be in such a situation. He asked Sister H not to laugh. She answered that she could check anyway, just to be safe. She started patting her pockets and a few other places, then froze again, astonished, asking how that was even possible. The girl's eyes widened, shining with surprise, as she pulled out the bead. She wondered who had actually been holding it. Sister John said her older brother had brought a lot of things. Tao couldn't believe that. She asked how the protagonist dared to pull something like that off. How could he steal from her older brother? The boy asked her not to be so harsh, saying he would hand the borrowed items to the police anyway. Then, checking the receipt, he questioned how the protagonist could have pulled that trick. She, her brother, and Tao Sin smiled, gave the boy a light punch on the shoulder, and said it was exactly the kind of thing Shantian would do. He opened a small booklet and saw a celestial scroll right in front of him. He asked if that place had regulars.
A frequent visitor of the brother shop, the girl said she had indeed been there. She walked up to the boy and asked what had happened. Shang Tian turned toward the door and told his sister, Hung, that he had something to take care of. He wanted Tao to step out first and asked his sister why she had left, since he still had a few professional questions to ask. A bright sunny day arrived, the sky clear and blue with no sign of trouble ahead. The protagonist held a pamphlet in his hands and thought they looked similar, but they weren't the same, and someone else was searching for other scrolls. He would have to investigate as well, and the truth was he wanted to dive into them. The boy answered the phone. The call was urgent. He needed to show up tomorrow at the Taekwondo club and pretend to be her boyfriend. Shang Tian asked his cousin why he was pretending yet again that she had a boyfriend. The girl said she wasn't Etchin, she was Vinen, and why didn't she even recognize his voice? Still, he had to come anyway. The boy wondered if he should accept an expensive rent like a real adult just to earn money in the future. The next day, training at the gym went on as usual, and the boy were focused on their routines. Vinen spotted the protagonist and asked why he had been standing there for so long. The boy, staring at the girl, explained that he had a cork and it got stuck on her. She told him to hurry and help her because things were totally out of control. Something in her expression shifted when she looked at the guys who kept pulling those reckless moves on each other. She kicked him in the face with full force, and he spun around and hit the floor. She kept striking him, and the fight turned brutally serious. Another girl told her to stop right away because she had broken the rules and that kind of behavior wasn't allowed. The Taekwondo guy argued that he only said they should train, and who said they had to follow Taekwondo rules anyway? The main character felt something familiar, a strong wave of disgust. A memory flashed in his mind. Right in front of him, he vaguely remembered the people who had dragged him there. Shang Tian stepped toward the rude guy and said his next opponent was already more than enough. The guy tried to introduce himself, but before he could finish saying his name, the protagonist kicked him between the legs.
The guy immediately agreed his name was Dough. Crushed eggs. The boys nearby supported the protagonist, saying that the rude guy never followed rules and could easily hurt someone out of nowhere. Watching them, the main character said the guy himself claimed there were no rules, so he did nothing wrong. If that was the case, then they could deal with him together. The boys were ready to destroy that arrogant guy, but the girl protested, asking how they dared to make fun of them like that. They decided they wouldn't be scared anymore. The main character, he told the boys to handle it themselves and warned them not to get too close. A serious fight exploded and the protagonist looked like a complete mess. One of those idiots who made things so bad he ended up pinning every troublemaker to the ground. From time to time, they scattered to the sides only to fall again. One of the boys he slammed to the floor asked what he was doing. He was genuinely terrified. Just like the others, they began crawling away from the protagonist. The one who had been beaten so badly asked what he was doing since the fight was already over and Shantian had won. He replied that he wasn't doing it out of resentment. He needed to teach him a lesson so he wouldn't mess up again. Only screams filled the place. The girls covered their eyes and ears so they wouldn't see or hear any of it. The boy found the moment strangely refreshing and grew furious when he looked at the guy. The girl was already outside and called the protagonist by his name. He asked what she was doing there. She explained she wanted to ask him something. Had he ever heard of a strange illness that makes people feel cold every time the full moon rises? Shantian said yes. It was called cold moon.
It was hereditary, and 80% of those who had it didn't reach 30. The girl asked if he really knew about it and if there was a cure. Her mother died from that illness, and now her family was in danger. The boy answered that he could cure it, but she would have to become his young wife.
The girl agreed instantly, and he was shocked by how easily she accepted. He said he was only joking. How could he take advantage of her situation like that? He told her not to worry, saying he'd go with her to check her family's condition. A man suddenly came running toward them, shouting that he had finally found her. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. She hid behind the protagonist and told Zhao Tianyu not to look for her anymore, and begged him to stay away. The man told her not to say that, insisting she was his future wife and that her father was. He agreed with that before the man could even finish talking, stepping in between the girl and that arrogant guy. Zhaonan said that if her father approved, then she could marry him. Her father clearly didn't. She had already told him to leave. The man started shouting, asking who does she think she is to me, and insisting it was none of their business. Zhaonan replied that she was now his young wife, and honestly, who did she think she was to him? Zhao Tianyu told him that this guy was talking nonsense and asked her if she was being serious. The man grabbed the girl's hand and told her to go with him. He wanted to see how she would explain everything to her father. The girl began yelling, asking what he thought he was doing. Suddenly, the protagonist stepped up to her and grabbed the man's hand sharply, asking if he was seriously trying to kidnap the girl in broad daylight. The man started screaming in pain. Shen Tian turned away from him and threw him aside. He told the girl not to give that guy any attention and said the most important thing now was to go back home. The den was a bright sky blue place when they walked into the room. Nothing about it felt eerie. A woman was sitting on the couch and asked the boy if he was Shen Tian. The girl explained to the protagonist that she was her grandmother. He greeted her right away. The grandmother said that when she was younger, she used to hear a fine young Shen Tian. He couldn't understand the strange atmosphere or why it felt so different, just like her parents once knew. The protagonist took out a needle and said he would start Bai's treatment. At that moment, the grandmother was shocked to see the divine needle right in front of her. The boy noticed that the grandmother had a very sharp gaze as he moved closer to the girl with the needle.
He inserted the first needle into her back and continued the treatment. Several needles were already placed along her back and he waited. The protagonist made a few more precise movements to place another needle, then said everything was fine. The girl smiled and rested her hand on his shoulder. She told him the cold inside her body had vanished and that she had never felt so relaxed. Shan Tian replied that he had heard how difficult it was to eliminate the root of that illness, so the most he could guarantee was that it wouldn't return for 5 years. The grandmother said 5 years was a long time, and their family suffered through that sickness every single year. The boy turned to the grandmother and said it was now her turn. She agreed right away, but suddenly a man stepped into the room asking what he was doing. He answered that her uncle had asked him to help heal the family. The uncle demanded to know what kind of doctor had given him permission, since this was a hospital, and why he shouldn't be suspicious. The grandmother explained he came for free and asked why he kept questioning him as if he were a thief. The man replied that free cheese only existed in a mousetrap. Shan Tian said that if it wasn't free, it would be a scam, and when it was free, it usually meant something good. The grandmother apologized, and they almost went straight to the doctor, but the man told her mother he would bring a real doctor who could cure them. All he needed was another 100,000 wons. The girl asked her uncle how many times he had, then asked her grandmother about the money and how many times she had visited that trusted doctor. Why didn't she believe this man if she had clearly gotten better? The uncle ignored her and lifted his hand as if he were going to hit her, asking what she thought she was saying. Before he could land a blow, the protagonist grabbed the man's hand and asked what he thought he was doing. Shan Tian said he was checking his pulse and noticed that the women's condition was much more serious than the men's. Realizing he was telling the truth, the uncle immediately started sweating and insisted Shan Tian was talking nonsense. Shan Tian replied that this was exactly why he had taken so much money from the family, with that, under the excuse of finding a doctor, he actually wanted to get rid of the women in the B family so the family status would pass on to him. The grandmother said that thinking about it, it was true. He always claimed they were exaggerating their symptoms. He constantly pretended to be ill and kept asking for money to see a doctor. The man tried to plead with the mother, but the boy stepped in and asked the grandmother to teach him a lesson. The grandmother agreed and said that stubborn son needed to be punished. Bei told the grandmother not to get angry. Shan Tian warned her that for women, the illness wasn't harder than for men, but it showed up differently, and it could flare up quickly if she had been feeling more uncomfortable than usual lately. The uncle asked how he knew that, and asked the boy if he was telling the truth. The protagonist answered that it was true and that the uncle wouldn't live until the end of the year. The grandmother said that even if he was a villain, he was still her son, and begged Shantian to save him. Shantian replied that he would, but not for free. He wanted half of the family property. The man was stunned by such a demand, his eyes narrowing with anger. He thanked Shantian for coming to help the family that day. Her uncle had been extremely rude to her, and she apologized on his behalf. The boy said that wasn't her problem at all. She could look for him whenever she needed treatment, but she should remember that half of the family's assets had to be included, otherwise the deal was off. Meanwhile, loud music blasted through the club, the room packed with people, boys and girls enjoying themselves, moving to the rhythm. A guy with neatly styled hair asked a girl if she knew any details about Shantiana. The girl looked straight into her eyes and said she knew everything about that guy. Then the girl asked if she was his friend or something else. The girl replied that he belonged to her. An enemy to herself, she believed everything was his fault. Saoke didn't want to see her anymore. He only cared about buying branded things. She could only come to a place like that to earn money, and she felt like dying. The protagonist stood beside her and asked if those people had come to bother her. The girl said no, but warned him to be careful. He had hit the popular guy, and he should watch his back before that guy tried to get revenge. It was time to wrap things up because the black-haired boy had already approached her with a bouquet of flowers and called her name Xinu. He didn't even finish the word before the protagonist hit him with everything he had. Shantian punched him straight in the face.
The guy instantly apologized and said he thought the protagonist was someone coming after him. The smooth-haired guy held his cheek and told the protagonist he knew all his secrets. The main character thought about those secrets, since it was his special physical condition that had been exposed. He knew he had a scroll from a celestial remnant, and if he ever learned about his parents... The guy said he was from a poor family. Janai, who had just graduated high school, worked on the streets, and the money he earned only covered food. He told Aini not to fall for that guy's act. He wasn't a good person. He wasn't rich at all, but the girl still asked if he wanted to have dinner with her. The protagonist said he had something to do and had to leave first. She asked why he was always so busy, but the boy said he was already heading out. She told him not to come back too late. Janan left the room and thought about the alley ahead. He probably knew why. Those guys hadn't returned yet. New problems were waiting for him. All that time, the protagonist asked if that territory was open enough. The guy in the cap said yes. The little troublemaker asked if he had really said it right. The boy asked if that was truly his name, and then he had forgotten and asked if the guy had sent it, but the one with the cap answered that the dead didn't need to know that much. The protagonist stood face to face with his enemy and realized he wouldn't be getting out of there easily. A dagger, powerful and intimidating, gleamed in the boy's hand. He started pulling it out of its sheath, then jumped, choosing to strike a guy who tried to reach him before he could get away. The guy in the cap asked how he figured things out, but Shantian had already slashed him and said it didn't matter. He stepped over his enemy, flipped him onto the ground, and pressed the sharp blade to his throat. He explained that people who were about to die don't get to make that many moves. He wanted to know which organization the man he had just killed belonged to. He pulled documents from the man's pocket and said he had figured out where he was from. Not bad. The boy dropped the papers and collapsed onto the asphalt. A pool of blood spread out in front of him.
The scene shifted to a tall building with a long hallway. In the office, a man stood before his superior, explaining to the woman that this time they had sent a total of 36 specialists. The Dragon Group had also arrived. She had invited FZN to help. The chief told them to be cautious of frozen sand. This event couldn't be missed. A heavy tension kept building inside her, like something was about to happen. The girl asked her sister to go with her. Her sister said this was their only chance and they couldn't mess it up. A man stepped before the Lord and said everything was prepared. There were only 3 first-level assassins, 27 second-level assassins, and 100 third-level assassins. The man asked Leifan Zhu Fen if he had joined the mission. The guy replied that Evan Kin, the director of the Special Operations Department, had asked him about it.
The man grew irritated and said this Fanzu, sooner or later he'd have to kill him. No matter what, the shift in the celestial balance needed to be secured. The man in a black suit and hood asked his crew if everything was said. The boys confirmed it. The commander asked almost everyone where the others were. The guy explained that Taku's was injured and that he'd figured it out as payback against him. The chief told him not to wait because he already knew the place, and they led him straight to us. A beautiful building rose ahead, and on the ground floor there was a cafe. The girl asked her brother what the islanders wanted them to steal. The brother replied that it was a small scroll about that size. She'd lost the image, but she still remembered what it looked like. The girl asked if she'd really get 5 million once they found it. The brother said maybe even more if they talked it over again. They said the final battle was supposed to happen that night. Darkness had already settled, and the stars lit up a line of cars speeding down the road. Those were the SVEFZN. The sister told her brother to hurry because the car was already getting close. The guy laughed softly and told the girl to just wait and see what came next. He sat in the driver's seat wearing a cap, while the girl settled near the passenger side. The man noticed a few people ahead and grew a bit tense as he slowed down right in front of 2 figures.
He realized they were 2 elderly people. The driver said 2 old folks were blocking their way. The girl stared closely and asked how those elders could even be there. She ordered the team to get them out of the way. The guys with machine guns started getting out of the car. The old man told the other that as soon as they stepped into the car, disappointed or not, everything would be in good hands. He began complaining and politely asked the armed boys for help. The boys started walking toward him. The 2 of them raised their hands together over their heads, pulled their wigs down, and one of the boys said exactly what the boss expected to hear. The guy with the machine gun gave the order to shut down that illegal mess and leave. As the girl walked forward, she asked the boys to be a bit gentler. They started moving toward the edge of the road. The car was parked close to where the 2 elderly people were standing, dressed in. The girl made up her mind about what should happen. She told the boys to get out of the car and said their guests had already arrived. The sister asked her brother what was going on. Didn't he say they could just steal it? So why were they shooting? She couldn't tell if they were actually firing or using the car as bait. The girl told them to run. In fact, the boys with the machine guns who had stepped out of the car really were shooting. He didn't lower his weapon and said that since everyone was there, he asked them to show themselves. If they fired again, he believed all the flying tigers from Jianai City would scatter. And on the other hand, boys wearing caps slowly walked out of the woods and approached them. The man told the fan, Zui Fenu, that he was already too old and still fighting and asked if he wasn't scared to die right there. Zui Fenu told him not to worry. He had never lost a fight against him. The girl looked at him with curiosity and pointed out that the hooded boys had shown up too. They were getting closer and closer. Near them were 2 girls, more specifically among those wearing iron masks. The man said there were still plenty of people who didn't understand how to value life or death. Anyone daring to steal a celestial scroll from him would die on the spot. The boys already, they hyped each other up and birds started flying off. The guy looked out the window and realized the battle had already begun. He was curious to know who would end up with the celestial scroll in the end. The clash between the seagulls and the media was intense, and a fisherman was still nearby.
The chaos kept going. Leaves scattering through the neighborhood as the birds took off. 2 girls hit a boy who was holding a knife. From both sides, one behind him and the other in front, and it was a painfully brutal scene. The man told Zhu Fen's fanatic that he would end him that very day, and that he meant every word, but the guy wasn't making any sense, and asked if he really had that. The fight went on, and a man on the car hood started moving toward the girl. Another man stepped in to protect her, covering her with his own body, saying he was her opponent. The man on the hood said there was a scroll inside that car. He ordered his men to attack the vehicle immediately and retrieve the scroll. When the girl saw what was happening, she got furious and told her people to stop them right away. The fight broke out right next to the car, and the boys, they guarded the scroll. One of the hooded guys began smashing a car window with his elbow and trying to open the door. A man sat behind the wheel, staring fearfully at the enemy. The hooded boy turned his head. The girl looked at the driver and said the item was in his hands. She grew even more upset, tightening her fists and pulling her brows down in fear. She stared at the driver again and clenched her fists, deciding to slow down. Slowly, the man, deeply worried about his boss, called out to the girl. The boys in black suits and hoods began running off fast. The girl noticed he was shaken and had a small injury. The boy kept watching from the window. After everything that happened, it felt like a winner had already been chosen, and he waited for that moment. The main character explained that now it was his turn to step in and
Tighten the Hooded boys, fists clenched, ran through the dense forest, and one of them said they were still being chased. They tried to run as fast as they could to shake off whoever was after them. People in the canopy or on the immortal steps of drifting clouds watched as the boys grew tense when a new and stronger enemy appeared before them. One of them still didn't get it and asked Takasukiyo why it had taken so long. The guy told his partner he was the best when it came to staying unnoticed and handed him the box. He told him to grab it and run, reminding him that they'd meet at the agreed spot. Both of them took off, and the guy, he stayed behind with the coffin in his hands. In front of him stood warriors armed with machine guns. Behind him, others were fleeing too. The main character was thrilled and thought everything was way too easy. He would be furious if
he found out that the package was given to him instead of his partner. Shantian had already opened the box and decided to take a look. He pulled out 2 small bundles and was stunned. How could those 2 match so perfectly? The first one was the protagonist. By connecting those 2 ogres, which instantly formed a path, one could walk it, God could be killed. This was also the road to the heavens. You could follow the path, slay a god, and reach the sky. This loop echoed non-stop until the main character woke up as if from a nightmare, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He snapped awake and immediately sat in the lotus position. He slowly began meditating. The boy gave a faint smile, thinking he had achieved another breakthrough. He kept meditating and clenched his fist. As he calmed his thoughts and emotions, he started to reach the 3rd level of celestial awakening, which felt amazing. Almost unbelievable that this leftover heavenly scroll held such power. The girl tossed several notebooks onto the table and said this matter couldn't be ignored. In that state, she handed equipment to her people so they could track down and eliminate everyone stuck in the unstable sands of Hangai City. The boy told his chief that they didn't have enough personnel. Even though the department had plenty of rookies, special operations teams had very limited combat activity. Miss E asked them to bring more people and hire specialists from the Dragon Group. She wanted to reorganize the city of Janai. Meanwhile, the main character woke up, and as he got dressed, he heard his phone buzz and realized he had received a text. He grabbed it and saw the message saying there was a bee there, and that if he wanted to stay alive, he should go alone to the warehouse owned by Sui's family, located in the city's eastern zone. Suddenly, the boy grew furious and decided he was about to stir up trouble on the streets again. It was a bright, sunny day, but the protagonist was already stepping into another miss. To save his girlfriend, he had already reached the building and spotted a man holding a knife to her throat. The man stood behind her and told the protagonist that he had finally arrived. She called out to the boy for help. Shantian said that yet another warehouse and another kidnapping were following the exact same script. She couldn't wrap her head around it.
if they didn't switch things up, it would be painfully dull. The girls stared at the protagonist, and he told the boy to be cautious. Shantian instantly captivated him, and a sudden flash ran through his mind, freezing him on the spot. Behind him stood two men with sharp sabers raised, ready to strike. He said it didn't matter and that he'd give them a new version of the story. The kidnapper shouted that he would destroy him, but first, he wanted to watch how the guy played with that woman, while keeping him from moving. The protagonist scratched his head, and he asked if the man really planned to destroy him. Today, he'd show him what being destroyed actually meant. The boys encircled him from all sides and prepared to attack. Shantian changed his mind and snapped. He delivered. The man ordered all the boys to kneel immediately. It was completely unexpected, and they genuinely fell to their knees before him. He asked what they were doing and why they suddenly bowed so fast. Not even they could understand what was going on. One of them said they had no idea and insisted he hadn't suddenly weakened. The second disagreed, saying he had weakened. The other boys grabbed their knives. They rushed toward the main character, saying that guy was plotting something and needed to be taken out as fast as possible. But the protagonist started taking them down one by one, not letting any of them land a hit on Shantian. He said that today he'd do something good and crush all of their intentions. He had never been so ruthless, but this time he'd make an exception for him. The man begged him not to come any closer and asked how he could do all that. The protagonist answered, if he had only touched her, he wouldn't be this furious.
The man was completely shocked and terrified. He called the boy not a man. Then Shantian asked, "How dare you lay a hand on my woman?" and stepped even closer to the enemy. The kidnapper told the girl not to move toward him and pressed the knife even tighter to her throat, saying that if she came any closer, he'd be forced to kill her. But before she had time, it was over when Shantian sliced through the enemy's hand with a sharp, precise strike. The hand was severed and hit the ground.
The man screamed in pain and grabbed at the limb in panic. He pulled the girl into his arms and promised he would get her out of there. When he finished his last task, the boy told her to walk over to the man who would give her a gift before they left. He approached the enemy again and, with both hands, pointed his fingers at. He explained to the man that he had stopped the bleeding and the guy should be grateful. But now he couldn't move, not just from the blood loss, but because his entire body was itching and hurting. She was in pain, but couldn't move or speak, so he would have to suffer forever. The protagonist made it clear to the man that this was exactly what he deserved. As they walked away, the girl asked if it would always be like this. He only asked to be punished for a few months, so he wouldn't dare try anything against them again. Meanwhile, the man asked the doctor if his son truly had no hope, and if there was really nothing they could do in such a big hospital. But the doctor told Mr. Zhu to calm down. He said he was deeply sorry, but just like the others brought there, everyone had fractures in the lower body. The man grew extremely angry when he realized it was Shantian who had crushed his son, but he wasn't finished with him yet. Outside, the morning was bright and sunny. In front of them stood a tall, empty building. A hooded man approached. His master said he had already checked. Takeda was dead, and her clothes had been taken. The man then asked who the person was who desperately helped with the escape. It wasn't Takeda. A hooded man replied that it was exactly the same situation, and his brothers had died for nothing. The man exploded with rage and slammed both hands onto a wooden table. The table shattered completely, scattering pieces everywhere. He grew furious when he heard the name of the man Takeda had been hunting. The hooded boys felt useless, so weak compared to the enemy, and one of them said his name was Shantian. The man got even angrier and demanded that they bring him that boy immediately. He warned his men that he only needed the kid alive. They rushed to carry out his order.
The sun kept shining, lighting up the beautiful buildings of Los Altos. The girl sat in her chair and, calling the main character over, asked if he wanted to have dinner. He answered that being invited to dinner sounded great. She told him he could choose where they'd eat and place the order himself. She spoke very seriously and clearly wanted to surprise the boy. She headed to the arranged place and greeted Jen. He smiled at her. The girl walked up to the boy and greeted him. She asked where he wanted to go, but the protagonist, the main guy, pointed to the side and told the girl they didn't need to go anywhere. It was already nearby. She glanced at the cafe, surprised there was nowhere else to head. Then she turned toward the building, and slowly, they began walking toward it. Rue looked at the sign and saw a beautiful, spacious restaurant right in front of her. The boy asked why she was standing there and told her to sit, but the girl said that if he wanted to go to a place like that, he should have warned her beforehand so she could at least change clothes. Santine replied that everything was fine and that she looked great even without wearing the protagonist's outfit. He complimented her and the girl lowered her gaze, a bit embarrassed. They asked. There were plenty of dishes and several desserts had already been brought to the table. Santine noticed the food smelled amazing and really liked it. He asked the girl if she enjoyed the dishes. Before he could finish the question, he heard some kind of sound that felt a little alarming. Xinaru looked at her in surprise and asked what was going on. The protagonist replied that someone was following them. She asked who it could be and where they were. Santine then explained that it was several islanders who were changing their clothes and would probably return in a few minutes. The girl asked how he knew that and why they were dressed like that now. Santine explained that the Special Operations Department was searching for ninjas everywhere. If they showed up like that, they'd be tracked down within a few hours. Colonel Rue asked to see them since they were heading in their direction. In fact, several men were already closing in on the protagonist and the girl, surrounding them from all sides. He told the boys to escort her and asked if they were planning to pay the bill. Then one of the men asked, "The guy who didn't hesitate to kill Takeshiya must have strength at an advanced yellow mid-level." The man explained that there were 4 of them with equal power and he stood no chance against all 4 at once.
The main character grabbed the girl, making sure no one dared harm her, knocking one of the opponents down as he spun around with a bottle in his hand and smashed the man's forehead against the floor. When he lifted his head, he asked, "Seriously? No eyes?" And the girl bowed. Before that, she apologized, saying she simply hadn't noticed. The man lifted her chin and said she was very pretty. He'd forgive her if she had dinner with him. Shantian immediately turned to him and said that was his girlfriend and warned him not to touch her unless he wanted to die. The man shouted right away that there wasn't a single woman in that whole area he couldn't win over. The other guys didn't even understand what he was talking about. Was this really happening, or did someone want to mess with Biao's brother? They called the protagonist crazy. Shantian wondered if the man honestly thought he was alone, pretending not to notice his subordinates standing right there. The men were shocked by the situation, but they asked if the guy really thought they feared him. Then the man asked if he was rich enough to hire bodyguards and where their teacher was. He said he would kill them if they didn't say it. The boys asked the protagonist not to run off with the girl. Once they were already leaving, he told the boy he was great and clever, now just leave them alone. Shantian replied that this was way too good to be true. Those idiots wouldn't be able to handle those guys. The girl told the boy to leave because that street had no exit and they were cornered. Stuck there, the protagonist stepped closer to the wall and listened. Pressing himself as much as possible against it, he asked the girl if she wanted to become a heroine.
She asked what he meant by that. Shantian handed the girl She grabbed a metal pipe and asked Xenu to carry it. She thought Shantian was always the one saving her, so she needed to be brave for once. The girl gripped the metal pipe with all her strength and decided to act like a heroine, but the boy held her shoulder and told her to wait a bit longer because it wasn't time yet. Shantian called his brother Su and greeted him. He said he needed someone to send a car. While he talked, the boys were already moving toward the building where Shantian was standing. He took the girl's hand and waited for his opponents. They told the boy to stop hiding because they knew he was there, but the protagonist answered that he himself was surrounded by the environment, so let him give up. The man called the reckless boy over and they started moving toward the wall where the kids were hiding. Shantian told the girl she could do it now. She asked if she really could. He told the girl she just had to strike them, and she walked toward them with a metal pipe, gripped it tight, and went after each opponent one by one. She took down all the guys who charged at her, and the main character praised her. He eased up a bit and said the rest would go to the man, asking how many were still alive and where they were. The man shouted if he had enough courage, he could kill him.
Shantian answered that he did. He had a way to make the man's life miserable after saying something that awful. He came closer with a needle at the man's neck and explained he had made a cut in a specific spot and wanted to see how far he could push him. Trying to handle the pain, the man twisted around and shouted that he would tell everything. He begged her to stop. The protagonist was shocked since it had all lasted less than a minute, and she quickly started to bend forward. The man said there were 10. Shantian told him that if he lied, he would just ask someone else and make them suffer until the end. The man instantly claimed he was telling the truth. There were 3 more. Jonin and 2 special students. Special Chunin students living in a small hotel in the desert, and Jonin in an abandoned warehouse. At that moment, Mr. Sui and his younger companion were already approaching the boys. The boy told the master, who was guarding the items Shantian had scattered, and he was stunned by the old man's personal arrival. Sui said it was his duty, and that he definitely had to handle it himself. The student asked if the teacher who had ordered him to dismember them or throw their bodies into the sea would do everything at once. The wounded men who heard that started sweating and glanced at the character with pure contempt. The director, smiling, told her colleague there was no need for that. One of the boys who opened the doors said something terrible was happening outside. She shot him a questioning look. She was trying to figure out what was wrong when the girl stepped out. She saw her people sitting on the ground, beat.
She walked toward them. On the paper, it said that her ninja order would be delivered in several packages. The girl stared at her. Looking around, she realized no one was there anymore. She saw the police directing the men and dealing with the rest. The girl looked at 2 men sitting together on the ground. One of them had a special delivery tag. Chunin kept a close eye on her. A man walked over to the girl and asked her to clench her fists. What was going on now? The girl explained that this working style was similar to BRL's, but he had passed away a while ago. After many years on the street, it was already getting dark when the car stopped in front of a certain building. The main character stepped out to take care of some business. He asked the boys waiting in the car. The boy didn't give him any instructions. No one was allowed in until he came out, so they wouldn't overhear anything. He asked Xiao Fei if anything had happened that required him to protect the 2 of them. The boy promised to do everything he could.
When the boss walked into the office, he couldn't understand what was going on. Besides what Brother Lon had done, what was happening here? Could this really be Zan 10? He had trained martial arts with Yin for barely half a month and was already this strong. These ninjas refused to speak, so she decided to ask them herself. When the protagonist called the listed number, it was unavailable. That surprised her. She realized that guy always bought a phone and kept it on him. Meanwhile, the guy was already inside. From a huge building, he headed down into the lower levels. He asked her if she was waiting for him to invite her out. The boy barely dodged when a sharp dagger flew at him. In front of him stood a hooded man, and he said he never expected someone so young to have skills like that, and it wasn't surprising they had ended up in Shanten's hands. Shanten gave a sly smile and replied that the hooded guy would end up in his hands too. The man dropped his dagger. Right in front of him, he said he wasn't like them, and Jonan Janwan asked if he wanted to play with blades, saying he was personally ready to play along. The boy was stunned when he saw in the protagonist's hands a dagger surrounded by a green mist, and he asked about the unstable fish. The boy shouted that they didn't deserve that.
Their opponents advanced, and a fight broke out with 2 daggers. The protagonist dodged the enemy's powerful strikes, but couldn't land a single hit. Shantian told the hooded guy that even if he had plans, he wouldn't be executing them today. The hooded man asked if he was trying to stop him, and Shantian answered it'd be pretty tough. He threw a few smoke bombs at the enemy. He yelled that this was his place and that it was lost. When he rushed the vandal again, the guy barely dodged the attack and his dagger snapped. The enemy realized he was now unarmed. How could he fight like this? They could find a shobi to attack a blind enemy, but Shantian couldn't. The man told him not to use childish tricks because he wouldn't find him just by hearing his voice. He demanded the celestial scroll, or he said he would die a terrible death. And no, he wouldn't spare any of his friends or family. Shantian answered that he couldn't just stand there while someone threatened the people he cared about, so now he had to do even worse than the others. The man in the hood thought he hadn't been spotted, and why? He was so sure of himself that he couldn't understand it. He must be bluffing. There was no way he would figure out where he was hiding or slip away. The main character asked the hooded guy when suddenly he appeared behind him. He was thinking he was relying on hearing, not on sight. Shantian told the hooded man that he moved by following the sound, the punch the enemy hears. The man was shocked and couldn't understand how that was possible. There's just no way someone could see that. Someone in that smoky shape. The boy explained that they relied on sounds and smells to locate targets.
He apologized, saying he should have been watching. Then he lost from the start, sending the enemy crashing straight to the ground. He couldn't understand what had happened because he couldn't defend himself, and his body wouldn't obey. Shantian explained that he let himself get hit with a knife to control the acupuncture points with a needle. He hated when people touched him. When it came to his family and friends, he would ultimately be harsher than anyone else. The protagonist started taking down his opponent, driven by the need to protect his loved ones. He moved in for another strike, but suddenly noticed a sort of dagger. The man reached for the dagger and began to catch him off guard, exploiting weak points and balance, crushing bones so that the fine sword could deliver the blow while keeping the advantage. Meanwhile, the car, it was close to the building where the boy, Sina Ru, was. Excited, he asked Les Shantian if he had already come out. Suddenly, everyone heard a noise, and it was, cautiously, the protagonist stepped out with the hooded boy, took him to the street, and placed him directly in the car. The girl asked if he was hurt. They approached the boy, and she began touching his face, asking him. Shantian then told him not to worry, saying that after a while, everything heals. The boy told Mr. Suyuke that when he returned, he should take the book, make a copy, and have several dozen translators render it into Chinese before delivering it. The old man immediately obeyed his student. Shantian mentioned there was another package. Meanwhile, the boss and his henchmen approached the hooded man. The girls were lying on the ground. It was striking how they could manage that with a poor boy. The protagonist was at home, sitting on a sofa, lost in thought. Suddenly, the phone rang, and he answered it was his aunt. She asked if he wanted to join a special team. The boy said he didn't and hung up immediately. When his aunt called back, he repeated that he didn't want to, but this time, his father was on the line.
Tianya explained to the protagonist that her son was dead, but the boy insisted he hadn't hit him that hard. The man started shouting that he had turned his son into an idiot and killed him. Shantian called him a scoundrel because all he wanted to do was teach him, and his son could have recovered in a few months. The man demanded that he stop lying. He was the one who had sent the boy away with his own hands. In that case, he would be put in his path and would face the consequences. The director was terrified and asked what he had done with the girl. Meanwhile, she was already inside a car, hands tied and mouth taped. She couldn't understand what was happening, glancing at the driver who sat with his eyes closed. Bei was panicking, looking out the window at the green fields. She tried to reach the car door handle to stop it somehow. Someone had killed Zhao Tianu, but why was the body sitting in the driver's seat up front? She couldn't make sense of it and wanted someone to help her. Meanwhile, the man stood at the edge of a cliff laughing as he told the boy on the phone that everything was already over. Too late. She had a remote in her hand with a big red button about to be pressed. The girl froze as the car slowly started moving. The dead man was behind the wheel and she could move, approaching a huge cliff. The man explained to the protagonist that the girl had the boy on the road just 3 seconds from the city. She cared for Beihai, and he had sent her to turn her into a tool for his company. Hearing this, Shantian immediately rushed to the door and started flying toward the street as fast as possible. The boy began using the cloud-walking immoral steps, pushing his speed to the limit as the main character, ran at incredible speed down the road. 2 girls stopped. One thought, what a strong wind. The other said it was Superman. The boy ran faster than the wind and he told her to wait, promising nothing would happen. She was slowly approaching the cliff. The car was almost at the edge and she closed her eyes, whispering Shantian's name. The car was already right at the cliff's edge. The girl thought there was no hope, but suddenly the protagonist appeared and started pushing the car back. She covered one eye and saw Shantian in front of her. She was thrilled, but the boy didn't have enough strength to push the massive car speeding toward the cliff. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and punched the hood.
Apparently, that was his next move. The car finally stopped, and he went to the door to help her out. He opened it, and she began climbing out. The boy promised that everything would be fine, but before she could fully get out, an armed man blocked their path, saying he had thought it would be easy, but that he wouldn't back down. The protagonist held the gun near the trigger, ready to fire, then left. He threatened to bury the girl along with his own son for what she had done. Shantian replied that apparently he wasn't skilled enough, and tried to grab a bullet, but failed. The man was stunned and asked how he managed it. Although normally possible, it seemed impossible. The man aimed the gun at his enemy. The protagonist dodged the bullets as sweat streamed down the man's face. Shantian told him that being crazy like this would drive him completely insane. The boy grabbed one of his long, sharp needles and moved toward the enemy. Meanwhile, on a bright, sunny day, the protagonist was already on the street, on the opposite side of B. He told the girl to go home. That boy wouldn't hurt her anymore. She asked what he had done. The boy said he hadn't done anything, then completely lost his mind. He said goodbye to the girl, telling her to go home and think of nothing. The protagonist continued with his work and answered his aunt's call. She asked again if he wanted to join a special team. She mentioned she had considered placing him in a group with Lin Binbin once he joined for a special team. Well, since he didn't want that, she said to forget it. The protagonist asked who said he didn't want it. He had just misunderstood his aunt and decided he would behave, he thought. He realized that a lot had happened recently and he wanted to learn more. So joining this special team would make things easier. His aunt began explaining that the special team was divided into 7 levels. Those who joined start as trainees, then move through 1st, 2nd, and so on, up to the 7th level, which is the highest. Starting today, they would become members of the 1st level of the special purpose team. Across the province, there are 100 first-line members, and only 30 in Hangai. The boy couldn't grasp that he was already in the team, and it hadn't even taken a minute. The girl said she knew everything about him, so there was no problem. After all, when it comes to training, no one knows him better than his aunt. She explained that in a special operations team, career progression depends on completing tasks.
The harder the task, the faster you rise in rank, Shantian asked. What's the benefit of a promotion? The aunt explained that a special forces team works here, and they would learn all the advantages. Later, they would need to be careful and not push beyond limits, as the risk of death would be extremely high. She asked if there was anything else he wanted to know, in case Antion asked the girl about his parents. She replied, when he reached his father's level, he would have the right to know everything. The boy said he was leaving. His aunt thought to herself that she knew he was capable. After all, he was the son of her brother Lon. The main girl stepped out. found him and said she had heard he had joined the special forces and was with her. She told Sister Lin that she knew everything and asked permission to share that her greatest wish was she was supposed to join the dragon team, and if he decided to join her, she'd have to become a 7th class member. In, determined, vowed to tackle every task to gain experience, hoping it wouldn't cause any problems. The boy reassured her it was all under control. They'd handle things together, so it was better to sit back and let the system do its thing. The site demanded identity verification, a minor hurdle in the middle of all the chaos. The girl noted that the protagonist seemed flustered, his face heating up, his breaths a little heavy, and she found it irritating. Shantian brushed it off. They had only gone to the hotel to use the computer, and choosing just one option wasn't exactly a smart move. At the internet cafe, she explained the rules. No secret site could be accessed in public. Shantian asked why not just use her house. After all, the hotel computer wasn't all that secure. She admitted she didn't want to be alone at home. The site itself had safeguards, leaving no trace, impossible to hack.
Special Forces tasks came in 7 levels, and at his current level, completing anything basic was already a challenge. Class F tasks, nearly impossible. The boy suggested taking on 10 rescued members. Lin thought he lost his mind. 2 at a time, she said, that's the limit. With a deadline looming, it became clear they'd have to pick the protagonist. He moved to the computer, weighing the choices. Capture a fugitive or collect. Teacher Lin clarified both tasks had a strict 3-day deadline. 2 tasks, 3 days. Impossible? Maybe. Exciting? Absolutely. She asked if that was good or bad, but the boy just waved her along and led the way. They arrived at the imposing Club Zeta. Inside, Sister HN lounged behind the counter, a glass of wine in hand, radiating calm authority. The protagonist approached, extending an invitation. She had just checked on a man's location. He'd return shortly, but Sister HN was already accepting the fee. Lin asked where he wanted to start, hoping he could at least offer a plan. The protagonist asked the girl to take him to the next destination and get into the car. Once they stepped out, Shantian explained that the apartment belonged to the secretary of a suspected corrupt official, but they had strict rules to follow. To enter, she would also need an access card, so they had to fill out a form. She noted that the window wasn't closed. Lin asked how she knew, considering the apartment was on the 4th floor. She told him not to reveal that she could see inside. The boy asked her to keep watch. The police stayed in position, doing nothing while waiting for the protagonist. Shantian realized that at that moment, no one was home, so he didn't have to worry about being caught. The boy approached the window and slipped into the apartment for her. He began using his X-ray vision, planning to find evidence as his next step. As he lifted the sheet, he noted how smoothly everything was going, almost like a TV show plot. Nearby, someone paced nervously along the fence, clearly worried about the protagonist. The boy had already run out to the street. He started moving closer to her. She asked what was there. Shantian explained that he had gathered plenty of proof, photographed the ledger, and so on. The girl exclaimed that everything was fine.
The boy reminded her it was Sister HN's task. Almost the same routine repeated. They left and approached the Star Club building. The protagonist went to the table and a woman placed an envelope with something inside. She explained what it contained. He asked for details and inquired about his money. The boy thanked Sister Jen and mentioned that there were still hundreds of thousands on the map, which she could translate. He gave the map's password because the girl was shocked. The boy explained that they were following him. A police officer asked if he would be followed soon as well. The protagonist replied that the sister's information was extremely important and reliable to him. Entering the street where a single lantern lit up the 4th floor, Lin told the man that after reading 3, he needed to leave, since there was still more to report even after the count. They approached the door and went inside. Lin drew her weapon and shouted. The police ordered everyone to stay still, just as a man appeared behind her swinging a baseball bat over his head. He didn't get the chance to strike the girl because the protagonist's punch had already hit his face, knocking the bat from his hands as he rolled to the ground. Another boy wielding a saber started moving toward them, and the protagonist asked the girl to assist. Quick and precise, she threw a needle that landed near the enemy's mouth. The villain Lin kicked, swiftly neutralizing the threat, and laughed. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Well, Shantian, you weren't wrong. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have been caught so fast. They decided to give the remaining targets a chance, approaching the man at the reception. He was shocked, eyes wide, and asked if it was really just the 2 of them on this mission. The girl stared him down, unflinching. He demanded that the protagonist hand over all the experience glasses. Shantian urged him to hurry and complete the mission, delivering
delivering the glasses immediately. After all, he was part of a special forces team. Since the experience points were mostly useless, the man explained that they had broken the speed record and would earn 50% of the total points, though the reward wouldn't increase. The protagonist, Lin, confirmed she understood everything. Turning to thank the boy, Zenan patted the girl's head and told her to start the next set of tasks. As the men left, the man shook his head, thinking it had been a crazy night. Shantian and Lin had completed 18 tasks in a single night, an incredible feat. Perhaps it was because the boy refused to experience everything alone, and the system's log remained silent, just like every other member of the team.
In their first lesson, they learned about a man named Lin from Janai City. Though some were impressed and envious, a few were in a bad mood about her performance. One of them, also named Lin, held the top spot in the Class G tasks. Meanwhile, it was a bright, fabulous day outside, and a conference room appeared ahead. People were inside, and the man explained that it was she, Polly Binbin, who had completed 18 tasks in a single night. Later, a second man requested to see the second page. There were only a dozen tasks listed, but in total, she seemed like a new rising employee. The boys were curious about her, which annoyed her greatly. She slammed her hands on the table, staring forward. Lin entered the room and asked if she was present. The men invited her in, and she greeted everyone, introducing herself as Lin Binbin, smiling and waving politely. Before she could leave, the person who had called her to the table stood up and guided her to a cart. He asked if she had been watching something, trying to apologize for accidentally bumping her leg. She replied that he had pulled her leg, causing her to stumble, and questioned how he could kick her. At that moment, a man appeared in the doorway, asking what the commotion was. He instructed everyone to use their strength to finish the tasks and to avoid fighting. He asked the captain why he was treating the team so carelessly, claiming he could beat anyone. The captain asked for clarification.
Lin Binbin had set a record of 18 tasks in one night, with a maximum of 30 per week. The girl grunted, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes. The protagonist quietly approached and offered a subtle apology. He nudged her leg, and she immediately flew forward, landing in front of him. She demanded to know what he was doing. Antian, looking down at her, remarked that a good dog never causes trouble. When the boy stepped closer, the girl clenched her fist, ready to get her revenge. Suddenly, the girl drew a sharp dagger from its sheath, holding it high above the protagonist's head. The man immediately demanded she stop. Lin warned Shantian to be careful, but the boy rose without hesitation, not even a twitch. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. Her hand wouldn't move. The captain asked if she knew what she was doing. She would be suspended for 3 days, and her promotion would be cut in half. The captain turned to the protagonist, saying he too would face suspension after seeing how he kicked her, especially since it left her without experience for the next 30 missions. Shantian shook his head. No. Captain Parmito worried that now, with everything settled, they would report his plans for the upcoming week. Lin told the boy that they could take on a task at a higher level if he wanted. Shantian was surprised that he wanted more challenging tasks and agreed to try, while the envious girl assumed he would promote her to the second tier, blaming herself. Shantian sent the girl away and headed home to grab clothes. Lin urged him to hurry. The boy called Shantian, asking what to do next. He was told not to return until he saw Bannon, the Native American, wandering below. Shantian reassured him that he was already there. He was supposed to help remove the trash. The protagonist approached the tall building, walking through a wide alley with his hands in his pockets. A group of armed men appeared behind him. One held a massive wooden bat. A slick-haired guy swung his fist above the other, trying to strike, but the protagonist dodged the blows and handed the big guy off to another man. Meanwhile, someone stood on a rooftop behind the building, filming everything on a cell phone.
He had been tracking Shang Pool for a long time, and the results were satisfying. This was exactly what he wanted to do, he continued. Watching the video on his phone, all he wanted was to clip a section and alert the newspaper staff. He wanted to prove that this guy was attacking citizens even before anyone saw the footage, since the protagonist had already. He snatched the phone from his hand, crushed it with one grip until it shattered into pieces, and tossed it aside. The slick-haired boy demanded to know what he was doing and warned him to stay away from Zhang Tian. The protagonist simply replied that he should ask what the boy was doing there. He stared him straight in the eyes. The boy warned him never to pull such dirty tricks again and to keep away from Jin Shuai, or else he would regret it.
The man stood up and told him to wait, insisting he wasn't finished yet. As the boy staggered toward the protagonist's strike, the man asked his father how he had been told to save him. The old man replied that it was his grandson, and he would protect him as if it were his own life. They needed to find out who had recently offended him. The man said he wanted to see who dared attack his family while he was in his truck. Lin, a familiar face in Janai, informed the protagonist that this mission was the most difficult at their level, facing an assassin from a frozen arena. She asked if the boy truly wanted to take it on. He decided to accept when he realized it was bitter sand. This was the best way to exact revenge. He told the girl to follow him, knowing where to find them. She asked why they would be at his house. He explained that the sending stadium crew constantly monitored his home. When they changed locations, the team would strike at his hideout and destroy everything. Lin was shocked, asking if they really intended to confront them and what the unstable sand crew was doing watching his house. Why did he always have more problems with them? The boy said it was a minor misunderstanding. They assumed he had something they needed, but with their own strength, they could get it themselves. So why continue watching? Xanon instructed the girl to observe as they began to move. The enemies were more relaxed when the shift passed, making it the perfect opportunity. The man approached the entrance building. Darkness surrounded everything. In the desert, the girl with the gun stood beside the protagonist, keeping a sharp eye on the warehouse.
She had promised a friend that her aim was excellent and that she would take down as many as she could. He shouted furiously at the attackers inside, demanding their surrender. The bandits turned toward him, shocked. One girlfriend screamed at him, claiming he was crazy. Sean continued to yell, warning them to leave or be killed. The criminals, enraged, bolted for the exit. One shouted that the protagonist had made it to them. The girl raised her gun and, with a satisfied tone, told the boy he had disarmed them. The protagonist pulled a small set of metal needles from his pocket and apologized to the girl. Sean flung the needles at the bandits, sending them crashing to the ground. The girl was stunned at the display. As the criminals fell, she realized there was only one chance. Sean shouted for his partner to follow him. The protagonist entered the warehouse and began taking down the bandits with his bare hands. Using all his strength, he pressed his hands against their heads, knocking them to the floor. The bandits were terrified. They couldn't understand how he had become so powerful. Zan noticed the shift and commanded them to surrender, threatening to defeat them. Terrified, the criminals ran for their lives. At the exit, Zan rose calmly, watching the chaos unfold. The protagonist took a metal needle and stabbed one of the attackers in the neck. The bandit fell unconscious. His companions rose, shocked, attempting to strike from behind. Zan spun around sharply and saw the girl hitting the criminals with precise shots. He looked at his partner, standing ready with her pistol, and ensured no one rose. Zan smiled and praised her. A police car pulled up at the warehouse entrance. The girl told the protagonist that reinforcements had arrived. Officers began entering the building. A man approached the boy and asked if they had really handled it together. He replied honestly that they had. His girlfriend had done everything and was watching the scene unfold. The man told her that today she would be a second-class operative in the Special Forces team. She was surprised to hear his words.
Captain Sion looked at her cheerfully, smiling and congratulating her on her success. The officer smiled back at his friend, thanking her for the praise. She sat in a room with a phone beside her. In a cold, sinister tone, she said she would now be joined with Lin Binbin. Two men sat on the mansion sofa. One fighter, holding a glass, told Mr. Yu that something had happened with Banin Santian. He had done too much. He expressed his contempt for the four young knights. The fighter said the protagonist should be beaten to death. Xiong was too close to the fiancé. Senru was supposed to be used as bait to lure Xion into a trap, then kill them. Both men turned to their partner, incredulous. Is that even possible? The fighter replied with conviction that with their strength, they could easily take the lives of the two. He asked his partner, "Are you really afraid to kill?" A woman glared at him, her voice cruel, ordering the bandit to end her life. The fighter, glass in hand, laughed loudly, insisting that it would happen just like that. The protagonist woke up the next morning. Sunlight filled the room. Xion rose from bed, thinking that this time everything was completely clear. The unstable sand group wouldn't send anyone right now. He answered the phone and read the message. His girlfriend, Zenru, was in danger. The protagonist called her, anxious for her to finally pick up.
Zen grabbed the phone and excitedly asked his friend, "Is he okay?" His voice was tense but controlled. The girl, excited, sat at a table in an armchair, asking a friend what had happened. Xian, alarmed, told her not to go anywhere and wait for him. Zen was very worried, holding the phone tightly, unable to fully understand what had happened to his friend. The girl's phone rang again. She asked, "What's going on?" A stranger demanded that the girlfriend come down and help. Her friend was in danger in the underground parking lot. The little girl ran quickly through the parking lot, weaving between the cars, searching for Zen. She grabbed the phone tightly, but the protagonist didn't answer her calls. The girlfriend saw the protagonist sprinting toward her in the parking lot. She called out to him, "Zen!"
She stood there, unaware that someone was watching her from inside a car. She got into the car with that person. The fighter ordered one of his subordinates over the phone to start the engine. Zan was near the car with his girlfriend when suddenly the headlights of another car lit up. An explosive blast shook the parking lot. Smoke filled the entire area. The car door flew open. Several fighters leapt aside and ran. With his subordinates, he smashed the window. If he wanted to drink, it would be for a successful mission. Suddenly, the protagonist approached the car from the side, cunningly asking the boss where he was headed. Zan grabbed his hand at the door and flung it wide open. The bandits inside froze in terror. He asked the distressed boy how he could be saved. The fighter pointed at the protagonist with a trembling finger, promising in a shaky voice that they would stop. Luck wouldn't last forever. The protagonist pulled out his metal needles, warning the bandit that there would be no second chance. Pulling his girlfriend along, Zan went too far, turned, and prepared to leave. He warned the defeated bandits that they would never be able to use their senses again for the rest of their lives. After being struck by the metal needles, the criminals reacted. Unconscious, Zan asked her friend, whom she admired and cared for, if it was over. Zan pointed at the girlfriend, reminding her that she couldn't leave the office anytime she wanted. The girl gave him a mischievous look and said she was worried about her. The protagonist placed his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and promised that nothing would go wrong in the future. A police car arrived at a large, luxurious building. The officer watched the vehicle's arrival closely. His employee Lin turned to his subordinate and said he would return to the department first. The officer told the chief there was no rush. He stepped into the elevator and then into a taxi. Lin prepared to get off, pressed the button for the desired floor, and began descending the building.
When the elevator reached the ground floor, the woman prepared to step out. The staff gasped as they saw their boss starting to fall. Unaware that he was in the elevator, the protagonist ran full speed down the street toward the hospital building. An excited young man bumped into the entrance of the ward and asked the officer what had happened. The officer looked at the protagonist and said he was well acquainted with Captain Lin Shan. He sat near the patient's bed and asked the officer the man's name. The officer replied it was Kenan, and that all of this was just a gesture of goodwill. The young man, moved, placed his hand on the girl's wrist to check her pulse. The protagonist examined his unconscious girlfriend. Everything about the situation felt strange to him. Hyun turned and asked the officer how the girl had fallen ill. The man explained that they had been investigating murder cases where the victims had died mysteriously. Lin had fainted. As soon as he left the crime scene, the boy closed his eyes and placed his hands near the patient's head to figure out what had happened. He wanted to determine her exact condition. Hyun opened his eyes and looked at his girlfriend with a peculiar expression. He still kept his hands near her head. A dark aura formed around the girl's head. At that moment, Seon held metal needles in his hands, brandishing them and launching them toward the patient. Lin regained consciousness and weakly said she had a headache. The officer was extremely surprised and remarked that the girl, he woke up and it was unbelievable to him. The patient sat up in bed, asking how he had gotten there and what was happening. Hyun explained to his girlfriend that he didn't fully understand what the essence was. The essence itself was like a ghost in a movie, but created by people. Lin was terrified when she learned about the ghost. She screamed that there was no need to play around like that. The guy explained it was a frightened patient, ill, whose essence had absorbed a lot of energy. He told the girl to rest while he would handle things. Breathing in the fresh air, the protagonist informed the officer that he would take over, and the officer agreed. Seon entered the elevator with the man and started ascending the building. Hyun stayed behind the protagonist.
He mentioned that the patient involved in the accident was on the 18th floor. Suddenly, the elevator shaft began shaking violently. Everything around trembled. The officer was extremely alarmed. He quickly understood what was happening.
Cyan reached out and asked the invisible companion why he had played such tricks. The elevator stopped at the 18th floor. The boy told the other to wait there and exit in a minute. Hyun was still very shaken. The protagonist moved down the corridor. A man shouted to him that the deceased was in a neighboring apartment. Cyan knocked on the door. He explained to the officer that the assassin, Hyun, was in that place, extremely frightened. He looked at the boy and waited for him to continue. The protagonist opened the door, carefully scanned the apartment, entered the room, and examined every corner meticulously. Following his instructions, he didn't see anyone nearby. He turned and looked at a corner of the apartment. No one was there. A dark aura emerged around the boy, fiercely demanding that he present himself to the one who had touched his future. A wife's voice, unfamiliar, told the man that he had destroyed her plane and informed her son. The protagonist, with a cunning tone, admitted he had many enemies, but it was the first time he had faced someone like this. The main man, without turning, sent the stranger away. He had arrived to settle a conflict with him. A malevolent spirit appeared in the form of a hooded corpse. It told the guest that it didn't know what it was doing. Cyan activated a magical vision and turned to face the spirit in the room. He examined it carefully. The protagonist was shaken and asked the stranger, his voice tinged with fear. The spirit reached out toward the man, its energy overwhelming. The strong man told the figure that he was a treasure for his cultivation. Shan grabbed his needles and told his companion that this being was neither man nor ghost. The stranger extended its hand, striking the man with the aid of a dark aura.
The protagonist launched his needles forward. They dissolved into a swirl of black energy. Sean stared at the unknown spirit, alarmed, and decided to strike. The protagonist leaped high, shouting at the ghost to finish him off. Sean then delivered a full-force blow, hitting the spirit's dark hand. The monster's hand swerved to the side from the impact. Sean laughed and declared it weak. He handed the spirit over to his master. Brutally, the demon ordered its spirit to kill the man as quickly as possible. Shang was terrified. A chilling sensation ran through him. Dark scents swirled around. The protagonist ignited a small circle of fire in his hands. The formation began to break apart. The ghost screamed at the man, calling him a monster and warning him not to come closer. The protagonist ran, striking the ghost with his hand along the way. Hyun stood frozen nearby. The officer by the door waited for the man to exit. Suddenly, a noise came from beneath the door. Alarmed, he ran toward it. The door burst open, and the protagonist, Hyun Lei, emerged. He asked the boy what that demonic ghost body was, which had fallen from the apartment floor. The man asked, terrified, what had happened. Sean, smiling, explained to the surprised couple that the ghost had committed a crime. To investigate and interrogate it, the protagonist returned to the hospital building to visit his girlfriend. Sion entered the room and told the girl that he had accepted the case specifically because of her. Lin asked the friend if she was hurt. She told him that he had saved her life and helped open the case, leaving her increasingly indebted. Sion approached Lin, his voice cunning, and said that if she married him, he would settle everything at once. The protagonist picked up the phone. On the line was Father Van Nan Lin, demanding that he appear before him. Sion told the man he didn't know anyone named Ban Lin and hung up. The stranger's anger flared, his grip tightening. The girl held the phone in her hand, calling out the protagonist's name.
The protagonist stood in the hospital cashier line, washing an apple for his girlfriend. Lin told him it was fine, she would eat it anyway. The boy replied that he wanted to be a model visitor for her. He touched the phone, answered it, and continued cleaning the counter. Suddenly, a frightened girl called, crying, and informed him that Sinai Shang had been kidnapped. Shocked, he dropped the apple and knife. The protagonist dashed toward the exit, shouting to his girlfriend not to call the police. Lin, panicked, asked a friend, "What's going on?" A little girl ran into the room, yelling to her sister that something strange was happening. A friend was sitting in a chair reading a book, seemingly unfazed. The girl replied that she didn't like watching someone so funny. With green eyes, he asked his girlfriend in surprise, was it really about that same basketball game? The girlfriend, stunned, turned to ask, was it really about a boy? Another frightened girl, Kali, told the protagonist she didn't even remember the card plate. It was useless.
Shang promised his girlfriend that he would definitely bring Xinhui back. The protagonist grabbed the phone and dialed the kidnapper. The man, annoyed, responded that he was busy. Shan called and harshly blamed his partner for the situation. The protagonist threatened to kidnap her, vowing to destroy his family if his cousin didn't cooperate. His girlfriend, distressed, held his hand and insisted she would follow him. With tears in her eyes, she explained that Cincy was her best friend and she couldn't leave her alone. Shan embraced her, promising that they would face it together. They would return their relative. Two girls stayed to the side, following the protagonist and his companion. The stranger asked the sister if she had seen it. The girlfriend replied that the boy carried a dangerously murderous aura. She explained, there are two kinds of killer aura, one born from murder, the other from pure rage. The stranger's eyes narrowed and he said astutely, rage can be so intense that it awakens the desire to kill another person. Inside the truck's compound, a subordinate approached with a report for his boss. The fighter told the chief that their plan had worked. The boy had walked straight into certain death. The owner, seated in a chair, demanded to know from his subordinate if Master Ham were invited. The fighter would tell the boss that the target is already in the yard. The owner's fury was brutal. He would first break hands and legs, then allow his son to personally torture An.
The protagonist, along with his companion, moved closer. Zan carefully asked his girlfriend, Vinin, where he should strike first. She replied that he should start with a blow to the face. He asked how he should spread his strikes across the house. The girlfriend instructed him to aim for the board. The protagonist shouted at her and she nodded, leaping to smash the board, swinging it and delivering a powerful strike near the entrance. He yelled at the owner that he would destroy all of his property. The servant ran to alert the boss that the protagonist had broken the board. The boss, enraged, shouted that his father had signaled that it was permissible. The protagonist turned and slammed the door open, entering the compound. Sean glared furiously through the gate. Two young women sat nearby, observing the property intently. A bride perched on a branch told her older sister she admired how the basketball god handled everything. Another friend stood near a tree trunk, warning that the guy could run into trouble. The girl smirked mischievously. He came here just for the fun of it, she whispered to her friend. How many more problems? The older sister remained silent, staring straight ahead. She didn't answer his girlfriend. The protagonist, with firm steps, passed through the shattered doors and he led the people into the courtyard. The boss was furious, shouting at his warriors to kill the protagonist. A horde of armed thugs advanced, trying to subdue him from all sides. Bin looked terrified. His friend shouted for him to be more careful. One of the thugs swung a baseball bat at the boy. The protagonist glared fiercely at the attackers and prepared to fight barehanded. Sean charged at one of the thugs. The fighter struck him down with a double-handed punch. The other thugs froze in fear. The boy stared furiously at the remaining attackers. "It's too late for you," he barked. A fierce fight erupted, and the protagonist emerged victorious. He neutralized all the attackers and approached two men. The boss pointed a finger, intimidating one of them. The master replied to his superior, saying not to worry about the owner. He hesitated to ask for the master's help. Zixian explains that he was the guardian of the Van family. "If anyone dares to destroy the family's plaque, I must intervene," he said. Zixian asked the boy who his master was. The protagonist responded coldly that he wasn't worthy to ask about the master. The fighter assumed a combat stance, glaring at the man furiously. "You are ungrateful," he said. "The fault isn't mine." Zixian snapped his fingers and charged at Master Zixian. Zixian swung his hand and dashed toward the boy. "I want to smash the egg on the stone," he shouted. Zixian struck with two fingers, hitting Master Zixian. With all his strength, he slammed his fingers, breaking the bones in his opponent's hand. The protagonist ran toward the boss and threatened him, vowing to break his bones. The boss recoiled, extending his hand. The protagonist demanded he stop. Zixian grabbed the master's hand and twisted it aside. He asked brutally what the owner had said, simultaneously ordering the man to release the master. Zixian was left in shock and fear. The master warned him that he'd regret this for the rest of his life. The protagonist simply replied that boss could do whatever he wanted. After all, he was already kneeling in defeat, right in front of him. With a sharp kick delivered from above, Zixian struck with full force. The blow sent the defeated master flying, crashing straight into his own boss.
The huge bodyguard caught the master midair and remarked with a harsh tone that the protagonist was brutally ruthless for someone that young. The protagonist calmly told the guard he could always bring someone else if he wanted to try again. Two fighters rushed in to help the injured master move away. Zitian then reached out, shook the boss's hand firmly, and said he was eager to fight him next. The owner shot him a blunt question, whether he really thought he could just come and go whenever he pleased. The protagonist walked straight to the gate, waved goodbye to the owner, and announced that he was leaving.
But then he suddenly stopped, turned around, and extended his hand toward the boss again, saying that he had actually changed his mind. Zan flashed a cruel grin at both the owner and the guard, asking if either of them believed they could stop him. The owner shouted from the window that the protagonist wasn't allowed to move. Zan responded with cold brutality that they were welcome to try. The guard added that he shouldn't forget he was still standing right there. Zhang looked him in the eyes and said that Vaughn would never speak to him like that. The guard retorted that even the Zuffenhausen zealot should be ready to take a beating, but he was clearly stunned. He couldn't understand how the protagonist could move so fast. In a blink, Sean dashed forward at full speed, grabbed the boss by the hand, and tried to drag him away. Furious, the guard charged at the protagonist, shouting that he was acting like the guard didn't even exist. Sean raised his arms to block the swing and managed to brace himself against the impact, jumping back to a safer distance. The boy knew immediately that his opponent was incredibly strong. The guard tore off his upper garment, warning with irritation that he wasn't even. The clash dragged on far longer than anyone expected. The guard swung his arm and charged at the boy, but Zan slipped aside just in time. The man slammed his aim into the concrete wall with full force, shattering it into pieces. The girl was right underneath it all. She excitedly told her sister that the protagonist had gotten himself into trouble again. A master at Suan level had confronted him. Her fiancé commented that the master was strong, sure, but not exactly the fastest or the most skilled fighter around. Defeat was possible if the right moment showed up. The outsider added enthusiastically that the so-called basketball god stuck at the upper yellow level had almost no chance against someone at Suan level like the fiancé. She kept her eyes glued to the fight, deep in thought, telling her partner they'd just have to wait and see what came next. The main character dodged the master's attacks with quick reflexes. The fighter barked in fury at the boy, demanding that he stop running if he was really that bold. With a harsh kick delivered mid-air, he sent him flying sideways. Feeling insulted, the protagonist decided it was time to strike back as fast as he could, whether on the ground or launching himself with a jump. He tried to attack the master, but the man dodged cleanly. The guard recovered, slammed his hands against the ground, and glared at him with burning anger.
The master grabbed the remaining bracelets, clearly preparing another strike. The fighter stared him down and said sternly that he had forced him into this. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing the master intended to finish him using multiple bracelets, so he hurled metal nails toward the man. The fighter shattered the metal needles with a simple steel bracelet as if it were nothing. Sean muttered in frustration that he hadn't been able to hide all of his strength today. The fighter suddenly broke free and lunged at the boy again. Someone from the sideline shouted for them to stop. A woman appeared with a guard at her side. She yelled for the master, the boy, and the protagonist to halt at once, glaring at the outsider with open disgust. She declared that something serious had happened. The old man, terrified, explained to his partner that there had been some sort of misunderstanding when his daughter was kidnapped. The guest demanded, coldly and without a hint of patience, that the owner return the girl immediately. Worried, the owner stepped aside to discuss the matter with another man. A frightened girl showed up in the yard next door. She ran straight to her mother. Her mother hugged her tightly and tried to calm her down, saying everything would be fine. The old man bluntly told the visitor that it was his own son who had kidnapped her daughter, but nothing terrible had happened. The woman shot back that he could try grabbing one of her relatives if he dared. The old man walked over to the man nearby, and the two spoke intensely about something. Sean told his aunt he had been wandering behind them. His cousin, who could also see the woman, told the guard that her opponent was Zhao Fen, a former #1 in Hongai City. Ban told the guard he hadn't seen him for several days and that his power had grown a lot. He stared at the fighter, who harshly asked if he wanted to join the fight. Ban, smiling, replied that the guy had never beaten him. He didn't need anyone to take him down. The girls sat up in a tree and watched.
The fight unfolded carefully on the estate grounds. The girl jumped off the tree to the side and asked in surprise, "Does it seriously not look like it anymore?" The protagonist glared at the master and said he himself had the potential to win. He stayed quiet, observing his opponent closely. Ahead of him, the woman held her daughter. She realized the protagonist had reached Suan level. A powerful aura spread around the boy. Darkness wrapped around him.
There were different stages of Suan Shang. He stared at the terrified master and told him he would stay a fool for the rest of his life. The protagonist grabbed metal needles and threw them at the master. People were shocked. They couldn't believe the guy had defeated old Shang. He turned and silently looked at the others, then at the chief and the elder. The boy was stunned when he noticed a dark aura rising around the body of an old man and another man. The woman knew the protagonist was the only master at the final Suan stage in the entire city. She couldn't understand what had happened to the boy. Xiang thought to himself that he hadn't actually reached the final stage. Suan had just bluffed to scare the enemy. The protagonist glanced around surprised, realizing no one else wanted to fight him. Xiang spotted a massive rock in front of him that she was standing on the ground. She walked closer to him. The old man was terrified. He asked the protagonist what he thought about all that. The woman was deeply scared of the boy and called him by name. Xiang lifted the stone over his head and prepared to throw it. He hurled the rock at the building. Zan raised the stone again and threatened the man, saying he would destroy his entire property. The old man and his subordinates were horrified. He tried to say something to the guards. The grandfather glared angrily at the fighters and ordered them to go there and tear down the whole mansion. The man told his people not to wait until the boy smashed the house himself. Xiang stood up, holding the stone over his head. Vaughn saw the protagonist right as his subordinates began smashing the building. The protagonist watched carefully while the servants completely tore apart the estate's structure. Zahn had no strength left. He dropped the stone on his own head and immediately threw it to the ground. Vaughn smiled and told the boy to visit Lulin village and have some tea when he had time. The woman said they wanted to go as well. The old man was shocked and amazed as he watched the guests leaving through the property gates. Suddenly, the grandfather collapsed unconscious on the ground. The servants called for the master. The protagonist sat in a chair near a table inside a large house. The hostess sat across from him.
After a short pause, she told the boy they needed to talk about that now. Smiling, he told his girlfriend that the woman asked if he would tell her the truth. She reached out to him and firmly asked when he had become that strong. The boy told his girlfriend he had gotten stronger through training. He couldn't admit to her that he had grown stronger after stealing a celestial scroll. The hostess handed him a small document and said he was already an advanced Suan master and could no longer remain a first-class member. Xian had to go to the Bin from second class had already been promoted to second rank. The hostess looked at the boy and told him she would make him a special operations instructor. The protagonist was very surprised by such an offer. The receptionist told him he could take the spot that the fan favorite would normally occupy. The protagonist stood up and told the woman, smiling, that he wouldn't do that. The receptionist explained that it was her order. The boy, upset, shouted at his aunt, saying she was taking away his freedom to act. The woman held his hand and reminded her she was his aunt. The hostess grabbed the protagonist's hand and pressed his fingerprint onto the document. Staring at her own hand in shock, the woman said they needed to gather all team leaders from 1 to 7 and she would introduce them to the protagonist. The woman then entered the training center. The fighters knew they had a new instructor and guessed it might be Fanzin. The aunt arrived with her nephew and told the fighters she wanted to introduce their new chief instructor. She pointed at the protagonist and said he was the lead instructor for their special operation. One of the men, doubtful because of his girlfriend, said the protagonist used to be a member of their team. The woman explained to the fighters that she had invited them. The protagonist, trying to understand the situation, looked at his aunt in disbelief. She told the fighters that Xian had arrived for his first special ops training session with her. Number 7. The official training would be organized by him. The soldiers stayed silent. They exchanged looks of annoyance. Xian told them their training would be very simple. The protagonist sat on a chair in the hall and looked at his group. His aunt ordered the fighters to try knocking him off the chair.
The soldiers were shocked and stared at the instructor in confusion. The woman remained silent. The protagonist sat next to her and smiled.
The soldiers calmly told the instructor that they could hit the guy hard, even paralyze him. He told his subordinates that if any of them managed to hurt him, they earned the position of chief instructor. The fighters became more serious and decided to follow the commander's orders. The soldiers charged together toward the protagonist. One of them threw a full-force punch aimed straight at him. Sean extended 2 fingers in a defensive stance, and the soldier felt a sharp pain shoot through his hand. He spun away in shock. Shang stayed seated, reached out calmly, and grabbed the fighter's wrist. The woman stood beside him, watching with interest as the man struggled against the soldiers. The father was becoming more like his son. Shang remained seated and asked the exhausted fighters if they admitted defeat. The protagonist told the defeated soldiers to run 10 laps around the area. His aunt told the boy that the fighters were easily subdued. Shang replied that dealing with different kinds of people required different approaches. Shang waved goodbye and told the woman that the rest of the training would happen another day. His aunt fussed over him and teasingly said he was worn out. The protagonist walked down City Street and headed to one of the shops. Zhang went there and asked the shopkeeper how he was doing. The old man said he had earned a little money thanks to him. The vendor heard that the boy had some extra money and wanted to invest in a few businesses. He asked if the boy was interested in investing in antiques. Shang said he could invest in anything. The old man told his guests they could invest together in hotels and restaurants. He then asked the boy how much money he had on the card. He grabbed a cup and loudly told his guests not to worry. He had around 40 million on it. The old man was stunned. The boy asked the owner, "Is that not enough?" Sui answered that the amount was more than enough for everything. Right then, the protagonist's phone rang. Officer K told the boy, sounding shaken, that the suspect had escaped. The officer clarified that the demonic man had gotten away, the same one the protagonist had detained at the crime scene. The boy sat with the officer in the room as they looked at the computer. The man showed him a video of the suspect in his room. The stranger was lying on the bed. Xian told the boy something strange had happened that night. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared beside the suspect's bed. The officer told him he had no idea how that person showed up. The dark spirit grabbed the man by the shoulder and started lifting him. The unknown phantom wrapped the suspect's arm around its own shoulders and slowly faded away with him. The officer said there were no signs of forced entry on the door lock. The two simply vanished from the room. The protagonist demanded that the officer take him to the room. Xian opened the door and told him to go in. Xian stood in the middle of the room. The officer said there were barely any traces left. The stranger examined the wall and listened. The man said the walls were also untouched. The boy studied the room's wall carefully and thought the stranger must have moved cautiously, leaving almost no traces. Xian asked the boy with curiosity if he saw anything in the room. The protagonist turned around and asked if the officer had checked the ceiling. There should be some clue in the maintenance level. Xian was surprised. He couldn't understand how the suspect could have reached the roof without any tools. Xian told him to pay attention to the way he said that. The protagonist believed the stranger would definitely return for revenge.
He remembered his girlfriend in the hospital, in a big building, in an apartment. A woman walked into the man's room. She told her older brother, Khan, that he had been careless. He got caught and humiliated. The boss sat in a chair and told his girlfriend bluntly that the guy appeared out of nowhere and managed to kill 2 of his fighters. The girlfriend asked directly if someone from Musan had attacked him. The man replied, cautiously, that the guy didn't use the fiancé was shocked to hear that the fighter actually knew how to fight. To her, that was impossible. The old man looked angry in front of her and said the boy was overflowing with yang-yan energy. If they absorbed that energy, the man would certainly return to his peak, the woman thought. She listened with great interest to the boss's words. She told him that if he managed to capture the boy, they could split his energy. Yang Khan explained to his girlfriend that only 6 people remained in their sect. They had to stay united. When they recovered, they would search together for their ancestral treasures. The elder agreed with the woman. Sean returned to the hospital building where his girlfriend was. She was very surprised to hear that the suspect was on the run. The protagonist stood before a frightened Lin, and the tension forced him to tell her in detail what had happened. Sean raised his hands and explained that the suspects had escaped through the maintenance floor. His girlfriend asked angrily, "Why aren't aren't you looking for them? The protagonist told her he was worried about her. He added that the police had a lead and would catch the fugitives soon. At that moment, the hospital room door opened and a stranger entered carrying a basket of fruit. She asked if Miss Lin was there. The patient lay in bed. She looked at the stranger with disgust and suspicion and asked, "Is that so?" The guest smiled and told the girl she had come to apologize. She handed the basket to the patient and said it was her apology gift. The patient asked who her brother was. The stranger answered with a smile that her brother accidentally injured a police officer, and then the protagonist broke his leg. Lin was startled to hear that. She tipped over the fruit basket and asked the stranger if she had really rescued the suspect from the cell. The woman said her brother was too weak to go to the police station, and so she took him. Lin asked the woman if she wasn't afraid of being arrested. The guest smiled and told her she had come to visit, and that Lin should feel ashamed to arrest her. The patient told the fiancé that arresting bad people was her job. The protagonist asked the woman what she wanted. The stranger promised the couple that her brother would never attack them again. She suggested they forget everything. Lin told the stranger that a police officer couldn't make deals with a criminal. The protagonist demanded that the stranger leave. She promised to pretend none of this had happened. There was nothing. The stranger glared at the man and said everything was fine. The main character demanded that the woman stay away from his loved ones. Later, he even threatened her life. Sang asked the stranger if he had heard her. The woman said she understood and agreed. The stranger spun around abruptly and dashed from the room into the hallway. The protagonist watched her silently. Lin asked a friend what happened to her. She looked terrified. Shang admitted he didn't know. After leaving the hospital, the stranger returned to the building to see his brother. The old man frowned, asking, "Why are you back so soon?" The woman, shaken and scared, explained what the main character had done. The scariest part, she said, was what had happened next. The old man asked her to recount the events. The bride screamed, terrified, claiming she could sense the aura of death around the young man. After a short pause, she told him everything. "Brother, it was awful," she said. Kan asked the girlfriends if the other 4 deceased would fight them for the treasures. The sister asked the old man if he meant the stabbing. The man gave a cruel smile. The woman explained. The protagonist had been at a nightclub at night with his girlfriend Zan. He got a call saying young Mr. Hyun wanted to meet him the next day. His girlfriend was shocked. She listened closely as the main character spoke on the phone. Frightened, she asked if he was calling him young Master Hyun. He denied knowing any young Master Hyun.
She explained that Hyun was one of the 4 young knights of Hyun Gai, warning him it was better not to interfere. Offended, the guy said he probably had just called someone from the young master's team. The protagonist, smiling, told his girlfriend he had already met the other 3 young knights. He warned the young man that trouble might come. Zan asked the girl how the young master compared to a fan. The girlfriend said Hyun and a hairdryer would never make contact. The main character grabbed the glass in his hand. He told the girl that he understood everything. Uru suggested the main character call the young master. Zan wondered if the problem might be whether Hyun was on the same level as the fan. The guy picked up the phone and realized he had more important things to focus on than finding a girlfriend for the hero. That could wait. The protagonist walked down the street, surrounded by buildings, people passing by. Zan muttered to himself, "So." Then, Uru unexpectedly invited him to dinner, leaving him unsure what was going on. A sign on the building announced Madden Zen's 90th birthday celebration. The guy got ready to go inside. The protagonist approached her. She entered and read the sign, thinking about Madame Zen. The main character spotted the girl and called her by name. Uru. Shang, responding to his friend, asked her about the elderly lady. Uru said her grandmother was 90 years old.
Years ago, the guy told his girlfriend she could prepare a gift for her great-grandmother. Rue told her friend she had already handled everything for him. The girl whispered to the protagonist that Benza had also arrived. Sean reminded himself that he had turned Ben Ya and Yufan into fools, so they couldn't come here. Ben approached and told the main character that he hadn't become an idiot and could still disappoint him. Sean looked disgusted. The guest admitted he was very disappointed. He laughed angrily and told the protagonist that his sister was inside with the guy. Wen appeared and with a sly tone informed the companion that his sister's boyfriend was... The guest, named Ophir, invited the protagonist to join him and promised to introduce him to his sister Xian. He thought to himself that he needed to figure out what kind of miracle the doctor behind the boys inside had worked. The conference room was packed with guests. The protagonist approached with his girlfriend. The guest, along with his companion, turned and stared intently at him. Rue told her friend not to pay attention to them. The guy told his girlfriend he couldn't ruin his lady's birthday. The man with the microphone stepped onto the stage. An elderly woman sat in a wheelchair. The guest bowed to her grandmother and instructed that everything be done properly. While everyone was calm in the hallway, a guest with the microphone announced that Mrs. Zen was turning 90 that day. Everyone was invited to bring gifts. The wedding guests lit up with excitement, clapping and congratulating the grandmother. A chubby man stepped onto the stage, approached the grandmother and handed her a box. The guest gave the elderly lady a jade bracelet and wished her a long life. Another man came forward, offering a sapphire necklace to the grandmother. She wished to live to 90. The wedding guests chatted about the gifts.
Someone commented that the sapphire necklace was beautiful. Another turned and cheerfully said the protagonist should bring some gifts too. Other guests nodded in agreement. They all looked with interest at Agan and his companion Rue. He told the guests that the boy had given the grandmother a red envelope with 100,000 inside. The boys thought about it and laughed in disbelief. They couldn't believe Sean could give a gift like that. The guest said handing money directly was reckless. Another added that the money might actually belong to Mrs. Zen herself. Excited, Rue told a friend she didn't have time to dress him up. Shang explained everything to her beforehand. His girlfriend said it was fine. He went up on stage and shouted to the guests that he had a gift. The protagonist stepped forward. The grandmother and the guest looked at him with disgust, asking, "Seriously?" He wanted to sing a song for the elderly lady's birthday. Shang wished her a happy birthday and she thanked him. The boy told the grandmother he wanted to give her a gift, hoping it would make her happy. The elderly lady told the main character that these things were a waste of time. The boy knelt at her feet, insisting that his gift couldn't be empty. The guest couldn't understand why he insisted. The main guy crouched down near the elderly woman. No one knew what he was doing. Haru watched him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Shang stood up and told the grandmother to take her medicine. Blood circulation had improved after the treatment, but her grandmother needed daily care to help her legs recover. Haru couldn't believe her legs could actually heal. Shang looked at her and said confidently, "This is a gift for you." He added cheerfully, "And Shantian is really funny too." The boy stayed crouched in front of her for a full minute. Perhaps some divine energy radiated from him.
The protagonist told the elderly lady, who still couldn't move her feet, that she could try standing. He explained to the guests that Zen hadn't been able to move her legs for a long time, which made standing impossible. Concentrating, the grandmother folded her hands and tried to rise. She stood up, gasping in surprise as she felt her legs respond. The man watched, terrified for her safety, holding her hand to prevent her from falling. Jan, voice trembling, told his relative he couldn't believe this was happening. The protagonist asked Sterin if she liked her birthday gift. Jan replied that it was the best gift she had ever received. The guests shivered in awe. They cheered and shouted that it was a miracle, applauding loudly. Jan frowned and told his friend firmly that they needed to find young Mr. Jan. Together with his friend, he entered the estate, accompanied by a girl. A servant happily informed the guests that a young master was already waiting for them. The boys were impressed. The servant told the young master that 2 men had arrived. Khan thought for a moment and said he had healed those 2 men and that the family was leaving. Vaughn added that now there was a spot for one of the 4 young knights. The young knight sat in a chair, telling the guests that they would make the choice. The guests agreed. The servant welcomed them and confirmed that the young master was present. The young knight sat calmly in his chair while Anaz stood behind him, watching the guests carefully. Surprise! The girl turned to Jan and said that the main character was a headache for them. Ui confirmed the bride's words. Jan sat in a chair, watching his guest with sharp interest. The girl stayed by his side. Ella's boyfriend still stared at young Master Jan, who waved his hand and signaled the girl to approach him. Vaughn introduced his sister to the host, mentioning she was just a child. Jan explained to the guest, with clear displeasure, that the girl needed to come closer. Regardless, Uhu turned to the bride and insisted she go to young Mr. Jan.
The guest walked over and stopped near his chair. He studied her closely. She extended her hands and Hyun gripped them firmly. She was frightened. The young knight held her tightly.
Hyun pressed the girl, demanding in a stern voice that Wen visit Sinu, causing a commotion there. The guest told the young master that this would create a lot of noise. Hyun warned the dissatisfied guests that it was better not to disappoint him again, reminding them that he had allowed Kapow to save their lives. Kan remained silent, standing beside the young man. The teacher listened carefully. Yulei promised the master firmly that it wouldn't happen again. The girl took a deep, nervous breath. The young master ordered all the guests to leave. NM stayed standing. Near the young master's chair, Wen grabbed his friend by the clothes, saying he would follow him out of the gates. Wen explained that they needed to achieve their goals and that to do so he had to follow the young master's orders. Together with his partner, he reached the office building, broke into the office, and with a friend's help threw an employee to the ground. Inside, the beaten workers lay scattered. The secretary ran to him and told Mrs. Zen that he had returned and was causing trouble. She glanced sideways at the guest. The boy remained silent. Rue whispered to the guest. Diska Ada warned that she would call the police if the girl caused trouble. Wen, with a sinister tone, told the girl she wasn't afraid of the authorities. She explained that she could no longer protect her now that young Mr. Hyun had returned. The guest still wanted to. Mentioning Xian, the main character suddenly sprinted forward and kicked the guy square in the groin with full force. Wen immediately doubled over in pain.
Zan turned to the guest, concerned, disgusted. The protagonist strode through the office toward Venus. Employees surrounded him. He still felt pain from the strike, but kept repeating in his mind thoughts about young Mr. Haitian. He turned and punched the man in the face with full force. His voice carried dissatisfaction as he said he had not a single proposal to make. Zan asked the girl how many people had been attacking Yiru. He explained that the guest had defeated a guard and 2 leaders. Zan told the guest he would strike 10 times, counting each hit. Wen shouted for her companion to wait. Zan delivered a blow and slammed himself face first into the ground with full force. His strength kept driving the attacks, shocking everyone who watched. She couldn't bear to see her guest defeated. The beaten employees stayed near the gates, listening as the protagonist struck Yiru and reported what happened. The battered man, angry and frustrated, demanded to know how many times he had been hit. Zhang struck his opponent again, insisting he count each blow. The winged attacker collapsed to the floor, begging the protagonist for a pause. Zan told the opponent he was insulting the DNA of his ancestral family. Rue demanded that the secretary serve water in a cup for young Mr. Zan. At that moment, the protagonist stepped on Benia and ordered him to think. Turning to the girls, he spoke with a voice full of displeasure, saying he was tired. Yiru handed a glass to the friend, suggesting he take a sip of water. The protagonist glanced aside. He harshly demanded that the beaten man hand over his master. The battered guests fled. The protagonist asked the girl what she wanted to know. Yiru told him that the guest had brought an invitation.
Young Mr. Hyun Xian took the invitation and asked the girl what she intended to do. The bride explained that she had received an invitation to a lavish party on a cruise. The main girl wanted to tear up the invitation and told the girl not to go. Ario grabbed the invite. She said nervously that she absolutely had to attend. Xian handed the invitation back to his girlfriend and said he would drive her there. The guests were stopped near the mansion's entrance. They left and entered, accompanied by Benham and the driver, passing through the estate gates. The servant watched them carefully. Another servant with a fan informed the young master that Benia had defeated the main character before his death. Hyun replied with dissatisfaction, saying it was a punishment for someone who hadn't completed his mission. The young knight demanded the servant not delay the banquet. The servant reassured him that Shantian would definitely attend tonight's feast. Hyun said in a calm tone that he wanted to intimidate the protagonist. The servant added that he had put extra seasonings into the dinner. At that moment, Ben entered the room with the dog. He had already been rescued from the beatings. Wen, smiling, thanked Hyun and Mr. Aipao, saying everything was fine. Hyun looked calmly at his guest and said that was excellent. He called the servants to prepare tonight's banquet. Many people had gathered on the ship. Luxury cars lined the coast. Zan was dressed in a formal suit, telling the girl that it had cost several $1,000s. A young master appeared on the deck, accompanied by his attendants. Zan stood there in a white suit. The servant with glasses noticed the movement and reported to the young master that Shan had arrived with Shan's girlfriend ordered Wen to entertain the guests. Wen approached and greeted the protagonist, Zan, who looked surprised. With his girlfriend, the boy smiled at the guests and cheerfully remarked that they had arrived quite early. Zan remembered leaving the boy at death's door. He realized that Ben had healed the mysterious man. Wen, smiling, thanked the protagonist for his mercy and promised to repay the favor to Zan.